And I think I might be mistaken, but I think Jacksboro is not too far from me. It's like if you drive out towards Lubbock from Irving, if
Okay.
you're driving that way, I think I remember driving through Jacksboro.
All
Our
right.
Jacksboro person could let me know if that's right.
Louisville ISD, we're so glad you're here. We love you guys. Rochester, New
And
York.
I think
Waco.
I might be mistaken, but I think Jacksboro is not too far from me. It's like, what was that? That was
That
odd.
was weird, John.
I only
South
said
of
it once.
Wichita Falls. Okay.
Okay, that's right. Okay, I know where it is now. That is out that way.
Yeah, that's more that way from where you are, a little bit. A glitch in the matrix. That's exactly what it was.
I love Dr. White. That's so funny. Thank you, Dr. Yzquierdo, for the clarification about the glitch in the matrix.
Yes, and we'll address this in a little bit, Eva. We are going to be streaming live to YouTube, so you can watch the conference from there. You just really won't be able to interact in the chat and interact with our presenters if you're watching from YouTube, but we will be doing that as well. Atlanta. Welcome, Georgia. We love Georgia right now. You're our favorite state in the union. Sacramento. Hi, Jody. We love Georgia. See, Michelle Yzquierdo. There you go. So we're actually not Facebook live streaming. It's on YouTube.
Any place where the head is responsible for the Indigo Girls and REM, that can't be so bad, right?
There you go. Hi, Veronica from Richardson. Don't worry, you don't need your camera. You're just going to be seeing the panelist cameras. Okay, it's 12:29. What do you think? Look, Valentina, there's a note of somebody excited to get your book.
Oh, thank you, Lorianne. I'm excited for you too. That's really great. Thank you for getting it. How happy.
That's wonderful. All right, everybody, it is 12:30. We're going to go ahead and get started right on the dot so we can be as prompt as possible. Welcome to our first ever virtual SLIFE conference. My name is Anna Mattis. I'm the co-author of Boosting Achievement with Carol Salva, who's one of our speakers that you'll be hearing from a little bit later on. I just wanted to give you a quick rundown of what our day is going to look like, whether you're going to be here the whole day or just little pieces of it. We have a number of wonderful speakers that are going to be joining us each hour at the top of the hour. Every session is going to be about 45 minutes long, so you're going to have some break time in between. You can expect content and a Q&A session available from each of our speakers. A little bit of information about interaction. Please make sure that you choose all panelists and attendees when you're in the chat box. That way everybody can see whether you have a comment or a question, unless of course it's something personal to us, and we'll try and get back with you. Seidlitzeducation.com is where you can get more information about our books, about our trainings, and you'll be hearing from some of our consultants today throughout. And lastly, we are going to be offering a certificate of attendance for you, especially those of us teachers that are joining us during your work day. You're going to have access to that at the end of each of our sessions. So don't worry, we'll take care of all of it for you. Finally, at the end, you're going to be receiving an email about 24 hours later that's going to have links to the sessions, any PowerPoints or PDFs that we get from our people. And if you're joining us live on YouTube, as I mentioned earlier, you're not going to be able to interact in the chat with our speakers, but you'll still be able to watch the live stream all day. So I think I covered the bases. And what I'm going to do now is turn it over to John Seidlitz, who's the CEO and founder of Seidlitz Education, and he's going to welcome us for the day. So take it away, John.
Good morning, everybody. We're so glad you're here. We're so glad that so many people have so much interest in serving this population of students so well. I am John Seidlitz, like Anna mentioned. The founder of Seidlitz Education. For those of you who don't know a lot about us, Seidlitz Education is a company of dedicated teachers and education leaders. And our mission is to improve instruction for all kids engaged in language acquisition. So English language learners, other students engaged in language acquisition, with especially emphasis on giving kids the gift of academic language. Well, I'm really, really pleased to be kicking this off. I want to offer a special thank you to all of our speakers. this is all free for you, and they were all volunteered to present on their own time. And so we really appreciate it. And the fact that a lot of them are going to do Q&A with you guys. It's all going to be broadcast free on YouTube. So this is just a gift from all of us to you as teachers working in the field, so that you can help, so we can all help to reach this very vulnerable population of students. So I want to also especially thank Orly Klapholz, who's right there. You guys can see Orly. Say hi to Orly. And she's a consultant who's working in Broward County, Florida. She's also the founder of Multilinguals Forward, who's co-sponsoring this conference. She is, well, let me just kind of give you a little background about it. I first met Orly when she was presenting at one of our conferences, which is our annual What's Working with English Learners Conference. And she presented about the work that she was doing with teachers in Florida. And I was just impressed. I thought, this is fantastic. So we kind of just started talking about what we could do, something we could do to really just be helpful for our students with limited and interrupted formal education. And it evolved into this conference. So Orly, could you tell them a little bit about our thinking in putting this together, and a little bit about Multilinguals Forward?
Sure. Thanks, John. Hi, everyone. I'm Orly Klapholz. I'm the founder of Multilinguals Forward. We're a company based in South Florida, and we work with districts and schools to support SLIFE. The idea for today's event really came from, speaking to John when I presented in Texas last year, as well as educators around the country who are really looking for more support for SLIFE in a number of areas related to SLIFE. So with Seidlitz Education, we've brought together presenters to speak on a range of topics to help support this population. And I'm really thankful, and thank you to Seidlitz Education as well as the presenters for making today happen. We're really excited to learn with you all. John, are you ready to introduce our first speaker?
Yes, thank you, Orly. Our first speaker for today is going to be someone who I think you're really, really going to enjoy. It's Pam Broussard. She is a passionate high school new arrival center teacher from Houston, Texas. She has taught almost everything. She's taught from pre-K to adult, mostly focused on ESL, although she's also done special education and taught some regular ed courses. She's taught ESL and ELL stateside and abroad. I know she taught in Afghanistan and I think Syria. She's worked in Greece, I'm sorry, and she's just done a lot of different things. Her honors include, she was a 5-time ESL Teacher of the Year. She's also the recipient of the Rotary Service to Humanity Award. And if you're familiar in Texas, a lot of you might be familiar with HEB, but she's the recipient of the HEB Lifetime Achievement Award. And I really got to know her from the Survivor Museum that she does every year with her students, where she had her students who were new arrivals present at a Survivor Museum the history of their journeys. They called it the Survivor Museum. And I literally took my family. We drove 5 hours to go to attend this, because the opportunity for my own kids to interact with high school SLIFE kids and other kids, just sharing about their journeys and who they are, is just a profound thing. It's an amazing thing. So her students presented last year and were the keynote for our What's Working with ELs in Texas. And she's just a passionate teacher that I think you're gonna all really, really enjoy hearing from. And without taking up any more of her time, I'd like to pass it over to, drum roll please, Pamela Broussard. Yay!
Thanks, John. It is my joy and pleasure to be here with you guys. Thank you for the invitation to be a part of this amazing event. I know that anytime I get to hang out with SLIFE folks, Seidlitz folks, it's a great day. And so I really appreciate all you. And when I look at the list of speakers, it is such an honor to be here. I'm going to share my screen and get started as fast as we can. I tend to overplan for these events, so I'll try to go fast and get as much in. Just give me a thumbs up if you guys can see my screen so I know it can go on. Yep. All right, great. So as you said, my name is Pamela Broussard, and I am currently in Cy-Fair ISD. I'm teaching in a public high school. We are the 3rd largest district in Texas. I am in the classroom right now. My particular high school has the 2nd highest COVID cases in the district. And so I am right with you dealing with the COVID. We have online, we have in person. And so I'm right in the middle of that with all of those concerns. So I just want you to know that, first of all, I honor you for having just even the energy to try to learn something more. And that just proves your passion and your compassion for your students. So congratulations on being able to find one more oomph to get to a conference in the middle of a pandemic. I'm just really impressed. So thank you guys all for coming. So the name of our conference, the name of mine session is SLIFE, More Than One Lens. Now, right now, a lot of you are going through a lot. So, maybe you're like this, like, I really can't even see what's going on right now. I have no idea. I kind of get it. I kind of know what's happening. And so this is, maybe some of you are right here in the middle of the pandemic, or maybe you have pre-existing conditions and you're just like, I'm just trying to keep myself, my family safe, and myself safe right now. And so this is the lens that you're viewing the world through. Or maybe you're like, how are my kids going to pass the test this year? They haven't canceled the testing in my district yet, or in my state, and I'm still stressed out about how we're going to get these kids caught up, and that sort of expression there. Or maybe you're just like, look, I'm drowning. All of this is too much, and I just can barely make it. And so these are the lens that you're in right now. And maybe this is all just crazy. You're just going crazy right now, trying to adjust your different online face-to-face lesson to online lessons, and you're stressed out and everything. You're not really sure how it's all going to go right now, and maybe some of you are just like, I just need a drink. I just need to go somewhere and have a drink and kind of calm down. And this is just really, really hard. So wherever you are, I just want to just say thank you that you took the time to find a way to push through that, to learn one more thing today. And we're going to look at different lenses and how we can look at our students and what we can do to help them be successful. Each speaker has a different topic, and mine's the social emotional. So some other lenses that I have seen people who are working with SLIFE students is the blank slate lens. These kids know nothing. They don't have anything. They have no experiences. The first time I heard that, I was like, and my heart broke. I heard it 25 years ago, and my heart still breaks when I think about that. These kids aren't blank slates. They come with a lifetime of experiences behind them that just may not be the same experiences as ours. And then there's the broken lens, where we just see them. And, I have to admit, this is my first way to look at these students. And it's just, and, and I'm really merciful and I'm really compassionate. And we see a broken lens and we see them and we just, I call it pobrecito syndrome, where when I first started working with these types of students and with ESLs just in general, I went to a new school. It was a very tough school, and very experienced and wise educators who were there, who had been through this before and worked with this population before, looked at me and they go, oh, one more teacher who thinks all they need is love. And I was so grateful. Some of you may know Aida and Tariana or Sharon Gabriel, who are still working with this population today. And they were the ones that taught me that, man, it's more than just love and compassion for these kids. We have to build them, equip them, and make them strong. And so some of you might have been used to looking at these kids, and a lot of your content teachers will look at the kids this way. Or like I said, testing, you have these especially content teachers. How am I going to test this kid? How are they going to pass? And depending on how much pressure your district is putting on you or your school, and you're worried about that. And of course, there's the COVID lens. But I want to propose a different lens, and that's that social and emotional lens, and looking at ways that we can support. How do we support these students? How do we support them in a social, emotional way? And to look at these students as growing, developing students. Regardless of where they are in that process, in their academic process, they're growing, they're alive. They came from somewhere. They had experiences behind them. I want to show you something though, and something that I learned. I like gardening, and I really love those, or I used to, I don't do anymore, those really bright yellow flowers that grow on the side of the road. And they're not really sunflowers. They're kind of a cross between sunflower and a black-eyed Sue. And I wanted to really grow those for a long, long time. And so I would like pull them off the side of the road and I'd plant them in my garden, and they wouldn't survive. And then I would do it a different way. And then I thought, okay, I need to bring a shovel, and oh, I need a smaller one, a bigger one. No matter what I tried, they didn't work. And I would plant them, and I would water them more, or give them food, or, you know, and here I'm like, how are they not living in my garden, but they live alone in the side of a road between a crack? Like, how are they doing that? Why won't they grow in my great garden where all the nutrients are there? You know, and I was driving down the road one day, and this thought had been going on for a couple of years. And I saw a woman who had them in her yard. And I literally slammed on the brake, pulled over, and walked up to her door. And I said, "Excuse me, ma'am." This elderly woman answered the door. I said, "I've been trying to grow those wild sunflowers for years, and I don't know how to do it. I've done this and this and this. What is the secret?" And she said to me, "You have to keep the original soil when you plant them. You have to keep that original soil with them so that they can grow." So last night, I went and bought some plants. And this was a live plant yesterday. And I took all of the soil off of it. And within 24 hours, it was already looking pretty bad. This plant, I left some of it. I stretched it out so it could grow, because we need to do that with our students. We need to stretch out some of those roots and let them grow. But there was nothing else supporting it in this pot, and I put it in. This plant is less than 24 hours old, and it is already drooping and dying. These plants could come back, but they're going to have a really, really hard time. This is just a plant that has been repotted, and it's doing great. I let it have its original soil, and I added more soil, and now it's growing and thriving. And I want you to think about that when we think about our SLIFE students. They were alive, growing. All of those plants I just showed you were exactly the same last night. And just within 24 hours, they were. And we have students that we are uprooted from a new culture to a new country. And some of them are letting go of everything from their culture. Our teachers or school systems are expecting them to do that. And they're just going to fall. They're going to wilt. And some of them are going to bring that with them, but there's no support. There's no extra added to that. And they also are wilting. And then there's those of us, and I know many of you, because you're here, who have not only let them bring their soil and who they are from their own culture and their own country and value that, but you've also added the extra around it. And that's where you're going to get the most thriving plant, the most thriving students, when you allow all of that to happen. So how do you do that? That's what I want to talk about. I have a new computer, so sometimes it doesn't want to work the way my old one does. So what happens to these students as we get them here? They come in, they have these expectations. They've seen on, oh man, everything in the United States is going to be better. Everything in the United States is going to be easier. And so they get here and they find out, no, it's not, it's harder. And then they kind of adjust and they learn their routines in school and they learn your expectations, and then it goes back down. Now, this is in the most ideal of situations. If you have never moved overseas, you may not have ever felt this, but most people who have moved overseas at some point have felt this. I studied this before I moved overseas the first time. I've lived overseas twice. And I was like, this is not going to happen to me. I'm healthy. I'm emotionally safe. I know who I am. I'm confident in who I am. This will not happen to me. And it absolutely crashed right here. And I remember calling my friends and saying, help, I hate it here. I just want to come home. The problem with this curve of adjustment when we get these new kids from around the world is that this little thing, the biggest dip that you're going to have, happens at about 6 months. 6 months. When is that? State testing and Valentine's. Like the two worst times of your life are already, for high school kids at least, you're already low. And so this adjustment curve is tough. One of the things that I do with my students every year is I show them this so they know what to expect. I let them know this is what you're going to go through. And we rate it. Oh, I'm having a 2, I'm having a 10, I'm having a 1, so that they know that they're normal. They know they're not going crazy. And you explain to them, you're going to have these emotional highs. You're going to have these emotional, really, really, really lows. And we talk about this. I remember when I presented this to my students one time, a girl from the back slowly, really slowly raised her hand. And with a tear going down her face, she said, Miss, you promise it'll go back up? Because she was right here at this 6 months point. And she didn't believe it would ever get better. I said, I promise. And then she asked me a second time to confirm, will it get better? And I go, it does. It gets easier. Another way I work with the kids is talking about culture shock versus cultural stress. Now, most of us expect culture shock, but what very few people talk about is cultural stress. That culture shock is when you get new things you've never seen before. I take you to the Philippines. I said, I'm going to take you out to dinner. We're going to do something really special. And I offer you balut. And you're like, wow, I can't believe it's something so special from this country. And I give it to you. And it's an egg with a bird inside. And you suck out the juice and spit out the bones. And you're like, culture shock. You have no appreciation for it. You didn't grow up with it. You didn't know that it was special within that culture. And so there's a shock value, and you don't necessarily value it the same way as someone who grew up with it and knows that it's something very special. Same with the kids in your classroom. There's that culture shock of those new things, but they get over those things pretty fast. I don't eat balut every day if I'm in the Philippines. I don't have those same experiences, but it's the long-term cultural stress that students and families are under. And I talk not only to my students about this, but their families, the long term. Now, before, it was really kind of difficult to help people understand what cultural stress was until COVID hit. Culture shock are these kinds of things, these kinds of symptoms, one-time events. But the cultural stress is what I like to define it as, there's probably some fancy science way to explain it, but my definition is living in an extended period of unknown. I don't know if I get this right. I don't know if I really understood the teacher. I don't really know if this guy's trying to take advantage of me. I don't know if this thing in the mail I really have to reply to, or I lose my car. I don't know if the person who called is telling me the truth on the phone. Living with the vulnerability of the unknown. Like I said, these guys were functioning in their cultures and in their location, and now they're in a new one. And you're like, well, isn't it the same thing in different cultures? And it really, really isn't. Think about it for a minute, how COVID has impacted you. You're still eating, you're still preparing things for your kids, you're still going to work, you're doing a lot of the things the same way. But most of us, and you can put it in the chat where you are right now on your energy level, especially like during a lockdown, if you had significantly more energy, less energy, significantly less energy. Where would you rate yourself? -2, -1, 1 or 2? Go ahead and put that in the chat. Most people that I have talked to have significantly less energy right now. And why is that? It's because we are living in an unknown. We don't know when this is going to finish. We don't know if we're going to catch it. We don't know if our family's going to be okay. We have so many unknowns. And that's what it feels like for our students when they first arrive, and then when they're SLIFE students especially. There's so much they don't know. And living like that for a long time is exhausting. So you see the student in your class who may not be engaging, may not feel lively right now because they're going through this long-term stress. So how some people in your world and in mine are doing better than others. And it depends on so many things. When we all went into lockdown, it mattered how much support you had. Did you have a lot of help? We were trying to find food for our kids, and we were trying to find beans and rice and make sure that they all had food, and I had 3 other people on my team, or 4 or 5. And we were all like, okay, I'm going to go to the little Pakistani store because they still have rice and they still have toilet paper. And we were all, one of our teachers lived out in the country. She's like, I can get toilet paper because nobody's worried about COVID where I'm at right yet. And we had that. Or some people have a faith that there is part of their tradition that they can believe and hope that they're going to be okay. Some people have a fate idea that this is just meant to be, and if I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Some people have people who are on the front line who are at risk. And so the way you responded to COVID is different than someone who doesn't. Or maybe you've known someone who has gone through it all, and you're like, it's going to be okay. My friend had it. It's not a big deal. Or maybe you have someone who almost died or has passed away. And so your perception is very, very different. These same kind of unknowns and exhaustion and confusion and your coping mechanisms. You know, the suicide rate among preteen girls is 4 times higher right now. They don't have as many coping mechanisms developed. They don't have a history of success behind them to go, okay, things end and things get better. Addictions are up, and we know that, and I don't want to go down on all that, but I want to say is, if your coping mechanism pre-COVID was hanging out with all your friends and just laughing all night, and you're not able to do that, you're finding it very difficult during this time if you're an extrovert. If you're an introvert, you're like, yay, everyone's 6 feet away. I wish it had always been this way. You know, I just want a few private conversations and I'll have my mask and we'll be best friends. Depending on your personality, depending on your background, your response and your long-term stress response is very, very different. Same with our students. Imagine if all your coping mechanisms have been taken away, and most of us have felt that at some point during COVID. For me, I'm an extrovert. I want to talk. I want to hang out. And the fact that I don't get to do that right now at the way I'm used to, my tank gets really low, gets low. If you always could just take a subway, a taxi, a jeepney, rickshaw, or whatever, and go wherever you want when you're stressed out, or you could go climb a mountain, or you could play at your favorite tree, or you could go to your grandma's house all on your own to deal with your stress. And now you're in a new country and none of that's available to you. It's the same kind of thing. I think COVID is an excellent, excellent teacher right now. Our kids hit that 6-month crisis is when the lowest point comes. And as I said, like Valentine's Day and testing hits right there. So I always make sure Valentine's is really fun. We talk about friends. I try to keep them out of the cafeteria so that they don't see everybody else getting flowers. So are you okay? And they're like, yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine. When really in reality, a lot of times they're not. I draw this on the board for my students and I talk it through with them. Now, I don't draw something this fancy. This is just for you guys, but I just draw little stick figures, and all my kids from all around the world have seen cartoons where there's a devil on one side and an angel on another. And I don't put all these words up there. I just talk with the students and we come up with them together. But you're going to, and I tell them, you're going to hear, you should quit, or everyone's smarter than you, or you will never understand, or you will never learn English. And then of course, your high school, everyone has a boyfriend or girlfriend but you. I said, now it's interesting to watch the kids when I teach this lesson to them, because there's kids that laugh because they recognize it, and there's kids that cry because they recognize it. They have seen it both ways because they understand. And what we want to do is to help them go, there's another voice that you can listen to. That everyone was once a beginner. You will always, and I build this kind of vocabulary in my classroom. It gets easier, and we talk about this, and we refer back to it through the years. Where are you? How are you doing? And there's positive things that you can say to yourself that are real. You may not catch up with everyone else, but you're better than you were before. You're not competing with them. You're growing and developing yourself. Most of you have probably heard this Native American story that there's 2 wolves inside of you. One is fighting for your failure. One is fighting for your success. And which one wins? It depends who you feed the most. So I share this with my students. What are you feeding yourself? What voices are you listening to? And my kids, when I ask them, how many of you have heard these voices going, nah, 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 nah? And they all raise their hand. They have all felt that. They all felt alone. They've all felt isolated. They all felt like they're not going to be successful. But to let them know, hey, everyone feels that way. It's not just you, because one of the devil in the detail is that you think you're the only one going through that. So we let the students know, hey, you're not the only one feeling this way. You can bring in experienced students who have already passed this period. Or you can just use your class that you currently have, or the kids you currently have, to let them know this too does pass. I want to let you meet some of my students who have actually done this and gone through it. I had Lizette from El Salvador. There was a lot of gang violence in her area, so her dad didn't let her go to school. So she didn't go to school for 4 years. She came with no English and a big chip on her shoulder. I know why she came to Texas, because her chip would only fit here in Texas. It was huge. I did not know if we were ever going to break through with her. She was angry, very angry for a very long time. We have Yosef from Palestine. And when I talk about what have you been through, we talk about our immigration stories. And I asked, have you gone through violence or have gone through bombs or anything like that in your country? And he didn't just say, count how many bombs he lived through. He got out a piece of paper, calculated out how many days of bombs he lived through. Days of it. He could count, and to this day, he can tell you how many, what was the date and how many days it lasted, which was 150 days of bombing that he had lived through before he got to my classroom. 150 different times of being bombed where he lived. He was quiet for a really long time in my class. We didn't even know what was up there, to the point that I called a man that I knew in who came from his hometown. I said, can you please talk to him? And we got from Jordan, and we had him calling from Palestine, and we had him talking. I'm like, okay, tell me, what does he know? What's in there? Because I don't know. His family can't share. Can he answer questions? Can he carry a conversation? Because he was quiet for so long. I also had Maria from Mexico. You all have these stories. You have them. You have the SLIFE students. But to give examples to maybe some teachers who are new to working with SLIFE, a 19-year-old who convinced my 14-year-old girl that he loved her and he should marry her. She should marry him, and she did, and basically became her prisoner for quite a few years. Then we had Jonathan from Venezuela, and he's kind of the new SLIFE. You know, the old days were like, do you have any missed schooling? And that was the question we'd ask. But today, what we're finding the last few years, we're having more of kids like Jonathan, and Jonathan went to school every day. So why is he SLIFE? Because his teachers didn't. In countries in Venezuela, he was Venezuela, he was from the capital, he wasn't from a remote area. But because of the crisis going on, there's not money available to pay all the teachers, and so they're not going to work. And Cuba is going through that too, in Mexico. And so we're finding more and more students who they went to school every day, but their teachers or their professors didn't. We have the teenage boys predominantly, though we have some girls who've come from Guatemala, El Salvador, and Honduras. And so they might have interrupted schooling as well from the detention centers. Now, the detention centers, there's some awful ones, but there's some great ones that are really trying to help and educate and support these kids. But they have curriculums based on a month or 2 months because they have kids coming and going. Well, now, as you know, some of those stays are longer. So they Oh, have I been muted this whole time? That I'm muted now.
No, you're fine, Pam. We can hear you.
Okay. All of a sudden on my computer, it said I was muted, so it scared me. Okay, great. So the detention centers might have gone to school every day at the detention center. But again, because of they expect a rotation, they've been learning lesson 1 4 times already. And then we have long and short-term refugees that can be have misschooling, and maybe they don't. They're in some refugee camps. When I was in Myanmar in the Thailand area, and I was working with the Karen, some of you guys have Karen students. The Karen population have such a strong belief in the value of education that when the Chinese government would come in to steal their land and put it on fire, the next day they would have what they call backpack teachers who would go in and start teaching, because they didn't want those kids to go without an education. And that refugee camp, they had schools there, and I got to meet some of these backpack teachers, and some who didn't make it because they were trying to get to the landmines that China had planted to make sure that these kids had an education. Or maybe some of my Afghan students who did actually go to school, but the classes when I was in Afghanistan would be like 100 kids, and the teacher talked usually to just some of the ones in the front. And so they went to school, but there's huge gaps. And then you have Venezuela, who it has those kinds of changes that they've been immediate, they're not long-term compared to some of these other nations. And then you have the Syrians who came. And I've known some amazing Syrians, have very strong educational background, but now they've been in a refugee camp. And I have dear friends that I've met in the refugee camp and have kept up with until they have reunited into a better situation where they're now getting to go to school. So first things first, if we do not win these kids emotionally, it will be almost impossible to win them academically. Really. So stop and think. And that's some things I'm going to show you, some things that we do to try to win these kids emotionally. It's worth the investment. You can push those academics, but if you're not pushing just as hard on those emotional connects, you will not win. You'll lose these kids. And the high school kids, they'll drop out. And then academically, they won't engage those who stay. So of course they could have the trauma and the school failure, the bullying and the self-doubt behind them. And what that might look like in your classroom is a lack of trust in systems or in people, and ability, lack of self-confidence. My student that I was telling you about from El Salvador, that she stayed out of school for 4 years, she was smart in her school and very successful. But when she came, she was very, very afraid and of her own self. She had no self-confidence. She was mad at the world, even though she was strong academically. But much less, we have other students who have gone through trauma and that has attacked their self-esteem and attacked their identity and who they feel they are, and they're having a lot less. You may see some students who have inability to relate to their peers. They're either over mature because they've already lived adult experiences and difficult experiences, and the things that they see their little children doing and playing around them, or the high school kids, or even the young children, seem so immature to them. Or you may have very immature because they have not had experiences of being around peers. So what do we do? And that's how I want to spend the last part here, is create an emotionally safe environment. And I'm not going to go through, this is everywhere. We know this, you're doing that. You know how to do that. My teammate has photos of people from around the world. So when a kid walks in, man, they see themselves there right then. I have another teammate. She's got the welcome sign in all different languages on her door. And our biology teacher has the kids creating posters about their country, and they're all over her room. I want to tell you something as someone who's living it right now, especially to my younger teachers who are just coming in the door. I remember when I used to go to these seminars, and I thought everything they said I had to go home and do, and I felt very overwhelmed. I want you to know I don't do all of these things all the time every year. So I'm going to give you a lot of different suggestions that you can try. Some I do 1 year and I don't do it for another 2 years. So give yourself permission to not try everything, but I want to give you some tools that you can. First thing you message, you want to make sure they know that they are valued. And there's so many different ways that you can do that. The nameplates on the first week of school, flip grids right now of introducing themselves that other students can watch. They can be on file. So even kids who come in later, photos of students in the classroom, posters decorating their spiral, ABC books about their countries, all about me, heart footprint, life maps. So many of these, I'm going to leave these, well, this will be not up, but it'll be in the video, and you can come back and see some of the ways to build that they themselves are valued. With the high school, I think as soon as I see phones coming out, I know we're winning. So group photos, obviously this is pre-COVID. But my teammate, one thing she did, she took photos of all the kids and then put them together and put them at the top of her Schoology. So the kids see themselves as a group every day when they sign in. Oh, sorry, wrong way. Celebrating if you begin to get a group from a different culture. When we have, like this year, I have no Asian students in my class, and that's just how it is. But other years I might have a lot. And so celebrating their holidays, recognizing them. Here's Yosef, the Palestinian, who had gone through all the bombing. I've never done it before, never done it since, but he needed this. It was Eid, and I wanted him to see that, hey, I know this is an important holiday. It just sucks. And I don't like to use that word, but to be in another country for your important holiday. I put this in the hall. Kids enjoyed it. What I did not expect and didn't even think about is the other kids in the school came by and said, wow, you know about us, and it impacted them. You can see he's kind of got a pretty big smile on his face. Seeing the kids where they are, what is their need right now. These students who came in my room, we actually put on a funeral for them. Their father had passed away and they were not going to be able to go to the funeral. So I had our students put on a class funeral, and we had speakers, and we had people playing instruments, and we had people read poetry and things to emotionally support these kids, because these kids had huge gaps, and they were not going to graduate if we didn't have a way to recognize what they were going through at that time. Traditions that you can build in your house, in your classroom, like on birthdays, and we always do this, or on different holidays, or this is how we start our morning, this is how we start our Zoom. This is building some routines and some traditions that I belong here, this is my group, and I know. This is an easy one to do right now, is take photos. Don't have them stand in front of a map. This is actually a piece of paper about this big. But take photos, cut it out, put it on there. You can print those, and those are really fun to do. These I stole off Pinterest. My kids do these every year, but I don't, for some reason, don't take pictures of them. But these type of things, I can find out really quickly what's important to a child. Your SLIFE kids can draw if they cannot write, what's important to them. And you can learn places their feet have been, things all about me, things I love or like, what is my schedule like? This year, the things we did with one of my online students is we went on a trip around his town through Google Earth, and we actually got on the walking version of Google Earth. We saw his grandmother's house, we saw where he goes fishing, we saw the church that he goes to sometimes, but not very often, and we saw his old house, his new house, his school with 86 people in it. We saw all these things. We walked. I know where he takes the goats. I know where he goes shrimping. I know that his business is there. Now, why does that matter? Why does that matter? Last night, as I'm preparing this, he sent me a photo. Miss, this is what my street looks like when it floods. I won. He is online. This kid's never, ever in my classroom. But because we had done this already, he wanted to share. I've never had a kid say, these are my streets in my country before. And here he's sharing that because he wants that emotional connect. He knows I value that. And this was a way we were able to do it online. I just found out a student of mine who we all thought his first language was Spanish. We've now found out his first language is Garifuna, which is a language in Honduras. And so yesterday he's online with me. And yesterday before class, I found this video of some Garifuna music. Excuse me if I'm saying it wrong, for those who know how to say it correctly. And we played it, and he told the other kids, let's wait. Let's see if he notices. A way to connect, to do that emotional support. Hey, you know me, you know about my country. And when he turned on his thing, he was the last one in class, the smile on his face. And he was like, oh, just laughing hysterically because all of a sudden he's appreciated. He knows that I care about his culture and his country. We found out that another girl that's online also goes, hey, I know that music and I know a dance. I'm like, really? So now we're going to have a dance day and we're going to learn this new dance. I'm not going to say the name of the dance because it sounds like a really bad word in Spanish and I'm afraid I'll say it wrong, but there's a dance that goes with this music. So the next thing that our students need to know is that I belong here. This is my school. This is my community. And that is where I think we dropped the ball. A lot of teachers don't realize how important this is, but we need to help them see that this is them. They're recreating a new identity. They belong in this group. And so we do a lot of things on my campus to help students do that. This will be in the video. You guys can stop and go back and look at it, but I'll just show you. We get the paraphernalia from the school district and take photos. Obviously, this is pre-COVID, but you can still do it one-on-one. I just haven't taken a lot of photos this year, so I apologize for that. In front of your school mascot, do you have a bear or a lion or something? And you can say, oh, you're one of these. This is you. You are a lion. So they begin to associate. I try to get pictures of kids together and then print them. You know, students in poverty never print, but I'm not in poverty either. And I never print photos. And so you lose your phone or it gets stolen or it breaks or crashes and you no longer have that memory. So I try to print, even if it's in black and white, and give to the kids so they can put that up. They've got blank walls often in their apartment, but to help them see themselves, I'm a part of this group. This is part of who I am. We have them interview the VIPs of the school so the kids know them and they know our kids. And that we've just done for years. And they don't have to have a lot of English. This is what we say. We wrote it for them. Hello, my name is, I'm in the NAC class. What is your name? What is your title? Thank you. Nice to meet you. And as soon as they can say all that, we let them go meet people and get their name and their title so that they are seen and valuable and people know them. And they know the important people. When we have events in the school district that I take my kids along, I have them go, you're going to all go to the superintendent and you're going to shake his hand. You can go right over there, that man right there, he's the most important, you go shake it, so that they know that they're welcome wherever they are, that their voice matters and that they're important. We get t-shirts for the kids and we take them to a football game. This year we didn't do the football, but we get shirts, we get old shirts, and they're new, but like from last year's events and things like that. The Booster Club donates them to us and we get shirts for all the kids. Again, rebranding. What does it mean to be new? What does it mean to be in this new environment? No, this is my school. I got my school shirt. You can use little pencils or whatever you have at your school to represent, to help those students feel this is mine. We do a Thanksgiving dinner every year. Of course, I have a lot of props and a lot of hats and lots of things like this. And making sure that when the school is doing an event like this, I have one for everybody. Homecoming, if you're not from Texas, you're lucky on this one. Homecoming is a big deal here. And these flowers, these moms are a really, really big deal. And the bigger you get, the better. And the more important you are in the high school social status. So I had a bunch of a friend and other people donate ones from the past or make them new for me. So we have one for every girl and every boy. You can't see the boys here, theirs, but they have a boutonniere. So they can feel a part of the school. And then we pack them all up in next year. These students at first don't care and they don't want to wear them because they don't understand them. But when they walk down the hall and they have one too, they don't feel left out. So it's just a way to make them feel I belong. And then I bring value to my community is the next. And we have students who cultural nights and fashion shows, but the one that I like to do is I'm an expert, where students present in the class something that they know how to do and we all learn from them. Work with them on their felt needs. It may not be the most important need to you, but it's their felt need. I had Javier a few years ago. He was 17. He'd never been in school, did not know how to read or write, had no literacy in any language. And his felt need was missing his girlfriend. So you know how we taught this student to read was teaching him how to send text messages. Now, I would love to say I was an awesome teacher and I did great things for him. Facebook taught him how to read. We worked with sounds. We worked in Spanish, then we moved it on to English. And he had a literacy level, a functional literacy level when he left our school. But his felt need was reaching his girlfriend. And so that was where we went first. Check their eyes, check their ears, get those things out of the way. But what is their need? The girls where their father died, they needed to grieve. They weren't going to be able to have a funeral. They weren't going to be able to go. And that was their most important need at the time. And the next is find their strength, call out their good. One of the greatest gifts that we can give to our students is finding the good in them. Here we had Yosef that I was talking about earlier, and we've got him. He didn't talk. He didn't have a lot of literacy skills. We didn't know if he had any academic skills. It took us a while to find them. But he became our class photographer. So he was important. He had a role to play, and he felt needed at every event. He also has very compassionate. And so when my mother came up to school and had trouble walking, he saw her. I didn't even see her. And he went over and helped her. And every time my mom came to school for an event for the next 3 years, he would help her. And I would say, hey, Yosef, my mom's coming. Can you help? Can you meet her in the car? And he would go out there. And he knew that the most valuable thing I was trusting him with. We have this student up here. This is a real, John says, that's stock photo. I'm like, no, that's my real student. It was taken in her car. She is not SLIFE. She was just a new arrival, but she sang. And one day when we were talking about comparing our culture, she talked about how she sang all the time in her country. She doesn't sing at all here. And so I brought a guitar up to school, and during our breaks we would sing. And then we got a piano donated, a keyboard donated. And that year, every time we had a break, the kids ran to the keyboard and the guitar, and we sang together, and we built a community together of support. That's one of the greatest gifts. The kids don't know what they're good at. We don't, a lot of us, if I can say, hey, you're really good at this, call it out, name it, and say, you know what, your boss is going to be really appreciative of that someday. Find the buy-in. And how am I doing on time? You're muted.
Muted. It's 1:15, so it's right about that time, Pam, for you to.
Is finding the, so I'll close with this, finding buy-ins for your students. And there can be lots of different things. It can be sports. It can be teaching them how to read for a driver's license. It can be talking about, in immigration court, they're going to check your schedule. And I don't use that as a threat. I go, look, you're going to be so proud when you go to that lawyer, you can show them that you're making good grades and you're progressing, or chatting, or their art project. Or vocabulary. Maybe they are a cook and you want to teach them how to move up to becoming a waiter or a server, and giving them the English for that. Finding that buy-in. High school students don't come to school, and SLIFE students don't come to school because they want to learn grammar. They want to feel connected. They want to feel loved. And I just want to challenge you to plant well. These kids are uprooted, but we can let them have some of their original soil, add to it, and watch them grow and watch them flourish. Thank you.
Pam, thank you so much. That was so incredibly wonderful and inspiring. I wish you could be reading all the comments right now and throughout because you've just had the best feedback. This was the absolute best way, I think, to kick off our conference. And thank you so much. For those of you watching, Pam, oh no, see, you have the rest of the day off. You're going to ruin it. I was going to say Pam's going to run back to
My
her
boss is
class
here,
and teach kiddos,
but I did officially
but
take it off.
yes. We did have a question. Somebody wanted
Okay.
to double check about your background. No, but I answered it for him. Pam is currently a teacher. She very much has students. And so she took her time off in the middle of the day right now to give us this amazing, inspiring presentation. We are so grateful for knowing you and for having you. And we really hope you enjoy the rest of your day. For all of our attendees, we've had a lot of questions throughout whether you're going to be getting access to Pam's slides, and you will. At the conclusion of everything, our presentees, speakers, there we go, that's the word I'm looking for, are going to be sharing their content with us, and then we're going to make that available for all of you, the participants. Just a reminder, we are streaming on YouTube, so you will also have access to the YouTube live stream afterwards. And finally, Miss Valentina is going to drop a link into our chat for a certificate. So a couple of you had to run, your teachers as well, you're on a busy schedule and you have to go back and teach, and then you'll join us later. We do have a certificate of attendance for you to fill out. Last but not least, there is a Twitter hashtag. I'm going to put that in the chat as well. If you're on Twitter, please tweet about us. We're using the hashtag Seidlitz SLIFE. That's a lot of S's, but there we go. Okay, Pam.
All right. Thank you.
Have a good one. Perfect. Now for everybody at home watching, we have about 12 minutes until our next session, which is going to be Laura Gardner. In the meantime, you're going to see a couple of slides circulating. That's going to let you know about a couple of trainings and free webinar, some paid conferences that we have coming up in the next couple of weeks/months. So go ahead and take this time to either view out our slides or go get some water, some coffee, check your phone, do whatever. But we will see you back here promptly at 1:30 for Laura Gardner. Thank you. There's the link.
Hey, Anna. Hey, Valentina.
Hi, Laura. We're so excited you're with us and that you're going to be sharing.
Thank you for having me. Pam's kickoff presentation was amazing.
Isn't that awesome?
So amazing.
Yes, we are super thrilled about all of you. Just a bunch of rock stars today. So
Just let me know. Would you like me to put up my PowerPoint? Yeah?
yeah, I think you
Okay.
can go ahead and share.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I think
we'll
you
wait.
do. It looks like you do have to make me co-host because it says host disabled participant screen sharing.
Yes.
John's saying hi to you in the chat, Laura. I don't know if you can see
Oh,
it.
hi, John. Nice to meet you.
He's excited to see what you have to share with us today.
No pressure.
No pressure. It's just John.
Oh, okay. Looks like it's letting me do it now. All right. So we'll go ahead. No, we still have some time here. So oops. You all just let me know. I know we still have a minute or two.
Hey, Laura, can you see the chat? You have somebody sending you a note right now.
Oh.
And if not, I can read it to you.
Oh, awesome. Hi, Brittany.
Our other panelists are very excited to hear from you. Pamela just sent you a note that she can't wait to hear from you. Same with Orly. Again, no pressure, Laura.
Oh, gosh. Well, Pam, that was quite the act to follow. I don't have glasses. I don't.
This
I don't
is your
have
time to grab
props.
props real quick. You have a minute. No, you don't. It's 1:30.
Okay, Laura, it's 1:30. Are you ready?
I am ready.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and introduce the fabulous Laura Gardner. We are so thrilled to have Laura sharing today with us, and I know you all are excited to hear from her as well. I'm going to read a brief bio. This bio definitely doesn't do her justice, but it certainly highlights some of the amazing things she's done. So Laura Gardner has nearly 20 years of experience working in education, refugee resettlement, and social work. While in education, she worked as a district level manager for immigrant family and community engagement, as well as school social worker. Laura has also worked for Bridging Refugee, Youth and Children's Services, managing their National Technical Assistance Initiative to federal refugee school impact grantees. Laura holds a master's degree in social work from Columbia University and a bachelor's degree in education. And in 2017, she founded her own fabulous company, which we love working with, called Immigrant Connections. And we're so excited that she's going to be sharing with us once again today. We've worked with Laura before, and she is just amazing. So thank you, Laura, for sharing with us. And we hope to hear and learn a lot from you today.
Thank you so much for the kind introduction, Valentina. I'm so grateful and just honored to be here today among so many amazing educators. And Pam, no pressure. Following Pam's act may be a little hard. So I am going to keep my presentation today to about 30 minutes, and I definitely want to leave a good chunk of time for questions and answers. I'm here today to talk a little bit about what's called the Refugee School Impact Program, okay? And so let me just give you a little bit of background just on Immigrant Connections in case anyone's wondering about kind of what we do. So like a lot of the organizations, we do a lot of face-to-face as well as, well, we used to do face-to-face, now more virtual professional development, and some of the topics that we train on are there. We also offer online courses. We do a lot of those in partnership with a group called English Learner Portal, and we're able to give graduate credit through our partnership with Brandman University. And then, of course, some various consulting projects, like working with central office folks around, typically around family engagement, like improving family engagement efforts for our refugees, immigrants, and English learners. So those are a few of the things that we do, just for a little background. All right, so I wanted to share, I think either Anna or Valentina will put this link in the chat box for you all. Recently, for one of our consulting projects, we worked on this national report where we interviewed 38 states all about their refugee school impact funding, which I'm going to talk about what that is in a minute, and what they use that funding for, how they, just best practices, how they serve students and families, what are the funding mechanisms, how do they evaluate their programs, all those types of things. So a lot of the graphs that you're going to see in my PowerPoint today are from this report. So feel free to go to that link and you'll see it. There's it's like right towards the top, and it says new. You can download it from there, and feel free to follow along with some of the figures. All right, so first, for those of you who are not familiar at all with this funding stream, there may be a good reason why. So it does not come from the U.S. Department of Education. It actually comes from the Federal Office of Refugee Resettlement, which is within the Department of Health and Human Services. This funding, it goes to 41 states, so not all 50 states, but 41 states. And today I'm going to talk a fair amount about 38 states, because 38 states were the ones that responded to my survey and my focus groups, and that they participated in that report. The 3 states that did not respond were Kansas, New Hampshire, and South Carolina. And also Florida did not respond to many of the questions, so we didn't get a lot of information on Florida, but you'll see throughout that the other states are well represented in the various graphs. So the goals of this program are to strengthen academic performance and to facilitate the social adjustment of school-age refugees, right? So very much addresses many of the things that Pam talked about in her keynote address. So not only do they provide specialized services for students and families, but it definitely also supports that capacity building side of the work when we're working with school districts. Now, there's at least six or seven different ways where this funding makes its way from the states down to the local level. In the report, we have all sorts of graphics that show how that happens, but just to kind of give you a little bit of a sense of that, in some states, for example, I'll give you one, Pennsylvania, where the money is with the state refugee coordinator, and every state has what's called a state refugee coordinator. And in some cases, the state refugee coordinator or their colleagues, they decide, we're not really experts in education. We're going to hand this money off to our state Department of Education and have them manage it and figure out how to disseminate it to the local level. And that's how Pennsylvania does it, for example. So the Pennsylvania Department of Education is very involved in how that money trickles down. And it's usually at the local level, whoever manages Title III usually ends up being the person who kind of oversees this refugee school impact funding. In other states, the state refugee coordinator and their staff, they go ahead and manage it right in-house, and they might do a request for proposals, or they might say, well, we know that all of our refugees in our state go to the number of students in a district, and they allocate it accordingly. Again, many different ways that happens, and there's a lot more details on that in the report. One thing that I do want to clarify before I go on, in case anyone is not clear on this, and I know Pam alluded to this or really spoke about this when she was talking about some of her refugee students or students who were in federal custody, or I think she mentioned a victim of trafficking. This particular grant is specifically around refugee students and families. And so what we mean by refugees, as opposed to, immigrants are coming here voluntarily. This is a very simplified explanation of this, but immigrants come here voluntarily. Refugees are individuals who are forced to flee their country due to persecution or a well-founded fear of persecution. There's a very, very long paper trail that involves the United Nations and multiple agencies within the US government, and then they come over through refugee resettlement agencies. So while we have many SLIFE who are from, Guatemala, El Salvador, Honduras, all sorts of countries, those from Central America are rarely granted refugee status. So most of the populations that we're talking about are, for example, the Congolese, the Bhutanese, the different ethnic minorities from Burma. So those are some of the populations that we're talking about here. All right, before I kind of go into some of the graphs, I wanted to give you 2 examples of what this looks like on the ground, in case you've never heard of this and you're like, I don't really know what she's talking about. I'll give you one example where at the local level, the funding, it sometimes ends up with a refugee agency where they partner with the school to do after-school programs or summer programs or family engagement programs or what have you. And then the second example I'm going to give is where the funding is with a school district. So again, there's different, by the time the funding trickles down at the local level, there are different types of agencies that get the money. It's not always just the school district. So this first example in Nashville, in this particular city and community, the funding is with Catholic Charities. It's not with the school district. And so here's just a really great example of what they're doing with their money right now. So they used to have, pre-COVID, a very strong refugee youth program, obviously face-to-face. And when COVID began, they switched to what they're calling their Refugee Super Supporter Program, where they have all of their resettled refugee youth from the past 2 years are matched with what they're calling a super supporter, essentially a mentor of sorts. And that individual is ensuring that that student has access to all the technology, that they have training on all of the various, digital tools we're all using. And then, of course, any referrals to community organizations that they might need at this time. They're meeting with them virtually, literally every week, and doing check-ins with the teachers and just making sure the students are kind of set. And so you could see some of the language backgrounds of some of the students that they're working with, primarily at this time, Arabic, Swahili, Burmese, and Somali. So you can get a sense of right there what some of the funding might be used for in a more of a community-based organization, in this case, a refugee resettlement organization. But here is an example of, in Texas, most of the money goes straight to the school districts. And so at Dallas ISD, their refugee program for years has been overseen by this amazing woman named Zelchka. She gave me permission to share her email there. And they primarily, both pre-COVID and now, there are sort of 4 main areas that they've used their funding for. They have a refugee tutoring program, which pre-COVID was face-to-face and now, of course, is primarily virtual. They do a summer program, same as far as, in person and now virtual. She shared with me that just this past summer, they had their summer virtual program for 120 refugee students, elementary, middle, and high school. And they took attendance, virtually. And they had, the attendance rate was about 85%, she said, which was quite a bit higher than regular school. They also do parent orientations regularly for all of their new refugee arrivals. And then, of course, that capacity building piece, they do a lot of staff PD about who are the new incoming refugee populations. And what kinds of, just like Pam shared with us, what can we do to make them feel welcome and a sense of community and belonging in school? So those are 2, on the ground examples that I just wanted you to get a sense of, wrap your brain around what the money is being used for. Now, I wanted to show you some of the graphs from from the report so you could get a little bit, we can kind of back up and look again a little bit more at the big picture here. And so here's how it breaks down. So when the money trickles down in all, I mentioned 41 states that receive this funding, at the local level, there are 164 agencies and or school districts that have this money. And you can see here just under half, like 47% is with the school districts. And then you've got 35% is with refugee resettlement organizations. 14% are community-based organizations. So these may be, for example, in Washington State, if any of you are from Washington State, they have a really strong network of community-based organizations. For example, the Somali something, 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 the Bhutanese something, something, something. A lot of times when refugees first come to the United States, within those first few years, they'll organize and they'll form nonprofit organizations it's like a mutual, self-help kind of thing. So that's where that 14% is. And then finally, there's a couple, like in Maryland, Baltimore City Community College actually holds a big chunk of the money. So there's unique arrangements in every state. All right, and now you can take a look at this map and see in your state who where is this funding. And so the pink, magenta color, those are all in those states. It's all with refugee resettlement organizations or community-based organizations. In that darker blue, those states fund all school districts. And then that other shade of blue is a combination, right? And so I'll use Pennsylvania again as an example, where they primarily fund school districts, but they do have one refugee resettlement organization. And so they've kind of got that combination. And then here's just a pie chart kind of version of that, of how, like who the states disseminate the funds to. So you can get a little sense of that. Now, you got a sense of what activities are funded when I shared those two examples with you, but here is a larger breakdown. So we asked every state refugee coordinator when we were interviewing them, what were the primary activities of their refugee school impact programs, whether school districts or refugee resettlement agencies or community-based organizations, whatever. And they were allowed to select more than one option. And as you can see, the largest by far was family engagement, my favorite topic for any of you who have come to any of my trainings before. And so this speaks to and how many districts they have, and this position is called something very different everywhere, but whether they're called a, family liaison or a cultural broker or a community navigator, or, I've heard all sorts of titles. But if in your district you have liaison type folks that are for the refugees from Burma or Bhutan or Congo or what have you, there's probably a good chance that this funding is paying for that person's position. And so in addition to staff, this funding can go into workshops, orientations, as they use it for in Dallas, as I mentioned, all sorts of things for family engagement, home visits, whatever is needed. Then for the second one there, English and academic support. So hooray, that's obviously important as we're talking about in this SLIFE conference. And so I wanted to give you a couple of examples of that. So in Kentucky's Refugee School Impact Program, for example, they fund primarily school districts, and they offer a lot of academic support for students during school time who need assistance. And you'll see, we're going to talk in a minute about out of school time programming, but there are, as you can see, at least 32 states that use some of their money to support during school time, like right in, whether that's tutors or what have you, or homework assistance. I know in Oshkosh area school district in Wisconsin, They also use the majority of their refugee school impact money to focus on some, it's supplemental, we can't supplant, but it's supplemental academic assistance for the refugee students. And they even use some of the funds for their newcomer program. So this overall grant nationally we're only talking about $15 million. So it's much smaller than Title III or Title I, by far. But still, a lot of districts where if the money is sitting with the district, usually there's some creative weaving, shall we say, of Title III, sometimes migrant, Title I, school impact, usually can weave the funding a bit together. But so I do know that there are districts out there that are using some of this money to support their newcomer programs for SLIFE. And then I started to mention the out of school time programming. And so there are lots of folks out there who are using this funding for their after school programs, which could be a combination of tutoring or recreational type activities, lots of summer programs. I know that here's an example, in Guilford County, North Carolina, they actually run a New Arrivals Institute that is over the summer for refugee kids from ages 6 to 15. So there's tons of examples of how this funding is used kind of out of school time, but to prepare them for in-school time. And then you can see the other ones there. I won't get into too many details, but some are using it for interpretation, translation assistance, that teacher training piece, mentoring and peer support, and even mental health. Some have used this money to hire social workers that are focused specifically on the refugee students in their districts or communities. So those are, some examples of how this money is used. Now, some of the states are fairly, how shall we say this, kind of vague, I guess you would say, about how the money can be used. They keep it open-ended, I guess is the right way to say it. However, other districts, such as the ones we've highlighted on this map, have chosen to set programmatic priorities, right? And so let's see here, like in Maine, they fund 4 school districts, and they decided at a state level that their funding is going to focus on student academic development, training for teachers, and parent involvement. So any entity at the local level with this funding has to be focused on one of those 3 items. Kentucky, just throw out another example. They said, we're going to focus specifically on out of school time programming and really looking at specifically summer school. Second is they want to fund what they call refugee advocates, who are essentially cultural liaisons to support students and families, and training for teachers. So this just kind of gives you an idea of, especially if you're in a state or perhaps at some point you have a chance to access this money and you're looking for ideas of how to use this money, you can take a look at this report and look at some of these priorities that are set by the states. Now, some of you are saying, how do I get to this money, right? How do I get to it? So some states do use an RFP process, which is request for proposals, for anyone who's not familiar with kind of grant lingo. And so the pink states, those are the states that do an RFP, where typically it comes out and it's kind of open to anyone to apply, any school district or organization. But then 23 of the states don't have an RFP, okay? So either way, the most important thing that you can do, especially if you are, go through your appropriate chains of command and all of that, but if you're a central office person, you're a English learner coordinator or what have you, you need to know who your state refugee coordinator is. This is a very important person to know. And so I have the link down there. I'm sure if it's not already posted, Anna or Valentina will post it. And it's just a list by state. You look and see who your person is, and you really want to get in touch with them and find out, how does the money trickle down in your state? What the heck is it being used for? How come, maybe if you've never heard of this, how come you've never heard of this before, right? And in my experience, sometimes people haven't heard of it before because it is a small amount of money overall. Again, I said it's between $14 and $15 million nationally. And then sometimes maybe it is being more used by the refugee or community-based organizations in your area, but there's still a lot of area for collaboration there. Because I'll give you an example. If, let's say, there is an entity that's doing an after-school program, you really want to make sure that there's some curriculum alignment there. You want to make sure there's some alignment of strategies. There's all sorts of ways, as you can imagine, to collaborate. All right, real quick, I'm going to shift a little bit to the impact of the election, and then let's do a little time check, and then we have plenty of time for lots of questions. So obviously the election is very recent and very new, but there is a huge potential here of a very massive shift. And so I don't know how many are familiar with this, but every year the president sets an annual ceiling. They call it the refugee admissions ceiling, okay? And so you can, in many of the years when I worked in refugee resettlement, it was somewhere around like 80,000 refugees per year that the US government was letting in, okay? In President Obama's final year, as you can see there, in fiscal year 2017, he increased that annual ceiling to 110,000, okay? So that was going to be not the highest it had ever been, because when it first started around 1980, when the Southeast Asians were coming over, it was higher than that. So, but anyway, it was going to be the highest that it had been in a while, right? But then the past 4 years, President Trump lowered it significantly. So first it was 45,000, then 30, then 18. This year in fiscal year 2021, it's way down at 15,000. Okay. But as you can see, President-elect Biden, he has proposed increasing it to 125,000. Okay, so this is, as you can see, a crazy increase. Not crazy, but I mean, it's a huge increase, right? And so I have a lot of thoughts about this. And, I do have some contracts at the federal and the state level, but I'm not really any, in the know more than most people. Everybody's still just trying to figure this out. The main thing I think that's going to happen is that a lot of the agencies in the refugee resettlement network over the past 4 years had to close. Okay, so refugee resettlement agencies typically get their funding per refugee. Okay, so when the refugees basically stopped coming, agencies weren't getting any money, and many literally had to close their doors. And so the whole refugee resettlement kind of infrastructure across the country, you can think of your Lutheran agencies, your Catholic Charities, your International Rescue Committee, World Relief. Many of you are familiar with these. The whole infrastructure kind of crumbled. And so it's going to take time for everybody to kind of rebuild and rehire staff and kind of turn the ship around, shall we say. And so I don't think there's going to be some kind of super immediate, rush of people. If I had to sort of try to predict, I mean, my best guess, having worked in this field when I worked in refugee resettlement, it was about 10 years. My best guess is that next school year, we may start seeing more refugees, but only time will tell. I highly recommend this article here that just came out, I believe it was yesterday, where it says Biden plans to reopen America to refugees. Valentina and Anna, that's actually hyperlinked there. I don't know if you can put that one in the box. So you can take a look at that and kind of get some of the most updated thinking. Now, I know that everybody in school districts, having been an administrator myself, people are already putting together their budgets, in fact, probably almost wrapping up parts of their budget for next year. And so if you are in a position where we all are really trying to kind of predict the future, I wanted to share with you all the chart here of the top native languages and the top countries, just so you can get a sense of when this program essentially restarts, what we may be looking at. And so the #1 language of refugees resettled all the way back from 2008 to June of this past summer was Arabic. And so your Iraqis, some Syrians until that was stopped, just various groups in the Middle East. And then the second highest is the Nepali. So the Nepali speaking Bhutanese refugees. And then you can kind of read on down the line, the Somali, the Karen that like Pam was talking about, and some of the other ones. The Congolese that primarily speak Swahili are the biggest one right now coming in. But I personally, if I had to predict the future, I think Arabic is really going to take off. I think that our country will likely start letting in more Syrians because they've been stranded and stuck for a long time. And then here are the top 10 states for refugee resettlement. So Texas is right up there. And again, this chart goes all the way back to 2008. I kind of wanted to look at from Obama all the way through Trump and kind of put all the data together. So we looked at the overall picture. So Texas, your California, New York, but then some of the other states that may be a little more surprising, your Michigan, Arizona, Ohio's on there, Pennsylvania. And so all of us, but perhaps particularly these 10 states, want to kind of gear up and get ready. So I'm going to say one more thing and then we'll open it up for, I left a lot of time for questions. If this is all very new to you, if you kind of don't have a sense of how the refugee resettlement program works, I do want to encourage you, if you see, let's see, these are the some of the online self-paced classes I teach. And at the bottom in the middle there, you'll see we have one on understanding the backgrounds of refugee students and families. And this explains everything. This explains what's going on overseas. How does someone become a refugee? And then how does resettlement work? What do the refugee resettlement agencies provide? All the way into a lot of like what Pam covered. How can we create a sense of welcoming and belonging in school? And so it's not really the instructional strategies, it's kind of the everything else. It's understanding their backgrounds and then more of that social emotional piece. And so the next session of that starts January 11th. And the link there, if you just go to immigrantsrefugeesinschools.org/training. And then you'll see the other titles there. We do one on the, I'll show you in the bottom right corner there, the supporting unaccompanied immigrant youth in US schools. So that's another system that a lot of educators are not familiar with. And so this is the system when some of our unaccompanied youth, when they cross the border and then when they're apprehended and they're put into federal custody, what happens between then and when they end up in your classroom? How does that whole process work? Pam was mentioning that too. Students who received some sort of education, we go into that. That's one of the lessons on here. What do they cover? What does that look like? So you can take a look at that. And then the other two are on family engagement. All right, that was a lot in a short amount of time. And I'm so pleased that we have 15 full minutes for questions. And so I'm gonna stop sharing my screen, I think, so I can see everybody's, well, I guess just my co-hosts' faces.
You're good. You know what, Laura? Go back to sharing your screen for a second so people can see your contact info, because we have questions for you. We're prepared. Right. We got you.
All righty.
People, yeah, we've had some questions on how we can access contact info for our presenter. So there you go. You have Laura's phone number, her email, her website, Twitter, her social media. Laura, you're awesome. Thank you. so much.
Thank you. I'm ready for questions. I'm sure people, I see the chat box popping off. I just couldn't see it all at the same time.
Okay. The good thing is we've had several of the questions that came up in the chat ended up showing up in the Q&A section. Okay. So I'm going to go basic and then we'll go real specific. Does that work?
Perfect.
Basic. How are asylum seekers different than refugees?
Oh, great question. Okay. So the main difference is this. So refugees, when they are resettled by the US government, when they arrive here, they already have their visa. They literally show up at the airport. They've got what's called an I-94 visa in their hand. They literally have their health screening, their chest x-rays. They have all their paperwork. A refugee resettlement agency picks them up. They're good to go. They're legal, quote unquote. They're already approved. Whereas asylum seekers, they show up usually at the border, although some of that has changed recently. There's a whole procedure over the past year where the administration has required them to go back to Mexico, but I'll just talk in generalities here. Basically, you show up at the border and you knock on the US government's door and say, hey, US government, I'm fleeing persecution. I'm fearing for my life. Will you protect me? And so then they're asking for permission and they have to go through a whole process to prove that they were persecuted. They have to go to court, so on and so forth. So that's the difference. Refugees are like good to go already when they get here because they've already done all their paperwork overseas, whereas asylum seekers are just starting the process when they're showing up here. Does that help?
I think so. For me, that definitely clears it up. So hopefully for our
Okay.
if you had the question, they'd have the same one. Another one. So we're actually having a lot of questions about those numbers that you put out there regarding the ceiling. And I know you don't have a crystal ball in front of you and you're not really able to answer, but maybe you could speak a little bit to, is there any way that Biden would be able to increase that number of refugee? Are we really just tapped out at where we are for 2021? Is there any way to make that change?
Yes. So they're talking about, let me actually back up to that slide. So yes, so I think I know what you're saying. So in fiscal year 2021, which goes from like, we're in it now, right? Like it started in October 1st because the federal fiscal years go October to September. And so I have a number of colleagues at the Federal Office of Refugee Resettlement. And I said, hey, come January, can President Biden, can he change that in the middle of the federal fiscal year? And everything I've heard, they've all said yes. Because President Trump changed it. He changed it also when his January started. And so I believe, according to people I've spoken to at the federal level, I believe, yes, that he can change it when his presidency starts.
We hope. That's a good thing, right?
Yeah, we'll see. But again, remember that it is going to take a while for the whole infrastructure to rebuild. Right. It was piece by piece being chipped away at for 4 years. And so I don't know off the top of my head, what percentage of agencies closed, but it's pretty big. And so, we kind of don't want the floodgates to just immediately open because you gotta have someone to pick them up at the airport. So, yeah.
There you go. Absolutely. That's a good answer. Okay. Another question. How is it determined what states the refugees will go to?
See, these are a lot of we cover all of this in the online course. This is okay, in a very brief nutshell. So there are 9 national refugee resettlement organizations. They're mostly faith-based. You've got the Catholics, you've got the Lutherans, International Rescue Committee, World Relief, so on and so forth. You can Google it. But so each of those big 9 have local affiliates all over the country. So you've got just for example, the Lutherans. Their headquarters are in Baltimore. It's called Lutheran Immigration and Refugee Services. They might have Lutheran Family Services in such and such state over here, and they've got all their local people or local agencies. But so every week, once a week, representatives from these big 9 agencies get together, either physically and or virtually, and they literally take the stack of cases that have been approved by the US government and they dish them out, is what it comes down to. And it's a little more complex than that, but they're looking at like each of the representatives from their agency is thinking about their network. So let's say somebody comes through, they're saying, oh, this is a family of 8 and 2 individuals have significant disabilities and are in wheelchairs. I'm just making this up.
Sure.
Oh, maybe the rep from International Rescue Committee is thinking, oh, we have a really low cost of living in whatever International Rescue Committee city, we have, and they have really good disability services. We'll take that case, kind of thing like that. And so those are the free cases, they call them, if there's no affiliated family or connections. But if there are, chances are that that refugee individual or family coming in is going to be placed where their family or connections already are. So this is too much for a very short webinar, but that's a brief answer.
No, it's good. It's a good one. Okay, next question. Looking at the violence in countries like El Salvador, why does the US government not see people seeking asylum as refugees?
Yeah, I really don't have an answer. I've always struggled with this myself, as I'm sure most of us do. There was a program briefly for a few years there called, I believe it was called the Central American Minor Program, the CAM program. I don't remember what year this started in, but I know a lot of there was that big surge in 2014 of a lot of unaccompanied minors from Central America. So it was somewhere after that where they were allowing some of those youth to get refugee status. For again, I don't remember all the details off the top of my head, but for some years there. And then my understanding is President Trump canceled it, but I'm no expert on that particular program, but I think there are probably many factors that go into why, as a country, even a global community, why do we not recognize them, a lot of the Central Americans, as refugees? I mean, my best guess is the biggest thing is the fact that it's basically right next to the US. And so all the different international laws are kicking in. I don't know. I'm not expert enough to probably answer that. We need some sort of, I don't know, like foreign relations expert to comment on that. But I agree they should be, because the types of persecution, whether you're an asylum seeker or a refugee, they're the exact same 5 types of persecution.
It's such a fine line. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And if you're a refugee, it's kind of like winning the lottery, right? As opposed to an asylum seeker, a crazy amount of people are rejected their asylum claims. So, yeah.
That's hard. Okay, so you mentioned youth in your answer, so we have a good follow-up question to that. Amanda asks, in Arlington, Virginia, we've seen a decrease in the number of immigrant youth between the ages of 15 to 17 who are newcomers to the country. What do you think the reason for that is?
Was it Amanda? Are you speaking specifically about, like, for the most part, Central Americans, or are you talking about refugees? Because I can speak to the Central Americans during COVID. Unfortunately, or I mean, again, I'm not a public health expert, but typically the process that the Central American and other like unaccompanied minors go through, where they go into the federal custody of the Office of Refugee Resettlement and that whole piece, none of that is happening right now. Due to COVID, the federal government is literally sending all of those kids back. It's really scary. And so we also talk a little bit about that in the course on unaccompanied minors. I did a special little unit on COVID, because it's like, by the way, we have COVID, all these kids are getting sent back. None of this is happening right now. So, but and then as far as refugees, if you're speaking more refugees, again, your Bhutanese and Congolese and so on. I mean, if those numbers have reduced, it's simply because our ceiling is 15,000. So like no one's getting in.
Right. Yeah. Okay, let's shift to education for a bit. Brandon asks, Laura, have you seen a difference in the educational outcomes between states that fund school districts versus the resettlement agency?
That is a really good question. So there's not been any sort of national study. Like literally just this report I did and it wasn't an evaluation. It was just sort of documenting who's doing what. That was the first study, the first national report that has ever been done. This is a very under, what's the right word? Analyzed, I guess,
Yes.
program and funding stream. And again, I partly attribute that to the fact that it comes out of the Office of Refugee Resettlement as opposed to the Department of Education, and perhaps that it's a bit of a smaller funding stream. But no, some individual programs and even some states have evaluated their refugee school impact program, but never nationally. We are unfortunately very far from that type of thing being done.
Yeah, unfortunately. Okay, let's see. I think we have time for about one more. This is from Brittany. I have many students seeking asylum. How does that work with legal status? Do families just wait to see if asylum is granted? And curious why some people can wait in the US and some are sent to detention centers.
Oh, these are complex questions. These are I can't do this in like a minute.
It's okay. No, you're right. You have 2 minutes. I gave you a 1 minute warning. You have 2 minutes.
Say it one more time for me, because there were a couple parts there.
Absolutely. So the first one, I have many students seeking asylum. How does that work with legal status?
Okay, so with that first part, basically, if you come into the country or you come to the border, let's say, or an airport or what have you, and you are seeking asylum, and if you don't have any paperwork or what have you, you're gonna, like, if you're caught, if you're apprehended at the border, you're going into, if you're an adult, you're going into detention. If you're a youth and you're on your own, you're gonna go into one of the Office of Refugee Resettlement shelter facilities. And then whether you're detention or with the youth facilities, you have to get a lawyer, you have to, work on your case. If you manage to get through the border or however you got in, and you were not apprehended and you're just floating around in the community, but you're trying to ask for asylum, I mean, you still have, you need to get a lawyer. That's probably the number one thing. If you're working with students in that situation, not so much your refugees, remember they already have their visa, but these other kids that are seeking asylum and they're undocumented, essentially, helping them get a lawyer. If you can, I mean, I'm not saying for teachers to go all crazy and research, but refer them to legal aid or refer them to, Catholic Charities or whatever's in your area. Then they're just sort of undocumented until their case goes through. If they are granted asylum, then they are an asylee, and then they can actually get services from the local refugee resettlement agency. Okay. And but if their case is denied, they're either going to be deported or they're going to kind of disappear and attempt to live in the shadows and kind of just live an undocumented life.
Right. Yeah.
I hope that helped. These are very complex questions, but I think, not to keep being a marketing person, but the courses that I mentioned earlier, the refugee one and the unaccompanied minors one, go into all of this and explain both of how these systems work, and I think would be helpful for people who are asking these questions.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Laura. Now, Valentina did post that link again. We did have a question for you, whether there's a cost for the course and is it offered in the summer, but I think all that information, right, Laura, is available on.
Yeah, it's online. Real quick, I'll just say, because in the interest of transparency, I really don't care. I mean, in the 5-hour courses that were all on the bottom there, they're all $69 a piece. Just throwing that out there. So happy to, email me. I'm happy to help you figure out what are your best options.
Wonderful. Laura, thank you so much. You are so incredibly knowledgeable about this.
Oh, thank you for having me. This stuff is my passion. I love this stuff.
Absolutely. We're honored to have you. You've had a wonderful presentation, amazing questions. Thank you to everybody that asked Laura questions. I know this is absolutely a passion of hers, and we just want to do whatever is in our power to help our students. So thank you guys so much for your engagement. It is now 2:17, so we are going to say goodbye to Laura and have a brief about, what is that, Anna? Do math on the spot. 10, 13 minutes. There we go. A 13-minute break before 2:30, where we will be joined by Dr. Michelle Yzquierdo. So we're very excited for that. Please enjoy your break. And again, for anybody asking questions, you will get access to both Laura's information, the slides, and a certificate at the end. All right. We'll see you in 13 minutes. Hi, Miss Michelle. Welcome.
Hi, friends.
Hello. Are you ready to share your screen with the world?
I am ready to share my screen. Oops, how's that?
Went ahead. You're good. Hi, Valentina. How's your afternoon?
Fabulous. And you? I've been watching since this morning. Oh my gosh, this is amazing.
I feel like this could be a second career.
I feel like when you volunteer for something, make sure you don't go behind Pam and Laura. Note to self. Next time I want to go first.
Okay, we'll see you. If you're just joining us, we have about 2 minutes left before Dr. Michelle Yzquierdo begins. If you are in the chat, this is my friendly reminder to make sure that you're chatting with all panelists and attendees, or else we get your lovely questions and comments, and while we appreciate them, we want you to share your knowledge with the rest of the world. Aw, see, you just had a personal note, which is not going to you, it's going to us. It's from Isabel Becerra. She
I
says,
love
"You're
you.
amazing, Dr. Yzquierdo. I am your #1 fan."
Oh, Isabel, I love you. I miss y'all.
Where's Isabel from?
Oops, hang on. I'm having an issue here.
Okay. Isabel, where are you from? Garland. Okay, great.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Okay, yes. Isabel is part of my Garland crew. And I want you to notice, Isabel, can you see my Garland sheltered instruction sign in the background right there? Look at that. See? Yes. Representing my people. Everybody in the district that got SI trained got this fabulous little plaque. So I have to put
Was
mine
that
in my
last
office.
November?
Oh, gosh. Yes, because that's when I was still pregnant.
A big crew of us went out to Garland on a crazy cold and windy day where we all got knocked away in the parking lot. I remember because I have mine too.
Yep. The good old days when we could actually go places and touch people, right?
Touch strangers, people in line at the airport. Valentina was there too. That's right.
Yes.
For those people who don't know, Garland is in the Dallas-Fort Worth area of Texas. In case you couldn't tell by Michelle's accent, she is from Texas as well. In case you're new to Dr. Michelle Yzquierdo, she's a Texan.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, it is 2:30, so we're going to go ahead and begin. Now, I am going to introduce you, dear Michelle. I am going to read your formal bio because there are several people out here that don't know of your fabulousness and they need to know all the information about you. As a child of an immigrant, a researcher, and an award-winning teacher of numerous immigrant ELs, that is our Dr. Michelle Yzquierdo, she's seen firsthand what it takes to support ELs and immigrant ELs so they may see success. She's dedicated her career to providing educators with research-based strategies and tools to assist our English learners in becoming proficient in both English language and content acquisition. She's the author of Pathways to Greatness for ELL Newcomers, a comprehensive guide for schools and teachers. There she is holding it. And if you've been watching some of our loops, I did want to mention that Michelle has several trainings that are coming up. They're all virtual. Any of you can sign up for them, and we can give you further information about that if you want to know. I want to mention Michelle's research. I mentioned this when you had a webinar a couple weeks ago that I've read your dissertation about 3 times. It really did become the backbone of this fabulous resource and all of the trainings that she has. Her doctoral research focused on the factors contributing to the success of high school immigrant adults. And that's something that she keeps researching and presenting on both at the local, regional, and national, state and national level. So without further ado, I want to introduce everyone to my dear friend, Michelle Yzquierdo, and you may take it away.
Thank you, friend. And that is super embarrassing every time someone reads that, but I appreciate you. So y'all, I'm really excited to be here today. But if you missed a few minutes ago, the fact that I have to follow Pam and Laura, like as I watched the two of them present, I'm like, maybe I could call in sick real quick. Would that be too obvious? So no, I'm here, but I really appreciate the knowledge that Pam and Laura bring to our field. It's just amazing. And I don't know who's responsible for the order of our day, whether it's Anna and Valentina and John or all of y'all, but I think the order so far is perfect because those two lovely ladies started with what I think is the most important part when you're working with SLIFE is that socio-emotional connection. And once we get really good at that, then we move into the instructional piece. So that's what I'm going to talk to you a little bit about today. And my lens is not a language acquisition lens. My background is not an ESL background. I actually have an undergraduate degree in biology, and I'm a former high school content area classroom teacher. So when I first got hired to teach, my priority was teaching these kiddos science and having to figure out what that looks like in a classroom where I don't speak the language of the students and they don't speak my language, and many of them having those multiple years gaps in their education. So I think you'll see a little bit of a different lens today because as a content area teacher, and I know many of you that are listening today are your ESL experts on your campus, are your ELD experts on your campus, but I guarantee you at some point, if you haven't already had this happen to you, you have the science person or the math person come up to you and say, oh my gosh, Pam, what do I do? And so hopefully, even if you're not that non-English language development content person, this will arm you with some ideas. The other thing I want to say on behalf of my content friends is we need help with baby steps. Like as a math science person, when I would go and ask Mr. Vasquez, what do I do with these kids? Help me help them. And he would say things like, well, you have to make sure the lessons are understandable. I'm like, yeah, that's great, but how do I do that, right? So specific baby steps that we can help our content area teachers meet the needs of these kids. And I think it's also really important for content area teachers and anybody for that matter, whether we're working with newcomers in general or our SLIFE kiddos, I don't think there's one magic bullet. You know, do these two things and all of a sudden everybody's going to understand everything. And I think a lot of teachers look for that. They come to trainings looking for that magic bullet. And I always say it's a lot of little small things that you do every single day that makes an impact for these kids. And at the risk of sounding cliched, it's like a snowball. So little things over time make a huge difference for these kiddos. So I'm going to go as long as I can go until I run out of time. And I'm watching my clock. So without further ado, let's see what we're going to talk about for the next few minutes. So we're going to characterize lessons that maximize comprehension for SLIFE. So what are our lessons? What are the pieces of our lesson? They're going to maximize the level of understanding that my kiddos walk away with at the end of the class. And then we're going to explore some tips and tricks specifically related to a new set of challenges we have right now, which is COVID-19 and all of the stuff that comes with that. So characterized by that, I mean, we're going to describe some of these lesson components. And specifically, I want to talk a little bit about planning your lessons and then delivering those lessons. And as I said, I have plenty of tips and tricks, and we're just going to keep on going until my time runs out. We'll see how far we can get on these. So this information actually comes from, and thanks for the shout out at the beginning of my session here, Anna, and my introduction. This part of this training comes from my chapter 3 in my book on creating comprehensible lessons. And the book is certainly written for content, well, for all teachers, but specifically this chapter that I wrote was for baby teacher Michelle 20 years ago when I had these beautiful children in front of me and I had no idea what to do with them. And, you know, Anna mentioned in my bio, and I didn't go into details about this, but my mom is an immigrant and she came to this country in the 50s and she didn't speak a word of English and she was not very successful. So I think about her among lots of other immigrant students that have been part of my life as I do my work now. So it's really important. And I loved the information that Laura presented. And I think these beautiful children are going to come. They're going to continue to come. And we just really have to get really good at meeting their needs instructionally and beyond just in that language development course. And I think that's where a lot of schools and districts are currently at. These kiddos get a lot of support in that newcomer class or that ESOL class or whatever that language block is, but then they go to their content classes and that's where they seem to struggle a lot. So this is about creating comprehensible content beyond that language development course. So there's a real fancy Stephen Krashen definition of comprehensible input. You're not going to get that one today. You're going to get the down and dirty Michelle definition. So what do we do when we can't rely on language as our primary means of communication? What do we do? how do we teach a kid? I don't speak Arabic. I don't speak Korean. I don't speak any other language. I speak some Spanglish, but that's it. And so when I was looking at these beautiful children the first time as a young teacher, thinking, oh my gosh, what am I going to do? Well, what do we do? Well, we provide context. Well, that's great, Michelle. And I remember them being told that as a young teacher, you got to provide some context. And I'm thinking, listen, I'm kind of a smart person and everything, but what do you mean by context? Because I'm thinking what my language arts teacher in high school told me about context. Remember that? That's the words before the word that you don't know and the words after the word you don't know. And you're supposed to use all those other words to figure out what that word means, and it's context clues. And I'm thinking, how on earth is that going to help me teach these kids protein synthesis or cellular respiration? So we're going to move away from context as context clues, and I'm going to give you just a really simplified definition of context. And it's clues. It's extra pieces of information. So think about the phrases, let's look at something in context, or can you put that in context for me? What are we asking someone to do? We're asking them to give us extra information. So this is how you approach it when you're a content area teacher. What extra information, what clues can you give your kiddos to help them understand the overall message? And I'm going to go back a real quick slide here. So we know that comprehensible input, the fancy research definition, is when a kid understands the written or spoken message because of the context. So we don't need to necessarily worry about the definition of comprehensible input, but really at the end of the day, at the beginning of the day, what are we doing to provide that extra information? What are those clues? Now, here's the challenge, among other things. Our SLIFE, our beautiful SLIFE, are often attempting to make sense, mostly, and this is our newcomers as well as our English language learners, in a language they do not understand. And to make matters more challenging for our SLIFE kids is many of those beautiful children also have challenges with their L1 literacy. So we certainly know the difference between teaching a newcomer who's schooled and literate or literate in their first language versus a beautiful child who does not know English and is not literate in their first language. But I think it's important to show you this table. Now, this is a table from my book, but I reprinted it from the resource by Short and Boyson, and it's a type of newcomer students. And the first time I came across this table in research, I knew I wanted it in my book because I'm a math science person and I love tables and charts. And why put it in a paragraph when you could put it in a table and a chart? So to me, this is really profound, but there's something really, really profounder about this. So our time together today is about these two categories of beautiful children right here, our partially schooled beautiful children and our students with interrupted formal education. So I think the most important part of this chart is this right here, their English literacy development. Yes, a literate, preschooled, schooled child, faster, average, but it doesn't say English literacy development none or not applicable. It says slower at first. So that's that mindset. And I don't know what my colleague, Salva, Carol, if you're listening, shout out to you, is going to talk to you about today. But this is one of the cornerstones of her presentation. Often when I see her present is this mindset that we have to have for these kids that they can do it. Hence the title of my presentation today. Before we begin to teach our kids, we have to believe that they're capable of learning this rigorous content. And I'm telling you, they can. So always keep in mind that Short and Boyson, and now Michelle Yzquierdo, says, yes, these kids can do this. Absolutely. So with that being said, before COVID, we had these challenges. And I also want to tell you a little bit about how these challenges have been compounded by COVID-19. And yes, I'm a science person, so I felt like I needed an actual picture or artistic rendition of what the virus actually looks like. You're welcome. So let's talk about our beautiful children in class, right? So I know most of us have kids in our classrooms. We also have some kids at home, and who knows what tomorrow is going to look like. These are certainly unprecedented times. So face to face, what are the challenges that COVID presents to us? Well, first of all, we're all in masks now. We all wear masks. Recently, I went to the salon and got my hair done. And I'm sitting in the chair and I have my mask on, and the lady was seeing us one at a time. So there was like just me and her in the building. There was no other noise or anything. And y'all, I couldn't understand what she was saying. She was speaking English. I was speaking English. And I spent most of my time getting my haircut, nodding and smiling because I thought, I don't understand what she's saying. And it never occurred to me until we all started wearing masks, just how much I rely on people's facial expressions and watching their mouth to make sense of what the words are, even though we're both speaking English. So I thought, man, if she was speaking another language, I would be just overwhelmed. So with masks, we have muffled speech. I can't see anybody's face anymore. If I'm a newcomer or a SLIFE, I can't see their mouth. And I thought this was a very interesting statistic, and I can make sure that y'all have this citation in my resources that I give to Anna and Valentina. But Murphy in 2020 says that nonverbal cues make up 55% of the emotional content of a message. So that's fascinating to me that it's that high. So also this whole social distancing thing, you probably don't realize it, but when you're standing next to someone and you don't understand, you do have a tendency to move closer to them. So now we're all apart from each other. Now we all have on masks, and it's just such a challenge for our SLIFE and our newcomers who are relying on our facial expressions to make meaning. Okay, so what about our babies at home? They can see us on the screen, but still we're still in our masks. Also, kiddos that are not in our classrooms are now losing the benefit of the context, or remember, we're going to say extra clues, of the extra clues that being in my classroom afford a student. So they're at home, they can't see my word walls. They can't see my beautiful anchor charts that I just spent an hour making with my new Mr. Sketch markers. They can't see my sentence stems. They can't see anything else in my classroom that can provide them with some clues as to the meaning of the lesson that I'm teaching that day. And of course, we already talked about body language and facial expressions. On the other side of the camera, you tend to lose a lot of the context when you can't see someone in person. So how do we provide context now for our beautiful SLIFE, whether we're at home or whether we're remote or whether we're halfway in between somewhere, right? So I'm just going to go quickly through some of these, and then I'm going to talk more in depth, and we're going to keep going till we run out of time, right? So I know it sounds really obvious, guys, but again, for non-ELD, non-ESL content people who don't have language acquisition backgrounds, this idea of providing visual cues is so important because it's more than just a picture, right? It could be a picture, but also our gestures, our body language. If you've been teaching SLIFE or newcomers or ELs for any period of time, you probably, like I do, talk with my hands. And I know one of the things they told me right when we started training virtually is you have to limit your hand movement so you're not distracting in front of the camera. And I'm like, I can't do that. There's no way. So what you can't see is my hand over here off camera that's gesturing at you, right? So that's really important to think about how we're providing visual cues. And I always say this in my trainings. If we say something and our beautiful children can't see it, then they're not going to get it. So they need to be able to see what we say. So if it's important enough for you to present in your class in terms of a piece of content, we have to figure out a way for our SLIFE to see it. This huge piece about background knowledge. I loved, in fact, I was cheering off camera this morning when Pam presented and talked about how much background knowledge our kiddos can bring to us, because I die a little inside when I hear people say, oh, they don't know anything. Like, of course they do, unless they've been living in a black hole their entire lives. They know lots of stuff. It's just up to us to figure out what that stuff is and leverage that to our advantages as classroom teachers. So another resource for you, if you have a copy of Pathways to Greatness or you have a copy of Boosting Achievement from my colleague, Salva, you've probably seen these charts. But we call these the newcomer achievement plans. I call them ways to assess a kiddo, and there's 3 different ones in the resource. There's the cognitive domain, the affective domain, and the linguistic domain. Depending on your content, what grade level you teach, you can use these as sort of a protocol, if you will, of an initial intake interview of the child. And I'm thinking, even as a science person, how I could have used these when I was a young teacher. Can my students sort cards by color? Can they sort things by living and non-living things? Y'all, that's the first student expectation in our Texas essential knowledge and skills, is the characteristics of a living thing. Ask kids to sort by. So even if I don't speak Arabic or Korean or some of these other languages, and even if I don't have the luxury of bringing someone to translate for me, there are still some things that I can find out about my students based on something like these. And I'll make sure you get this picture in the slides I sent you. But again, these are reprinted in several of our resources here in Seidlitz Education. I think these are great little tools to use when you're assessing a child as they're coming into your classrooms and into your buildings. And then also, as my colleague and my friend Pam said this morning, tapping into and providing relatable experiences. And I'm going to talk about a couple of these and give you, again, because I'm that math science brain, give you some concrete specific examples of what this might look like in your classrooms. Also, we know student interaction is huge, having kids talk to each other, allowing them that support in their L1, having kids process information. I don't have a slide for this, but we often talk about in Seidlitz education, the goals for our kids are making sure they understand the content. So making the content comprehensible. And our second goal is making sure they understand the academic English. So I think that L1 support comes when we're trying to meet that first goal. So if I've just taught you the first 2 steps of DNA replication, I might have you turn and talk to a partner. And y'all, I don't care if your discussion about the first 2 steps of DNA replication is in English or Spanish or Vietnamese or Klingon. Anyone? It doesn't matter, because my goal right now is making the content comprehensible. But Michelle, what about their English? Of course, that's going to be important. And I'm going to address that goal today as well, in my lesson as well. But I think we need to really think about when is an appropriate opportunity for kids to use their first language. And I'm going to go through a couple of these individually as well. So one of the things we hear all the time when we are teaching English learners, newcomers, SLIFE, is to utilize and tap into their background knowledge. And this seems really obvious to me. You're thinking, man, you've been doing this for 20 years. How many things are so obvious to you now that you wish you realized when you were a baby teacher? And this is one of them, just very simple examples. So if I'm teaching geography and I'm going to teach landforms, which is, I believe, a standard in lots of different states at lots of different grade levels, instead of just using a generic picture of a plateau or a mountain, I know I got some kids from India. Oh, look, there's the Deccan Plateau in India. And I'm going to give you a couple of more examples like this, but imagine you're a child. Imagine you're a child from India and you're new and you're overwhelmed and you're in that stage that Pam mentioned this morning where you're just ready to give up. And all of a sudden you look over at your teacher's screen or wherever and you see something that's familiar to you. And just think about what that fleeting moment in time would do to a child when they finally recognize something that maybe even the other kids in the room don't. So I think this is really powerful, and really all it took me was a few minutes on the Google machine to find an example related to one of my kids in class. What about food chains and food webs? So y'all know down here in Texas, when they write these textbooks, there's always this Texas example of the Texas horned-toed lizard eats this and that. Well, it doesn't take me long on the Google machine to look up some stuff. So maybe this is an example of a food chain from one of my beautiful children from Guatemala. So again, they look on the screen, they see a capybara. Oh my gosh, I know what that is. A caiman, I know what that is. So I'm still going to teach them about the flow of energy through the ecosystem, but I'm just using something as simple as examples they can relate to. So the other reason why I think this is important, because if I'm a content area teacher and I'm really struggling with all of these things that I need to do for my SLIFE, this is very palatable for me. This is very low-hanging fruit. I can go and find some examples that are relevant to my kiddos. Here's another one. Johnny has 5 apples. Y'all, why is it always got to be Johnny, and why he always have to have apples? Why can't Ben have 5 rambutans? Give me a shout out in the chat if you know what a rambutan is, right? It looks like a little hairy strawberry, and you cut it open and you take the skin off, and there's this really delicious fruit inside. And what's really cool about it is last week in my imperfect food box, I got some of these and I thought, man, these are really delicious. So once again, if I'm Ben in your class and I am overwhelmed and I look up, and you know what's really cool about this one? I know something the rest of the kids don't. For the first time since I've been in this country, I know something that the rest of the kids don't. I know what that fruit is, and it means something to me. And also, I'm thinking, man, how does my teacher know that? Or, man, she actually took the time to go find something out about me. So there's a lot of payout, guys, just with something as simple as finding examples that are relevant to our kiddos. Something else I think we should do more of. And at this point, you're probably going to be thinking, are you kidding me? I do this every day. I think we do this all the time in language arts. In fact, I know in Texas, it's one of our standards for students to make self-to-text connections. But I think we need to do more of it in the rest of our content area classrooms, because realistically, I can't provide examples for all of my kids in all of their home countries and cultures. But what I can do is, here's a big fancy teacher word for y'all. So if you're playing staff development bingo right now, here you go. Metacognition, right? This teaching kids how to think. If I can periodically or regularly tell kids, okay, guys, I gave you this example, but can you think of an example in your life, and really give them a chance to do that, and give them those sentence stems and those opportunities to reflect with each other. We do this again a lot in language arts when we ask kids to relate to what we're teaching them, but I don't think we do it enough purposely in some of the other classes. And I think it's a really great opportunity that's often missed. So having kids tap into their own experiences and make those connections, and then even discuss those connections with one of their peers or colleagues. Now, cognates are, and again, most of you know, words in two languages that share a similar meaning. This is one of those things that's not going to be helpful for all of our kiddos, but like many of the tools in education, you put it in your toolbox and you pull it out when it's appropriate. But what I do think is really interesting about this is a statistic I found recently on the Kohler and Colorado website that says 30 to 40% of all words in English have a related word in Spanish. So again, I know the challenge is, are there cognates in other languages? And this might not be relevant to many of our kiddos, but it's certainly a tool that we can put in our toolbox. And once again, we do this a lot in language arts, ESL, ELD, but not so much in the other content area classrooms. I spend a lot of time training non-language arts, non-ESL content area teachers. And I talk about this because a lot of teachers that have these beautiful children in their content classes don't really, either they know what a cognate is and they don't really do much with it. So for proof, I just spent a few minutes, again, Googling, right? Math, cognates in science, cognates in math, cognates in social studies. So there are all these resources already out there. We just have to go and find them if we're teachers. And then this is a great visual I can use in my classroom, assuming there's some L1 literacy for my beautiful children. Also, as another metacognitive strategy, the older our kids are, the more challenged we are to bring them up to speed in a very abbreviated amount of time. And one of the things that we can do is teach them word parts. This is something intuitively I did even as a young teacher, as a science teacher, when it was very obvious to me that many of my science vocabulary words were Latin and Greek based, were also words that the kids knew. So same thing with the cognates, but there's statistics out there that, and I don't know the exact number, so forgive me for misquoting this, but that students learn more vocabulary in a biology course for one semester than they do in like 2 years of a foreign language, or some statistic like that. So the amount of vocabulary in high school biology is absolutely just astounding. There's no way that kids are going to be able to learn all that, plus all of the English. So, I mean, that's just a monumental task. So if we could teach them parts of words, and I know this is very obvious to some of y'all, but it's a really powerful tool. Prefixes, suffixes, Latin and Greek roots. If I don't know the word, but I see the word try in there, okay, I certainly know there's 3 of something. So really making that a purposeful part of our lessons is identifying word parts and making it something that you do regularly in your teaching lessons. So again, in the book Pathways to Greatness, there's some really great information. If you already have the book and you haven't had a chance to go through it yet, 126 and 127 has a couple of great activities for how you might begin to introduce word parts, morphemes with your students, prefixes and suffixes. And then of course, at the end of the book, there is this whole chart on Latin and Greek morphemes, or you can Google it. So here we go again. I Googled Latin and Greek roots, and I got just all these different sites that have all of these in there. And of course, I'm not going to print out 85 pages and hand it to the kids. I'm going to pull out these relevant examples when I get to that in a class. But I just think this is a really great missed opportunity that we can take advantage of. I'm checking my time. Okay, perfect. Also, making the content visible. So this goes back to this idea of kids need to see what we say. Kids need to see what we say. Y'all ready for thanks, Captain Obvious? Here we go. Y'all need to get a word wall up. I know you have a word wall. Help Mr. Jones get his word wall up. Help Mrs. Smith get her word wall up. I think elementary teachers do an excellent job of this. And I think ELD teachers do an excellent job of this at the secondary level. But I still think it's a missed opportunity for other content area teachers. Or even at elementary, you have a great word wall, but you don't have content words up there. And there's a lot of research and a lot of opinions about what word walls need to be. But y'all, if you don't want to call it a word wall because it's missing something, or somebody once told me a word wall has to have pictures. But then, you know, sometimes I see really weird things. I see the words tyranny and I see a picture of Adolf Hitler or something. And obviously I know what you mean by that. But if it doesn't have a picture, let me rephrase it. I can't find a picture to be a reason why we don't put the word wall up. So if you don't want to call it a word wall, call it a word bank. Because even just seeing the words up on the wall, the 15 to 20 most important vocabulary words for my unit, it's going to help me if I'm a student. So I really think this is low-hanging fruit for all of our teachers. Anchor charts, again, something we always do a lot in elementary. I don't see enough of it in high school. So yeah, you know that 2-week unit you're about to do on the Battle of the Alamo? Anyone? Because everybody teach it. Just kidding. It's only a Texas thing. Anyways, you know, I can take my Mr. Sketch markers and my chart paper and I can make a 1-page summary of that particular piece of content, and my kids can access that the entire time I'm teaching the unit. So, and if you're not creative, just Google it, anchor charts for whatever you're about to teach. They're beautiful. Then you can just copy them, right? And then, of course, any other content posters. If you go to the teacher supply store, like I found this really fantastic bulletin board on DNA, but it still wasn't good enough for my newcomers in my SLIFE. So I took my note cards and my marker and I added some more labels and stuck it up there on my prefab posters. So a lot of times we have stuff up on our wall and it's cute and it's decoration. So we need to make sure that anything we have visible is not just decorating our room, but really helping flesh out the content for our kiddos. I'm huge on color coding and organizing. Maybe it's my crazy need to just let my spice rack is alphabetized and labeled, that kind of thing. But even as a young teacher, if I could color code anything, if I could group anything, I have I don't know who's listening in Texas, but I had somebody I'm working with down in near Corpus Christi in Sinton ISD. She's a 5th grade science teacher. Shout out to Miss Weezy if you look at this later. And she had her entire room color coded based on the 5 categories of the 5th grade science standards. So if her kids got something in yellow, they know it was fleshing out this standard. And y'all, this woman even made a coat with different colors and she called it the coat of many colors, and it was her science lab coat. Now, I'm not saying you got to go that far, but if I'm a SLIFE and I'm looking to hang a hook on just anything to make sense of it, color coding, grouping things, anytime you can make anything you're teaching kids visible is where I'm going with this. So providing visual support, make it a priority, any visual clues. So I always ask myself when I go into a room, before the kids are even there, when I'm doing coaching or I'm supporting a teacher, I look around the room and I say, visibly, what can I see that's going to help me make sense of this course? Or if I'm a student in that class, what are some visible clues? So I think that's really, really important, is visually, what can we do? And just as, again, some examples, anchor charts for everything. And this is those metacognitive skills, sentence stems I mentioned earlier, branches of the government, the scientific method. So the idea is that you summarize your unit in this 1-pager, and then kids can reference it. So there's just some examples of anchor charts for you right there. I'm watching my time, Anna, Valentina. Something else visible, and I don't know if my colleague Carol's going to mention this today as well, but just this idea of color coding your objectives, making your objectives visible. So even as a young teacher, when I would write my objectives on the board with my markers, I would underline my verb in one color, and I had my agenda in a different color. And so a visual cues, anything I can provide my students, including helping them understand the objectives, I think is really important. Now, here's another remote learning idea, and this came very organically as a presenter when I started doing my trainings virtually instead of face-to-face. This idea that we need to organize our materials. So here's a remote learning idea for you. If you have students learning remotely, or, let's be honest, even our students in class might still be doing stuff on the computer, right? Whatever that looks like in your district, it's really important to have one place to organize. If you, like a central location, it can be a Google Doc. Some of my colleagues use a Padlet, different ways to do it, but any links that you're going to use while you're teaching that day. any other documents that you're going to have kids accessing, if there's a text that you're going to have them go to, if they're going to be watching a video, because I think it could be overwhelming, especially for our SLIFE who are processing so much input to have to go to all of these different places. So having one place where it's sort of the one-stop shop for all of the other links you're going to send kiddos to, it helps us organize all of these learning opportunities we're going to have for our kids. And it helps not only not overwhelm the students, but think about our parents who are supporting our kiddos and how much benefit that would be for them to have one place where they can go to and see all of this. And with that being said, I want to let's go back and talk about our word walls and our anchor charts. Our kids at home that are losing the benefit of that, well, put that in this document as well. So my content and language objectives that are over on my board, that if you're in my class, you get to see the whole period. If you're at home, you don't get to see that. Put that in your document as well. What about sentence stems, key vocabulary? So you can put all of these things in that document also. Pictures of your anchor charts. You just spent an hour making that beautiful anchor chart. Snap a picture of it and insert that. So it might look something like this. So this is my document for a training I do on reading and writing during online learning. So there's my content and language objectives. There's my links. There's my sentence stems that we're going to use in breakout rooms. That's just my contact information, but if you pretend like that's my anchor chart over here. So now I have this like 1-page summary of everything we're going to do and everywhere we're going to go during my online learning today. So checking my time again. Beautiful. So I've done all of that. Now let's think about lesson delivery. What am I going to do before I teach the lesson? And I think this goes for not just our SLIFE, but anytime we're going to teach any of our newcomers, y'all, for any kid for that matter, this idea that as teachers, we need to identify our very specific state standards, and we got to distill those down. I had a very long conversation this morning with another district I'm working in, and the director was telling me the challenge that she's having right now with her teachers is allowing or working with some of her teachers to let some stuff go. You know that movie where everybody got frozen and we got to let it go? Don't make me sing it right now. I know there's too many people watching. Distill these objectives down. What is an absolute must that I have to teach? And what are some things that I can let go? Because not only do we have the challenge of our SLIFE, but we also have this added challenge of COVID-19. So I'm going to be very, very specific. Going to my content standards from my state. What do I need to teach? What is that going to look like? What's my key vocabulary? Prep that word wall, get those vocabulary words to my students, research, plan, Google those examples that I can relate to my kids in. Like I said, the plateau or the names of the fruit. Create my visuals. This is before I even have the kids in front of me, y'all. And I think that's something else that we need to think about. If we're going to appropriately support SLIFE, a lot of this stuff happens before the kids even get in front of us. You have to have a well-planned lesson. I think if you or your teachers or anybody out there subscribes to the SOP method of teaching, anyone know what that is? Seat of pants? Anyone? It's a joke. If you subscribe to the seat of pants method for teaching, you ask for some help because a lot of this stuff has to be done before the beautiful kids get in front of you. If we have L1, the luxury of L1 literacy, then we can adapt that text or find it. Again, I keep talking about my friend Carol Salva. I'm such a fangirl right now of her. She's going to talk to you about rapid literacy today. So I absolutely highly recommend you coming back for that session. It's a great companion to this presentation as well. So even if I don't have L1 literacy for their first, for some accommodations, giving them a basic English text of whatever I'm going to teach them will be beneficial as well. And Carol's just going to walk you through how that might look in your classes. So again, before the lesson, the kids are not in front of me yet. I'm going to give kids all of this stuff. Think about the accommodation of extra time. I see it all the time. I saw it as a young teacher and I thought, okay, extra time. So Jose, he needs extra time. Okay, everybody's is due on Wednesday, but I'm going to give Jose till next Monday. Y'all, Jose doesn't need 3 extra days at the end to be confused because that's essentially what's happening. we need to front load. So extra time at the beginning of the lesson is really much more beneficial for our SLIFE babies, right? Give them everything ahead of time so they can start processing it and previewing it. Give them a map or unit outline with those clear objectives. Give them that adapted or accessible text, even if it's a recording or any videos that you're going to be watching in class. The first time a SLIFE sees a video should not be when you're showing it in class. They need an opportunity to have that link ahead of time, to slow down that video, to watch that closed captioning, to watch it 50 times if they want to. And then any native language support we're going to provide. Anything else we're going to use in class to make the content comprehensible, give it to those kiddos ahead of time. And then this is also a page from my Pathways book. But what's really interesting about these pages is this is Baby Teacher circa 2001 Michelle, right? This is not something I wrote just for the purposes of my Pathways book, but rather I had to pull this off of, and I'm going to date myself here, I had to pull this off of an old floppy disk, y'all. I mean, not the big floppy disk, the small floppy disk. And if you don't know what that is, stay for the Q&A and we'll show you. But that's how old this document was. It's a document that I created, and I created one of these for every unit in high school biology. And you can see here it has the main objectives. I distilled these down from my Texas standards. The standards are much more wordy, so you can't just copy and paste your standards in here. I distilled this down as simply as I could for my kiddos. I said, oh, by the way, guys, this is some vocabulary we learned before. It's coming back up. So if you don't remember what these two words mean, this is my vocabulary, the same words that are over on the word wall. And this is my sort of overview of the unit. So when you're in front of me, listening to me teach, your job is to make connections to everything I've given you to what I'm saying in class today. So if you give kids all of these pieces, it's like a puzzle. One piece by itself is probably not going to make, you can't see what the picture of the puzzle is just by one piece. But when we start putting all these pieces together, the picture starts coming into clarity. And that's kind of where we're going for this. So now the kids are in front of me, the beautiful children are in front of me. Really important to consistently check for understanding. And then don't just say, does everybody understand? Because the kids are going to lie to you and say yes, right? You need to solicit specific feedback from kiddos. Tell me one thing you need me to help you with. Tell me one thing you don't understand. Even if you understand all of it, tell me. And that kind of gives kids a safe space to pick that one thing. It's really difficult for me to admit that I don't get something. But if you tell me, name one thing you need me to tell you about again tomorrow, that's a little bit better for kiddos. And then monitor your language. Do as I say, not as I do. I know I talk 100 miles an hour. It's because I was enjoying all these cups of coffee. Y'all know they just came out with all the autumn flavors of Starbucks. So I've been drinking way too much caffeine lately while I've watched my colleagues present to you this morning. But monitor that rate of speech. Monitor your use of idioms. This is really hard. If you live in Texas, if you don't live in Texas, we say things like, bless your heart, and how the cow eats the cabbage and all these crazy things. And our kids are like, what are you talking about? I can't tell you how many times I train outside of the state and I have to stop myself and say, okay, wait, I didn't mean to say that. This is what I really mean, right? It's real, y'all, fixin'. Y'all don't talk like that. You can see a kid trying to look up the word fixin' in his bilingual glossary. So monitor your rate of speech. Here's the but Michelle I get on this. Ready? But Michelle, I can't slow down my rate of speech because I have a scope and sequence and I can't get behind, blah, blah, blah. Y'all, I'm not talking about slowing down your rate of speech for everything that you say so you sound like Dory on Finding Nemo. I'm talking about when you get to those real meaty parts of your lesson, like a vocabulary word, something really important, slow down and enunciate clearly so kids understand what the heck it is you're saying. We already mentioned metacognitive reflection. That means having kids go back and reflect on their own learning. Okay, so I've done all that. I've taught the lesson. I can still do some things after. In addition to my unit outline I've given kids, make copies of notes from other students. This is really good, and it can be native speakers. It can also be a more proficient newcomer or English language learner. So kids can triangulate their learning with multiple sources, right? So it's not just what I've given them and what they were able to ascertain in class, but oh, by the way, here's copies of 2 other students' notes. And you tell these other students ahead of time, you know, that you're going to be making, you can get some volunteers, and then the kids see another student's perspective. So some other ideas. You got any other videos you didn't show in class? Make sure kids have links and access to those. I want to have a couple more slides here. I promise I'm going to finish in time, Anna. Let's go back and talk about masks for a second, because I looked at some stuff on Etsy and on Amazon. And again, I don't know what the protocols are in your district, but I definitely know that I have multiple masks that I wear when I train, and one of them is much more uncomfortable in terms of muffling my speech. So if you have a mask that muffles your speech, consider an alternative. And they have these, have you seen these? These are made by teachers, y'all, for real. These masks that are clear, where you can see someone's mouth. Here's another one that I saw like on Etsy. So a lot of these teachers, so just as an alternative to covering your entire face. Other ideas: record a video clip of yourself at home without your mask, pronouncing vocabulary, key concepts, so kids can see your mouth and hear what that looks like when you're not covered with the mask. Also, a picture of you. I thought this was another great idea. I saw a teacher. She take a picture of herself and wears it on her, not her badge picture from like 1987, right? But a big picture of her smiling without her mask on. So even when the kids see her with the mask, they can see what she looks like without her mask. You might record a daily maskless greeting that you record at home before you come to work or the night before, so that kids can see and hear you without your mask at least that one moment. And then practice smiling with your whole face. Your eyes smile. Y'all don't know that. I can't wait to get crow's feet, because Jimmy Buffett says the wrinkles only go where the smiles have been. So smile with your whole face. Have happy eyes so your kids can see that. You might not think you need a microphone because you got 10 kids in front of you, but think about maybe that too, because it makes your speech clearer and it helps to rest your voice. And then guys, lastly, but certainly not least, be even more diligent with your clear speech, with how you pronounce words, because if your kids can't see your mouth, they have to have that crisp, clean speech when you speak with them. And then I'm going to leave you with a couple of wise words. So these are very, very wise words from a very profound individual in terms of what our SLIFE can do. And it says you, but we can say they. If you think they can, they will. If you think they can't, they won't. Either way, you're right. And that profound individual was Rusty from The Little Engine That Could. Yes, we watch a lot of train videos at my house, and that is a real quote from that movie. So that was fast and furious, but thank you so much for coming and listening to me today. I wish I had more time, but my friend's about to cut me off. So I hope you enjoy the rest of your time together today, and stay safe out there, guys. Thank you so much.
You're the best, Michelle. Thank you so much. We actually you have 2 minutes left. Did you know that?
What? I can do so much in 2 minutes, friend. Shoot, you got a question for me, girl?
I'm going to ask you questions. We have some questions for you. Okay, first one. I actually really like this question. How can we create a virtual word wall? Do you have any tips?
I think the best thing that I've come up with so far is having those words in that like main document. There are other ways you could do it. Like you could do it on a Jamboard. I can totally see that working, right? If we had like I'm going to move you over here so I can look at your beautiful face while I talk. Yeah, maybe like just a Jamboard where all the kids have a link to it. And then you could put those, guys, if you don't know Jamboard yet, I know you probably don't have enough headspace for one more application in your life, but Jamboard is amazing. It's one of my favorite apps. It's already part of the Google Suite. So to me, that would be my first go-to for a virtual world wall.
That's a good one. Okay, this is such a Michelle question. Oh, you're going to be so ready for this one. Okay, get ready.
Okay, I'm ready.
Many powers that be in the world of education right now are very focused on the equity buzzword, and that equity must mean newcomers / recent arrival students in mainstream classes. Would you, Michelle, agree that the research about newcomers in SLIFE and their specialized challenges benefit from more extended sheltered content area instruction rather than tossing them into mainstream where they don't yet have the skills for success?
Yes and no. I'm a little biased on this because I don't think the issue is tossing them into a content area. Say that again, Anna. What was the last part of your question?
Sure. So would they benefit more from extended sheltered content area instruction using regular curriculum rather than tossing them into mainstream where they don't yet have the skills for success?
I don't think the issue is where they are. I think the issue is what they're getting while they're there. Does that make sense? Because I was a high school mainstream content teacher, and those kids came to me and they did pretty darn well. So I don't think it's necessarily they're not getting the support. It sounds like what the disconnect might be there would be is that teacher. And so of course the answer is going to be yes, if the mainstream teacher has not been trained, doesn't have a heart for these kids. So I would say it's not an issue of whether they're scheduled, but what's going on, because the other side of that coin is they could very much be learning content in a more sheltered environment and not even be that successful. So I don't think that's the issue, if that makes any sense at all. Tell me if that was clear.
No, I think that does.
Yeah. And I honestly, I want to see, and then this is my content perspective, is that old adage, teach a man to fish versus giving him a fish. For so much content, we as content-nary teachers are depending on you ESL folks. Teach this class for me. Valentina, your kid, come translate this, where we need to be taught how to fish. We need to be able to take these kids into these mainstream classrooms, because the reality of it is, based on what Laura told us this morning, these beautiful children are coming. So we all got to step up our game. But that's my 2 cents worth there about that. I'm going to be like Forrest Gump. That's all I got to say about that.
That's so good. Valentina, do you have anything else for us?
Totally agree. And everybody loved your presentation, Dr. Yzquierdo. Fabulous tips, very practical. Just
I'm
awesome.
glad everybody knows who Rusty was. I saw the people giving me a shout out about Rusty, right?
No,
All right, guys. Thank you so much. I'm going to pop back out and come back in as a participant so I can hear the rest of our day.
Sounds good.
You're
Have a
awesome.
good afternoon.
Great. Well, we have about 13 minutes again until our next presentation. So we're going to loop some slides sharing with you some upcoming events. See you all in about 13 minutes. Go grab a drink, get comfy, and stay tuned for our next presentation.
I'm here, by the way.
Hi, Helaine.
Wonderful.
I'm here. I just wanted to make sure I could get in. I'm gonna go do something. I'll be back.
Wonderful. Okay.
I'll be right back. I just was testing to make sure I'm in.
No,
I'm
you're
in.
good.
Okay,
We'll start
great.
sharing with you in about
Right.
10 minutes, Helaine, if that works.
Can I turn on my video? I'm disabled for video somehow. Can you enable my video? Hello? Hello? Can you enable my video? (2:17). Oh, now I can see the participants. Okay, we got the chat, we got the participants. I got my links. 2:18. So you can see the, can you see the participants? Oh, no, it doesn't show. Okay, because it's a webinar. Okay, I get it. Oh, no, I can see the attendees. All right, there we go. Let's see who's here. Hi, can you enable my video?
Hi, Helaine. We
Hi,
have
can you?
Yes,
Can I?
I'm gonna enable your video in just a moment. We
Okay.
have over 215 people that are live with us right now. Okay, so let me go ahead and make you a co-host. You
I just wanna-
actually, you are a co-host right now. You have that accessibility, so you can share your screen. But we're gonna get started in just a few moments.
But I can't. So in other words, you're not gonna do the video yet. I just want to see how everything looks, that's all.
You can go ahead and share your screen. You have the ability right now.
I can't seem to turn my video on.
Oh, your video.
My video.
Okay.
I can't, I click it, but it won't start.
Okay.
Clicking share, I'm clicking start video, but it won't start my video.
I see.
I need them to see me.
Yes. We'd love to see you.
Is there something I should do? I mean, I just click it usually and it just shows it.
Why don't you try leaving and coming back? That may help. Also, just make sure you don't have a lot of extra windows open. Anything that you don't need for your presentation, go ahead and turn that off. Close it out.
I was just using video in my own Zoom to practice. So
Okay.
is it possible I could have?
Why don't you go ahead and leave this and
Okay.
Come back in.
Okay. Strange.
Thank you all that are waiting to hear from Dr. Marshall. We're excited to have her join us and speak. I know she has some valuable information to share with us. And we'll be starting in about 4 minutes or so. We may need a little extra time depending on Dr. Marshall's needs, technology needs. You know how technology is. We all know how technology is.
If you're still here with us right now, make sure that you are chatting to all panelists and attendees. We're having several people come in, let us know where they're from. We're really
Yeah, I can't start, my video is not starting. My video in your room, my video is not starting. So I don't know why.
Okay.
I can't seem to get, the video won't click. It won't click to show a video in your room here. I don't know why. Why can't you see me? You have to see me. That's important. So I'm just trying to figure out what could I be doing on my end, you know?
Helaine, where it says stop video in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, do you see a red mark over it or no?
Yes, yes, yes.
So click on that. Click on that red mark.
Yes, that's,
That works for me.
hundreds of times I do that, yes. I've been in a lot of Zoom meetings.
So when you click on that arrow beside the camera down there, does it say FaceTime HD camera?
No, nothing. I can't click there. No, it just won't respond. All right, let me do test. Oh, it's test speaker.
It was giving me some difficulty earlier and I exited and came back in and it helped me. Take a look in the chat. Margaret White, one of our colleagues, put in a link for us in the chat that may help as well. I'm going to open it up, but you have access to it as well, Helaine. Take a look.
All right, you want me to restart my?
It's possible that you have another Zoom opened right now. So we're thinking maybe that you have the one that you were practicing. It's possible that that's open right now.
Yeah, I think she popped out for a second. If you're joining us again, we have a few minutes to go, more like one, but we might need an extra. So talk amongst yourselves. Let us know where you're from again. It's always exciting to see. Everybody has tips. We had a question earlier. I'll go ahead and talk to this for a little bit. Several of us are from Texas, and I'll say that that's because Seidlitz Education is based in Texas, and the majority of our consultants are here, but we're spread out all over the state. If you don't know about us, we have consultants in Houston and Dallas and San Antonio, in the Hill Country, and that's why you're hearing some of us with some Texas accents, but our reach is wide, and especially now with this COVID era and us being able to offer our webinars and our conferences online, we've just made a phenomenal connection with educators from all over the country and the globe. We have several educators from Canada that are here joining us today, and throughout the summer we've had teachers from Dubai, from Indonesia, from Thailand, from all over Mexico join in. So it's just been a really great way to bring us together, make our global community feel that much smaller. So we're glad that you all are here with us. And you're being so friendly with each other and offering tips in the chat. We really love that. And it's been really exciting for us to be able to see the connections that everybody is making with each other too. So keep it going. We are still streaming live on YouTube. Valentina has dropped a link to the certificate into the chat. I'll mention that one more time in case any of you are still looking for that. We are better together, Efrain. That's right. Absolutely. Absolutely.
So we try to drop the link to the certificate towards the end of each of the sessions. So if you just got here and you don't see that link, it may be because you weren't here at the end of the last one. So stay tuned for the end of this one and you'll get the link. Absolutely. Oh, and also during each session, use the chat feature to talk to one another. And if you have like a specific question for Dr. Marshall, you feel free to put that in the Q&A. But if you're just chatting to other participants, feel free to use the chat feature in our Zoom.
I'm have a question for everybody that's watching us. Tell us your role. We haven't asked that yet. Are you an educator? Are you a coach? Do you work specifically with our SLIFE students? We're really interested to know what everyone's role is and where they're coming at us from. ELL teacher, ESL teacher, administrator. I'm reading some of these out because we're getting some responses into us as panelists, but not to attendees. Secondary specialists, teacher of life, facilitator, teacher, counselor, resource specialist, ESL teacher, both elementary and high school, ENL teacher. That's a phrase for those of us not familiar. English is a new language, right? In New York, I know uses ENL a lot. Director of long-term ELLs, that's fantastic. ESOL coordinator, teacher, ESL specialist, adult ESL teacher. I taught adult ESL myself as well. SLA teacher. Curriculum and special programs director. Hi, Kathleen Daniels. Adult ed. Between Valentina and myself, I think we've taught all levels of ESL, right? Or we've had ESL students. You had them in elementary. I had them in high school. And then when I was doing my graduate work, I taught adult ESL at the University of Texas for a bit. So we have a gamut.
Yeah, definitely. And fun. I was reminiscing through some of my old letters and cards from past students the other day, and just thinking about where they are now. I'm so glad I saved those. And I hope that as like all young teachers, and even those that have been in the field for many years, just hold on to those cards and letters and sticky notes that students give you and parents, because you look back on those and think about those students and those years, and it's just really a great thing to have, great memento.
Absolutely.
Okay.
ESL teacher in Ontario. I love teaching English to adults in Korea. That's so interesting, Jennifer. My husband did the same thing. He taught ESL in Korea. It's an ESL family. Oh, I love that. A joy binder. I think we could all use a joy binder right now.
So let's talk some books while we're waiting, and thank you all for being so patient with us through these technical difficulties. Let's talk about books, because you know I love books, and I know Anna does love a good book too. Tell us what you're reading or what your favorite book has been. It doesn't have to be educational. It could be a book you've just read for fun, for pleasure. Tell us about the books you're reading. What about you, Anna?
So I just finished reading Educated by Tara Westover because it was the 2019, it was on Obama's list of top books to read. And so yes, isn't it, Orly? It's a great book. So I just finished reading it. It was amazing. It was very intense though at times and hard to read, but I'm so happy because of it. And I asked John Seidlitz to give me a recommendation because I love Outliers. Sorry, I'm reading the chat. I need to focus, not read your suggestions. Because it was also really heavy though, for those of you that have read Educated, it's a very heavy topic. And so I wanted to switch it out with something just a little bit more lighthearted. And so I'm now reading, if I pronounce this correctly, Achtung Baby. It's about how to raise children. It's from an American expatriate and living in Berlin on how to, what she's learned from the German art of parenting. My fun fact is I have a newborn. I'm a mom to a 3-month-old baby boy, my first. And so I'm loving any parenting tips right now.
Okay,
Hello, Helaine.
I'm on my phone, but I need you to, I have I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened to my computer. I can't seem to get in on my computer. And I'm sitting here on my phone, but let me see if I can still get in. I have my slides, but I need my slides on my computer.
No problem.
Okay.
Thank you so much for your congratulations, guys. We're just, Helaine, while you're getting ready, we were asking our participants what books they're reading, where they're from, what their roles are. Green Lights by Matthew McConaughey. I've been interested in that book. Thank you guys. Congratulations. That means a lot. Now I can scroll back and see all of this. Where the Crawdads Sing, that was the one I read before Educated. So there we go.
Mm-hmm.
And Valentina and John and I all read last year, we read Just Mercy at the same time.
Yes, that was a great book. And I read Educated as well. And I had mixed feelings about it.
Did you?
I enjoyed, overall, thinking back on it, I think it's a great book and it taught me a lot. But there were parts of it that I was like, I really struggled with and I struggled through. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Dr. Marshall, do you need anything from me? Do you need anything?
I seem to be in, I seem to be in, but not as a presenter.
Okay, I could promote you if let me look in the participant list. Okay.
It's asking me to register.
So you're in 2 places right now?
Mm.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, I think I see you here, Helaine Marshall in. Okay. Whoa, where did she go?
There we go.
Okay. I guess I don't get 45 minutes anymore.
Okay, well, you know what, Helaine, go ahead and go. We'll just cut the break shorter.
Anyone ever forgive me? I'm supposed to be technologically savvy too. I think my poor computer was overloaded. Anyway, when I had to restart it, a million programs had to restart because I'm a heavy user of technology.
Oh, Helaine, take a deep breath. Just relax.
Hi, everybody. Hi, 224 people. Thank you for waiting. I hope it's worth it. Okay, I'm going to
everyone
pass to all those others, and I'll try and get through.
Let me make it first so you can share your screen. And while
I'm going to have to get my PowerPoint going again. All right.
Okay, while you do that, I'm going to introduce you. Okay, so you get yourself set up, pull up your PowerPoint and share your screen, and I'm going to let folks know about you. I'm sure many of you that are here already know about Dr. Marshall, but I'm going to give you a lot of information about this wonderful educator who is here to share with us, and I have the pleasure of introducing Dr. Marshall to you all. So Dr. Marshall is a professor of education and a director of language education programs at Long Island University Hudson campus, where she teaches courses in second language acquisition, multicultural education, and TESOL. Her research interests includes SLIFE, or students with limited or interrupted formal education, non-traditional approaches to the teaching of grammar, and instructional technology, particularly flipped learning. She has co-authored 3 books on SLIFE, the most recent being Meeting the Needs of SLIFE, a guide for educators, which was published in 2020 by the University of Michigan Press, as well as numerous articles where she describes her instructional model, the mutually adaptive learning paradigm, which is MALP. As a flipped educator, Dr. Marshall developed the synchronous online flipped learning approach, most recently described in Fostering Teaching Presence through the Synchronous Online Flipped Learning Approach, which was published in 2020. And we are certainly honored to have her here sharing with us and excited to see her presentation today. Please welcome Dr. Marshall.
Hi, everyone. And I'm sure you had a great time while I was troubleshooting. I'm sure that Anna and Valentina gave you a lot of new resources and ideas and things to think about. And I'd like to thank them. This is an embarrassment of riches. You know, usually when I go to conferences, I have to hunt for something on SLIFE, and this is the whole conference just on this wonderful group that I do my work on. And so I've been here all day, sitting here as a participant. And when it came my time to step up, something went fluey. It's a different link I had to get into. Anyway, I'd like to start by a shout out to Pam Broussard. I wasn't familiar with her work, and I really enjoyed this morning, I guess it was this afternoon really, talking about lenses, and several others have echoed that. And that fits perfectly with what I'm going to try and get you to do today, is to get some different lenses. Okay, funny glasses aside, I don't have that, but I'm going to try and get you to look at things in a very different way. Look at yourselves from the outside in, which is always harder. Those of us in TESOL know it's almost harder to teach your native language than to teach a language that you studied in school. So, okay. MALP, how did this happen? How did this MALP thing happen? I'm going to be talking to you about fostering academic achievement for SLIFE, but I need to take you back to what got me into this in the first place, which is that I moved to Wisconsin. I'm in New York. I moved to Wisconsin, lived in Green Bay for 7 years, and I taught TESOL courses and methods courses. And my students came to me and they said, none of this stuff you're teaching us works. It just doesn't work. And I said, wait a minute, I got my PhD in TESOL from Columbia University. You're telling me it doesn't work. What? So I said, I got to find out what's going on. Well, the Hmong. So the Hmong refugees, and we had a wonderful, Laura Gardner took us through all of that. I learned so much from her today. They did have, the Catholic Diocese had sponsored lots of Hmong refugees. I was there in late 80s, early 90s, and I observed classes, I talked with teachers, I met the students, and I read anything I could get my hands on. At that time, you could read everything about the Hmong. There's a lot more today. And I said, okay, we got to do something different here. So I came up with this model that I'm going to share with you today, and that's in books and articles and accessible in many ways. So so that's kind of how I got started. And then I linked up with my colleague and co-author, Andrea De Capua, and the two of us have a synergy that's worked really well for us and is continuing. So she's kind of here in spirit. In fact, she was going to be here and asked me to do this because it conflicted with something that she had to do. So I'm going to be showing you some of the slides are from presentations we've done before. Some are hers, some are mine. It's a mix. I know there are a lot of people here who are familiar with some of these. So, so bear with me here. Okay. So I'd like you to think about this first. All right. So the point here, this is from an HSBC ad campaign, a very interesting one. There were hundreds of these posters if you want to look them up online. And they're great for teaching people that there are other ways to looking at the world than the way you look at the world. So think about that as you go through these slides with me. So the first thing I'd like you to do is imagine the goals of K-12 instruction. Would you agree? Theoretically, just for the sake of argument, produce an independent learner, prepare the learner for life after schooling. Sounds pretty good. The learner is ready to participate and demonstrate mastery on an individual basis. They know that this is what they'll be doing at school. Engage in literacy-based classroom tasks. They know that's what school is and what school does, okay? What I'm going to show you, taking me through a few exercises, is that SLIFE do not buy into any of this. None of it. None of it resonates with them because of cultural differences. And I'll take you through that. And I'm going to show you the same slide again in about 5 to 7 minutes and ask you if it looks different to you. Okay, so get ready. These are the 3 differences very quickly that I'm going to go through: orality versus literacy, collectivism versus individualism, and informal ways of learning versus formal education. I'd just like to make a note about theory and practice. I believe in theory. Give you somebody talk about fishing, right? I'm trying to teach you how to fish here. I've got 3 or 4 fish to show you if I have time. I was going to have time, but I'm basically giving you how to fish. Okay, so here we go. If you show a SLIFE, the first one is orality versus literacy. That's the easiest one, right? So you know that they're from an oral culture. What is that? You know what it is, but if you show that to SLIFE, what? It's just lines on the paper. They may not connect it with anything. So, oh, here we go. Now we've got it, right? But that's a drawing. That's art, right? Okay, how about this? Oh, it's a photograph. There we go. Now we're all set, right? We got a photograph, the drops of water. Yeah, we got it. No. Oh, it's in color. It's cut in half. Oh, now they might get it. Not necessarily, because it's 2-dimensional and they come from a 3-dimensional world. So now, I've been waiting all day for this. There we go. A real apple. So what's my message? Took too big a bite. My message is the more real you can make it. They come from a 3-dimensional world. Literacy is 2-dimensional. Our world in school is 2-dimensional. It's a Honey Crisp. Okay. This is one of my students. You can read the quote there. You can see. Notice, this student is not talking about school. They're talking about living here. Print is everywhere. We're a print-based society. All right. This is one of my students, a Vietnamese student whose father was a fisherman. He came in the baby lift. This is one of Andrea's students. Nowhere there's print. Completely the opposite, but you have to read here. Literacy. The second one is collectivism and individualism. So you may not have heard these terms, but the concept is a web, right? Group is primary. So for collectivistic cultures, it's about the we, not the I. They're trying to be interdependent, not independent. And even when they have personal successes, it's for the glory of the group, of the society. Now, you might say, oh, that can't be too many different societies. It's 70% according to Triandus, and most life come from collectivistic cultures. And what do they find when they come here? Now, you may react to this, but the fact is we're an individualistic society. Personal interests are valued. Personal responsibility is expected. You're supposed to act as an individual. That's valued and looked upon very highly. Self-actualization is a worthwhile goal. Even when we do group work, cooperative learning, you be the timekeeper, you be the note taker, everything's all individualized. That's the way we do it. Okay, so that's the second one. The third one is ways of learning. Now, when you think about informal learning that SLIFE have had, some of them have been to school, but in general, the way they learn is informal. They learn what's going to benefit their society. So it's coming at the time that they need it. to help out the best way they can the practices of their culture. And so it parallels life. And we think about Paradise and Rogoff talk about the sociocultural practices of the community as being the source, the base of learning. You learn by watching, being mentored, getting feedback, getting better at it. That's the way you learn. It's informal. When they come here, they see this formal education where everything is, if you're this age, you go in this grade, you take these subjects, there's literacy everywhere. It's all based on literacy. And the last piece, which is probably the key and what I'm going to spend most of my time on, is that formal education is based on decontextualization and academic ways of thinking. And this is totally new for SLIFE. They've done very well in their own societies without that because they're thinking in context, real world context. Let me show you what is meant by this. Definitions. What is a tree? If we had more time and it's a workshop, write in the chat, what's a tree? I bet a couple people will do it, okay? Write in, what's a tree? What's a tree? Write in the chat, okay. So if you ask a SLIFE, what's a tree? What are they gonna say? They're not gonna give you the definition that a lot of you would put in the chat. What they're going to do is say, maybe they'll point, or they'll say, why are you even asking me that? Display question, don't you know what a tree is? Or they might say shade, or for building, the functional definition, but that's not what we mean when we want a definition. True, false. True, false. Why are you doing this? I'm trying to learn to read and you're asking me if something is true or false and you're putting it in writing. Many of them see print as, you know, it's a sacred thing. It's supposed to be right. And you're mixing me up. You know, this is what I've heard from my students, okay? Classification is a big one. Categorize these objects. Why? How? Colors? No, you can't. If you're a parent, you know right away it's a shape sorter. It's about the shapes. It's not about the colors. But what do you see right away? Quick. You see the colors. It's very confusing. We ask people to classify. Sesame Street. I won't sing it, but in your mind. Which of these? Da, 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 da. Okay, now I'm going to give you a quiz. This I want you to put in the chat. Just give me your gut reaction. I'm going to show you a group of objects. Which one doesn't belong? You tell me which one does not belong. It's not a trick question. It's a real question. You want to get an A on the test. 3 of them are blah, blah, blah. The other one out. Get an A. Come on, get an A. What are you going to put out? What goes out? What goes out? It's not a trick question. Of course, it's the log. The other 3 belong to a category. The category is tools. If you're SLIFE, now I want you to put on the other hat. Go the other way. Remember, we're switching our mindset. Okay, now, you be SLIFE. You tell me, are you going to throw out that log? You betcha you're not. This is Luria's research done with out in Soviet Union many, many, many years ago. Nobody threw out the log. You can't walk around and accomplish something with a bunch of tools. You need the wood. You need the log. You're going to do something in the world. If you only remember that one example, that should help you a lot to see why they get standardized test questions wrong. Not because sometimes these are pictures. This isn't even words, but they think differently. It's a different way of looking at the world. They want to look at it so it makes sense to them, not so you pluck out some intellectual exercise to think and talk about. So now I'm showing you the slide again. I promised I would. See it? Okay, so do you see the collectivism here? Do you see the orality here? Do you see the informal ways of learning? Do they want to produce an independent learner? Nah, I don't care about that. I want to help my friends. I want to work together. Let's make a web. Do you want to prepare for life after schooling? No, you teach me what I need now. If I don't need it now, how can I care about it? Next one, ready to participate on an individual basis. Doesn't matter. I'm not about me. Well, let's all learn together. We'll work. Then the last one, of course, literacy-based, no, oral transmission. And classroom tasks, what's that? That's code for, now you know the fancy words, academic ways of thinking, decontextualized tasks. All right, are you with me? Too much theory? It's called cultural dissonance. So cultural dissonance is the issue. And the challenge is, how do we foster academic achievement and at the same time address this cultural dissonance? How can we do it? And that was the question I asked myself when I was seeing these kids in classrooms, these Hmong children in classrooms trying to figure out what was going on. Everything was off. Everything was off. That is what led me to MALP. So what is MALP? It's a culturally responsive teaching approach. It takes elements from the student's learning paradigm and elements from formal education, creates a transitional model to address the achievement gap through focusing on cultural dissonance. You with me now? You got it, right? That's what we're going to do. It's a paradigm. People talk about paradigm shifts. So this is a new paradigm for learning that I created from two. I mixed them, but I did it carefully because I learned about, in fact, it's not just the Hmong, but there are other groups like that. I thought it was just the Hmong when I was in Green Bay. And then I came back east and I'm like, oh, there's a Somalis are here, and the Quiche are over there, and there are a lot of different groups. Okay. So this I was gonna, I do it interactively in workshops. It's so hard with a webinar, but see if you can tell where these are gonna go. So I think of aspects of learning, conditions, processes, and activities. Conditions, you have to have them or you can't learn. Processes is the way you learn best. And activities is what you think you're supposed to do in order to build your mastery, and then of course to demonstrate your mastery. So we're gonna plug them in where they go. Immediate relevance, right? You know that, right? It's got to be relevant or forget it. So what do we put in there for us on our side? What do we put? Boom, future. How about the next one? Interconnectedness. Interconnectedness, making that web of relationships. I had a student who came to me and said, I need to talk to you. I want to have a conversation with you about something. And I gave him an appointment. He came, we talked, we just talked about any old thing, not about school. And he came to class the next day, and he was like a different student. He had been very disengaged before and wasn't paying much attention to anything we were doing. And he came up to me after class. I said, you were completely different. He said, yeah, now I know you, I can learn from you. So interconnectedness is also with the teacher. He needed to know me, to know who I was, not just I'm the teacher. And I have examples for all of these, but we don't have time for that today. What are we going to put here? Independence. You guessed it. If you were thinking and doing your task at the bottom, you knew. What are we putting for processes? Oral transmission. And on the other side, written word. This doesn't mean we don't talk in class, but a shout out here to Jill Watson. I think she's here. She was here earlier. RISA, R-I-S-A. You want to bring the oral transmission in. We'll talk about that and how we do that in a minute. Okay, shared responsibility. Remember, they want to help each other, right? And what do we have? Always individual accountability. Then pragmatic tasks, we talked about that before. So informal ways of learning and our formal ways of learning. So here we got a problem, right? They're two different paradigms. So what are we going to do? Well, I'm going to show you one more slide first. These three, individual accountability, written word, and decontextualized tasks based on academic ways of thinking, that little drum there, that spells something. What is that? I don't expect you to, we're not doing a lot of communication in the chat, but I would ask, and what do those three together make? Well, they make standardized testing. So what I'm trying to say here today is that when we give them standardized tests, it's not an achievement gap, it's cultural dissonance. We're asking them to be over on the right-hand side here, and that's not where they are. So think about that. Now, let's look at the two sides again. On the left, we do that because that's the way they learn. Of course we do, because if we don't do the left, they won't learn because we just talked about that. That won't work because they have to succeed here. Many of you have talked today about that in the chat and in the presentations. We got to help them succeed. They have to succeed. Oh, we don't want them dropping out. Well, some of them do, but we want to keep as many as we can. Okay, we better do the right-hand side then. We have to really, because they're here. We got to do it. Hey, that's not working because that's what we're doing now. Oh, so what are we going to do? Well, we're going to do a combination. We're going to do a combination. And that's why MALP is a culturally responsive and sustaining education model. Okay, sustaining is important. And I learned something so important today from Pam. It's wonderful. Her concept of original soil, that she showed with the plant. If you didn't see the first talk, they're all great talks, but go see the soil. And the original soil is the sustaining part of culturally responsive and sustaining education. So let's see what MALP does. MALP accepts the conditions. Let's do what they need in order to learn. Stop talking about in the future, you'll need this, and stop trying to always make them so independent. Let them have their web. They'll feel so good. And then we're going to combine shared and individual, low stakes and high stakes, if you're familiar with that. Don't pull the rug out from under them and say, oh, we're going to do group work. But then when you take the standardized test, you're all alone. You know what that does? That means the one time they need their friend the most, we take their friend away. So what you have to do is always back and forth, get them used to it. Share individual, share individual. Okay, transmission, oral, use it to scaffold the written word. Have them comfortable, and this is where, when I was talking about Jill. So this is where you want to do both and link them together, but sometimes only oral, sometimes only written, sometimes combined. They've got to be able to go back and forth, negotiate that. Then we're done with the left side, and we really need to focus on the right. And in MALP, all the projects, all we do in MALP is focus on that. That's our curriculum. Our curriculum is decontextualized tasks that we teach them, like defining, true, false, categorization, all of those tasks based on academic ways of thinking. That's Bloom. You know, compare and contrast and analyze, evaluate, synthesize, all of those academic ways of thinking demonstrated through these tasks. That's what we have to teach them. But if you look on the left in that little box, very important, and I talk a lot about schema theory and other kinds of presentations, not today, but it has to be familiar language and familiar content. So that's not the time to teach them new academic language or new academic content when you're teaching them this third schemata, which is how. How do we expect you to learn? These are the activities we expect, okay? All right, so that's MALP. Now I'm going to show you some trees. You got the forest, guys, ready? You got the fish, I taught you fish. Here we go, trees. This is my favorite. Class surveys. I know some people leave my workshops and they say, what did she teach you? Oh, do surveys. See, it's a tree. Okay, this is a good tree. All right, crossing the Mekong, because I love the work with the Hmong that I did, so I can use this always to do this. And this is Mrs. Cicero, Betty Cicero. She had them do this. This is actually a map, do you see? And there's very little English on it, but you can see it's familiar content and familiar language. They might not know row to raft and all that, but they have a picture for that, all right? So it's immediately relevant. Can you see it? Interconnectedness, because they're seeing each other's stories, right? Oral transmission, because they collected the information orally, and it's being written here. So the teacher did the writing, see, so there's that. And then for tasks, I bet if I gave you this and sent you home and say, come back with a lesson plan, everyone in this room, all 222 of you, would come up with a great lesson plan based on this familiar language and content, but making them do some decontextualized tasks. If you were doing it in the chat, I bet you can come up with all kinds of things. So they did the interviewing at home, shared the data in class, they drew the maps and the flag, adding information, and using sentence frames. If you look across from left to right, it's a sentence frame. Everybody has the same sentence. Yang rode a raft across the Mekong in, boom. Notice it's not organized alphabetically by name. It's not organized chronologically by date. What is it organized by? Think about the SLIFE perspective. It's organized by how they crossed, because that's the real world. That's not dates and names. That's what happened to me on the river. Do you see what we have to do to reach them and make them feel connected to school? Okay, I want to show you something else that really is going to go, whoa, look at that. It's a table. You can even do rows and columns. You can teach them that academic material about tables, how to read a table. Here it is. They've got a table. So don't tell me that it has to be the curriculum. It doesn't. It has to be decontextualized tasks, academic ways of thinking. That's what you have to teach them. Once they understand that, they understand school. And it's just as important to understand that as everyone's talking today about socio-emotional. That is a definite, you have to have undergirding, of course. Maslow before Bloom, as everyone says, but Bloom is after Maslow, and you do need to do it. Okay, and this is their artwork. So we based it on something that they produced themselves, being chased out of Laos and going into Thailand, into the camps. All right, so then theme booklets is another project. So surveys, now we're doing theme booklets. There are three kinds. One is procedural, how to do things in school. The next is curriculum. So we just heard about making a content area comprehensible. Great talk about how to do that. Here's an example from MALP, how to do that. And last is language and how to use it to teach language alternatively and not the usual old way. Okay, so this is Renee's welcome book. Everyone made their own cover. But on the inside, they made like 30, the whole class, second grade, they all made a welcome book. And they had them stacked up for new students that came in. And they each had their own cover and they each made their own page. These are 2 pages. You can see the one on the left is a little more simple. Obviously it's sequencing, second grade nonfiction unit is what it was. The one on the right's more complex, so they can go at their own level, what they produce. So you can do a welcome book about how to do things in school. This is Carol. She did the curriculum of social studies. She did something on the Civil War. She taught them about Abraham Lincoln. I'm going to just show you, I have many activities. I'm just going to show you 2. This one was comparing what they do. I think I have a Zoom. They compared themselves to Civil War soldiers. What do you do in your free time? What do they do in their free time? Getting teenagers to relate to history. Wow. They found out that the soldiers sleep and they sleep. Okay, it's SLIFE, right? Okay, so they found out that what they do some of the same things. What are they learning? They're learning Venn diagrams. They're also learning about the soldiers and connecting and caring because they're people and they need a relationship. And then they can learn about the other things about the Civil War. And she found a wonderful website that had a lot of pictures and very vibrant that they could connect to. Okay, so there that project. And next was the second one I want to show you is the web quest. The web quest, they started by doing Abraham Lincoln web quest together as a class. And then they individually did a web quest on their own country. And I was there, I was part of this project together. This was a teacher in Rockland County that we worked with, Carol. And they said, oh, I don't know anyone from my country. Let's just do American heroes. And she said, no. You're going to learn about a heroine from your country. Oh, no. This kid is Quiche, and he's from Guatemala, and he speaks Quiche, and he learned that there was a famous person, and his name is Tecum Umman. And you can see the questions, very simple. He never married, he never had any children's, whatever, okay? And this is with guidance, okay? And here he is. There's their hero. So they all learned about their hero and they were able to make presentations. We even have a video of them presenting about the special person from their country. What are they learning from this? Look at all the academic skills they're learning, right? But it's meaningful. It's so meaningful. That's a MALP project. Okay, and this one is the electronic one. So instead of a worksheet on this was pronouns. So this kid obviously had a gift this was many years ago. He had a gift for PowerPoint. And he did this. Obviously he's Dominican. You can't miss that. Not his real name, of course. All right. And I'll just show you a few pages from his book. It's a booklet, theme booklet. The theme was pronouns. This is a language one, okay? They are a group, they. Each one had an arrow. He's learning, you see. Label, he's going to be labeling complicated things. Now he's just doing they, all right? We have they, group they. And then we've got she is a dancer. I don't even know how to do that. What's that? Okay, and then one more. It, right? He's getting it. Apparently, this is a very popular shoe with Dominicans. There's a lot of cultural layers to what this student did. And there's also, I think Beth Evans was here earlier. She does electronic books. She did a book creator project on hedgehogs. we presented that so you can see all kinds of other projects. And we have a teacher planning checklist. The teacher planning checklist is the way that you can either plan or debrief on MALP, and everything's on our website. So you can go to the website, you can see everything. I welcome you to do that. Now, if I have just a couple more minutes, I want to give the advocacy piece. We need to advocate. There was a question earlier about how do we, I think it was Suzanne asked, how do we get the systems to change? Okay, here you go. This is the argument. Change the conversation. That's, the secret. The idea is you've got to change the conversation. Stop talking about an achievement gap. It solves nothing to have that language. Our language is going to be cultural dissonance because that's the source of the issue that we have to address. So this is what you show them. You can all take a screenshot. This is the slide. Watch. Deficit view. Deficit view. They can't do. They can't, right? SLIFE. Now, you know what's coming on the left-hand side. You know what's coming. You already know what it's going to be, right? It's going to be the arrow. It's going to be dissonance. And it's going to be informal, oral, collectivistic. We need to show them they're coming from a different place. And look at how they're coming. It's great. They're doing great. So get the shot of that. And we don't have time to do the hallmarks, but there are 3 hallmarks. Number 1, they feel marginalized in our society. And so they can't relate when you tell them education's going to change your life. How's it going to change my life, education? Prove that to me. I look at all my friends. No. Second, discourse routines. Oh, call on me. No, don't call on me. They don't. That's not what they're about. Discourse, classroom discourse. Why don't you raise your hand? Sometimes they do, but then they're not sure what that was. Okay. And then, of course, standardized testing. You remember the drum that I showed you. Okay. Those are what I call hallmarks, and I call them deal breakers for SLIFE. They're deal breakers. That's what's going on here. And I want to end with my student. Do you remember the student who said the most important are notebooks and pens? Teach me how to live here. This was him 3 years later after I worked with him with MALP. Look at this, what he wrote. Of course, poetry, but it should be, right? But it's not. It's poetry. Look at his poem. Look at that. He told me that it took him an hour and a half to write that poem. He put it in his journal. It was not an assignment. It was just something he wanted to share with me. Notice this is SLIFE because he's learning about what education represents. What is education? Notice they all start with E, every line, all right? And you can see, and then at the end, education is just the beginning. Everything I've talked to you about today is in that poem. Look at the pictures at the top, okay? This is the son of the Vietnamese fisherman, if you remember from the beginning, okay? We have books, we have a website, we have emails, we're real people. I know it was short today. I'm here, I'm around, it's easy to find me. I'm sure in the chat, Valentina's putting all the links. I sent her a ton of links. Oh, I did it. Thank you, everyone.
Oh my gosh, Dr. Marshall, you are amazing. Everyone is loving your spirit and energy, and they're talking about how knowledgeable you are and just how engaging you are as well. But we do have 2 questions. So if you have a moment, we'd love to ask you these questions. Are you ready?
Ready.
Okay, so we have this question that this participant has read your 2 most recent texts and has a question about teaching students with no L1 or L2 print literacy. So what are your recommendations for teaching students at the far left of the continuum, especially now that we're remote? She says, I know that these students have had different learning experiences, but how do we turn that into gains in the US classroom?
All right, you start with who you are. That's my father. What is he doing? Those are his hands. What is he doing? Did he have a beard? Is that a beard? No, he's acting. He liked to act in plays. My father. Oh, my father. You know me. Oh, this is my mother. What is she doing? This is what she liked to do. She liked, oh, that's a stone and she's carving something. she liked to do, okay, sculpture. Okay. And it's real, it's true. And you show them doing something. You don't just show a picture, some silly picture. I mean, they're not silly, but you don't just show a frame and a picture. You show people that you love doing things that they love. I start with that. Nice big pictures too. That's what I would start with. And it generates some talks and conversation. And then you can do LEA, language experience approach. You take that and you work with them with the sentences you said, and then you ask them to draw a picture or bring a picture or do the same thing for them. What do people you love like to do? And then you're going to have an LEA, a class one, an individual, group, and everything. And it will build from there. Okay. And, you know, not to say that you don't teach decoding and phonics. You have to do bottom-up strategies, obviously. And I think we're going to have a literacy presentation in a minute. But top-down processing can start right away. That's my answer.
Yes, we are big fans of LEA, so I love that you bring that into the conversation as well. Okay, I think we have time for quickly to do one more question. And so this is back to the question about equity and the idea that everyone needs to be doing the grade level curriculum. So how do you respond to mainstream teachers who say there's no time for this within their scope and sequence?
Yeah, okay. So I have this notion of front load. So we have something, and administrators, they've got to understand it. If you start in September, right, and you want to get somewhere by June, you're not going to go at the same pace in September all the way to June. You know how teachers say, I don't smile for the first month and stuff like that. They're front loading classroom management. Well, we need to front load with SLIFE. We need to spend some time with SLIFE doing all the things that we know they need. We need to front load that and save the curriculum a little bit off until we get them the runway. Think about the runway. They're going to take off, but we need a longer runway. So instead of diving right away into content and right away into the curriculum, give them what they need, and they will go faster later when they have the beginnings. So it's not about cover, cover, cover. In fact, I have a mantra, since you asked. My mantra is create fertile spaces. That's what you want to do. Not deliver instruction, meet standards, cover curriculum. That's their language. We don't use that language. Create fertile spaces to address cultural dissonance. And now I know that from now on, I'm going to credit Pam and say, one of the things that makes it fertile, original soil.
Original soil. I know. I'm loving all of these presentations and so inspired by all of you. Thank you so much, Dr. Marshall. You're an inspiration.
I know they come in all during the year. Someone put that in the chat. I know. But as each newcomer comes, if you have the welcome book and you have buddies, that will help.
Yes, I agree as well. We are honored that you joined us today and shared with us, and so inspired by your work. Thank you very much. And for all of you that are watching, Anna just put in the link to the certificate, and we have lots of links for you in the chat. But in addition, we will share the presentation and all of these additional links on our Seidlitz webpage as soon as we get them uploaded after the conference. And thank you all. In our next
My apologies for the technology glitch. Everyone who knows me knows me. I also have another hat, which is technology. So, oh well.
It happens. It happens to all of us. Okay. And we all understand. So our next presentation will start in about 10 minutes. We're going to let you all take a break, stand up, walk around, go get a drink, get comfy, and we'll see you back in 10 minutes.
Hello, friends. I hope you can hear me. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Turn on Do Not Disturb.
Okay, I turned on Do Not Disturb.
I don't know how to do it, so I have to always ask my Mac to do it for me.
Love that.
Well, of course, I was a participant hanging on every word Dr. Marshall said because she's all over my research, and it was just such a thrill. So, and then I had to get out and then I had to come over here. So I'm excited. I'm excited to be with everyone.
Yes, definitely. So let this loop for about 1 more minute, Carol, and then we'll ask you to share your screen.
Sure, sure. I think. Oh, I'm sorry if y'all been sending me messages.
Oh, you're fine.
Oh no, I was going to do it a different way because I realized that I could just promote you if you were in, because I saw you were in earlier.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know, we're learning from home. I've got 3 kids at home, so like all day. It's been one of those days where you can't like not be engaged with them.
Totally understand.
But it's fine. I'm excited. This has been a glorious day.
Agreed.
Thank you for putting it on, and thank you to everybody here. What a treat.
Definitely. Let's see. It's 4:27. Carol, I'm going to go ahead and let you share your screen. How do you feel about that?
I can do it. Okay, let's see. Okay, has that? Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
We have about 3 minutes to go before Carol Salva begins. If you're still here with us, which 200 of you are, we'll just remind you real quick, when you are chatting, make sure you send to all panelists and attendees so that everybody can see your questions and comments. We're getting some really, really good information, feedback.
Harvey,
questions.
sorry, I'm talking over you.
No, it's okay. Did you say hi to Harvey?
Yes, I'm just seeing, I just now looked at the chat and I saw Nikki Sanders and Setley and other folks, and I'm so sorry. Please continue, Anna.
Totally fine. You're absolutely fine. I was just mentioning to everybody to make sure that you're chatting to all panelists and attendees so everybody can see everybody's information.
Oh, like I just did. I just said, love you all, but I just said it to the 2 of you.
Perfect. 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 There we go. There we go. Are you at home, Carol?
I am, and I lost the whole chat. You know, when you leave and come in again, and we did that as panelists, and you lose the whole chat. So
it's okay. We'll be able to. I've had it open the whole time. So if you want it, or maybe Valentina, when we end, we'll have a record and we can get it to you. Hi, Sarah Gidry.
I know, Sarah.
It's just been such a fun day of seeing our friends and meeting new people.
It's fantastic. I had to really, when Orly suggested this, and you know, it's been her brainchild for a long time. You just don't know how it's going to feel that day when it's a full day full of uplifting things and ideas for people. And I've learned so much today. Hello, John Seidlitz. Pam Broussard, your keynote. My goodness, I went and changed my slides. You're going to see what you did.
That's so different. Oh, it's 4:30. Okay, we're going to go ahead. Carol, if you're ready and get started, I'm going to introduce you. It is my distinct honor and pleasure to introduce Carol Salva to you. Carol is, you can see our beautiful book on the cover of her slide. I have the honor of being her co-author on Boosting Achievement, Reaching Students with Interrupted or Minimal Education. I've been able to see Carol in action, both as a teacher leader. I've met her amazing SLIFE students, and it really has transformed my thinking. So my thinking, my teaching, my everything. So it's really an honor to get to introduce you today. If you don't know Carol, she is an educational consultant with us at Seidlitz, but she also has a background in ESL, in literacy, in dual language, and special education. She's a former elementary school teacher, and she most recently, before coming on board with us, was a high school newcomer teacher here in the Houston, Texas area. Carol and I are both in Houston, so we also share that fun little tidbit. So anyway, before I talk any further about her, I'm sure she has so much wonderful content to share with all of you. Here is Carol.
Yay, thank you, Anna, one of my favorite people in the world. And I always tell people, I wrote this book with Anna. Here's Anna right here. So I know Anna comes to your districts also and trains, because so much of this is from Anna. It would not be here if it weren't for Anna and her background and helping get these things into print in her lens. So I'm just always hugely indebted to you, Anna. Thank you for everything I learned from you. So I want to show you guys, because people have been asking today about the slides, and definitely the slides are going to be sent out to you. I want you to know where you can see that if you wanted to get the slides right now and follow along, there's a, actually not on this slide, on the next slide, I will have, I thought I had it on this slide, I have a short link and I'll share it with you if you just really wanted to get the slides right now, but they are going to all be sent out. And when you watch this video, at the bottom, I've got my Twitter handle. There's a hashtag for rapid literacy. I'm sharing with you today a sliver of the training that we do, that sometimes it's a 2-day workshop or a 6-hour workshop. And I'm doing today a little bit of an overview of a piece of it. So it is from the Boosting Achievement book, and this is Boosting Achievement, Reaching Students with Interrupted or Minimal Education. And so Anna and I included a section about literacy specifically, and we often have districts that ask us to come and speak specifically about literacy. And so this is from that part of the book, and a training called Rapid Literacy that we do. So I'll show you where the links are on the very next slide. And that is the Padlet that we use for this training. So you have that too. It's probably more resources than you want. It's kind of overwhelming. But let's focus on one thing today. Here's what we're going to focus on. We are going to, and if you'll listen just for a moment, I know I have a little image about speaking, but just a second, if you'll just listen, it sounds like we will identify strategies that accelerate decoding skills while supporting higher order thinking. We will write about the techniques in quick jots. So when I'm saying identify, let's all say it together. Let's just model the strategies that work well for this demographic and all kids. So ready on 2, 1, 2. Nobody can hear you too, so you can read really loud. Ready? 1, 2. We will identify strategies that accelerate decoding skills while supporting higher order thinking. We will write about the techniques in quick jots. So by identify, I just mean we're going to name them. We're going to see them. We're going to know what they are, just some strategies. It might not be the first time I'm sharing them, or you might know them. I know there are people in here that can teach this better than anybody. But today, let's look at them through the lens of a student with interrupted education. And how would these strategies specifically help someone? Dr. Marshall and all of the presenters today have been talking about the unique challenges of students that have interrupted education. So let's look at some of these strategies that are tried and true, and how would they be helping these students? But it's not just identifying them. We're gonna be writing about them. So writing is personalized. So even if you are an expert in the field, when you write something, it's personalized. Your thinking is personalized. You write from your lens. And so we'll look at the strategies. And when I say decoding skills, I'm really talking about just deciphering the text. As you learn the language, can you read the words? Can you name them? Can you pronounce them? But that's not reading. That's decoding or word call. So we really want to have a lens on how do we do that while also supporting higher order thinking, comparing and contrasting things, talking about the characters, talking about the content. They can do that right now. All students can do that right now. They may just not be able to read the text or write their response to you, but when we help them they can tell me about the characters while they're gaining literacy, while they're gaining language. We can help them access grade level. We can include them in higher order thinking. So what are these strategies? Some of the strategies that help specifically with the literacy for decoding while we keep kids at high levels of cognition. And when I say quick chats, I'm talking about the chat or on your own paper or over on Twitter. We love that. That's what we're going to do today. And here's a little bit of language that can help you in your thinking. We will write using language such as, I can support the literacy of SLIFE by. If I wanted you to use academic language, I would say, okay, that's our exit ticket, or that's our language target, but let's all say it together. And so then we would say, I can support the literacy of SLIFE by. I mean, how much language can we get out of students' mouth in a low stress way while we're tracking print, while we're seeing words over and over again, multiple exposures, they're hearing the phonetics. We want every opportunity that we can get. Oh, here's that short link. It's bit.ly/SLIFE123, but SLIFE is all capitalized. Okay, it's on the bottom of almost every slide, I think. Okay. I have to start with motivation because I'm getting so much from people about motivation. Okay, this is great, but they're not really motivated and they don't really come in. I can't really get them to turn on their camera, and I can't, we really don't need their cameras on. I want their camera. I want your camera on. I want everybody's camera on. But if we don't, we don't. That's not required. So how do we motivate students to be in it? I can make them, but that's not motivation. How do you help a student find their own motivation? So research, there's good news and bad news. There's good news and bad news about motivation. And I always like to start with the bad news. The bad news about motivating students, and this is research-based, is that you can't motivate another person. You cannot be motivated, Carol. I motivate you to stick to your diet. If you can do that, do it. Do it right now. I would pay you. You can't motivate another person. Researchers agree. But the great news, the good news, the great news is that you can create conditions where motivation should grow. It should grow. So Sir Ken Robinson tells us to think of ourselves as gardeners, right? Like, so you have a garden, whether it's a virtual garden or a physical classroom garden. Think about what Pam Broussard told us this morning. Where are things going to grow? Things are going to grow when you put the right things in your garden. And so how do we help motivation grow? How do we help kids so that the strategies that I'm going to show you, everybody's in it? Everybody believes it. Everybody's doing it. Well, again, back to research. There are 4 things that we're supposed to put in our garden. And I'm quoting Larry Ferlazzo here, who is quoting lots of other researchers when he says these 4 things need to be in our garden. We need to offer autonomy. So they have to have some choice. I know you're seeing a ton of choice boards. I saw Michelle Shorey is here and Dr. McGrath, and they give us a bunch of choice boards and things to use because we know right now motivation and engagement is more important than ever. And when you offer choice, that's autonomy, is I have a sense of control over something. So did you choose to come here today? That makes a difference in your motivation. Competence is, do you think you can do it? Like Dr. Yzquierdo told us. Do you think so? Okay. This is all about growth mindset. We have a whole section in this book on grit and growth mindset. But competence means you really feel deep down that you can do it. Growth mindset is I understand the concept that you're not just good at math or bad at math. You can get better at math. But competence means you feel that you can do it. And that comes from little wins. In my experience, when you watch kids play video games and they fail over and over and over again, but they don't give up because they've had a little win. So I want to ask you with your SLIFE kids, when was the last time they had a win academically or in the classroom? And I'm guilty of what Pam said earlier, the pobrecito. Okay, I don't want to call on him because they might get embarrassed, or we have to create wins for everybody. And we can do that. So let's keep our eye on these things. How do we offer choice? How do we offer little wins? How do we make it relevant? Do you see Dr. Marshall's, all of the presentations today, the things that Dr. Yzquierdo shared earlier about the biology classroom? How do we make things relevant to the kids? If they're relevant, I'm teaching phonics and sight words and choral reading. I have to train the kids to understand the research behind this so that it's relevant, so that they know why we're doing what we're doing and how fast they can learn if they come with me. Valentina, thank you for putting it in. Anna, thank you for putting in the chat. Y'all might need to copy and paste that into your browser. That's just the slides from today. Okay, and then relevancy and then relatedness. Again, that's relationships. I don't have to tell teachers about relationships. Relationships between me and them, or relationships between each other. Those 4 things, if those 4 things are in your garden, motivation should grow. It should. You should have a lot of motivation if these things, if we laser focus. See, I was not, when I started teaching SLIFE students, I was doing alphabet, and then I was doing sight words, and then I was trying, and I wasn't sure what to do. But when we started really focusing on what honored kids' relatedness, what helped them feel like they could do it, competence, giving them some choices, making sure that we were talking about things in ways that were relevant to them, everything changed. Everything changed. And then, yes, I needed to get better about how do you teach someone how to read? Because I've never been a pre-K or first grade teacher or kindergarten teacher. I lift you guys up. It is not easy. And what you do there, it should work, but is that relevant? I mean, is it relevant to them to read a book about baby things? So how do we do this? I'm going to offer you like my top tip. And even before we go into the literacy part, I know I keep teasing the literacy part, but this is really important too, and goes to what many of the speakers have said here today. For your students, when you're looking for things that are relevant to them, when you're trying to have that relatedness piece, the relationship piece, and really honoring them, shoot for integration over assimilation. I know we're hearing these words out there and we all want to be culturally responsive. Integration means you've integrated into your new culture. Assimilation means you've adopted your new culture and maybe left your old culture behind. So these are the kind of things as a teacher, when we're trying to figure like, what should we be writing about if we're going to write with kids? What kind of text should we be looking for? How should we be talking to students? So our focus as a school, as a district, as a teacher, our focus should be multiculturalism over melting pot. I know melting pot sounds nice, and I really like that Schoolhouse Rock video, but we don't want everybody to melt into the same culture. We want to honor your culture. We want to honor where you come from. We want you to keep your roots, keep the soil you came from, and honor it, right? I'm so honored. I mean, I just learned so much from everybody today and just different ways to look at this. So Pam Broussard, if you weren't sure about that, yes, I went and made these slides after I heard you today. So here's something from the dissertation work that I'm working on right now. I'm in this acculturation theory. Redfield and Barry and others have taken the concept of acculturation and they're looking at why do some people come into and acculturate better than others. So you're going to have access to these slides, but at a high level, here's one issue we have when we bring people into the fold. New people come on the scene. Okay. This is the lens, this first circle, if I'm the newcomer, I'm the SLIFE kid. The second circle is I'm the community. I'm the bigger group. I'm the larger society. So if I'm offering them maintenance of their heritage culture and their identity, if I'm on the positive side of that, well, like I said, then they feel they have an opportunity to be more integrated. If I'm not, if I'm saying, okay, you can be here, but you need to take on our identity, like I said, that's more assimilation. Now, what about the larger group? Am I shooting for multiculturalism or am I shooting for melting pot? We want to shoot for multiculturalism. There's another way to look at this too. This is not just a two-dimensional thing. Look, another issue is what relationships, that related piece. Well, if we have very good relationships and we bring people into the relationships, families, students, they feel integrated. But if we don't, okay, you can keep your identity, but then they feel separated. That results in separation. And if we don't let them keep their native culture, if we don't honor that, and we don't bring them into relationships with us, now they're completely, that's marginalization. So you can see how the person themselves feels and what we should be shooting for. We should be shooting for allowing maintenance of heritage culture and relationships with us and with each other. And then if we do that from the society perspective, I'm offering multiculturalism over worst case scenario, which is exclusion. That would be, you don't get to keep your culture and we're not going to associate with you. So I just find this fascinating as to why some people are having a better time of it out there than others. And it's a great lens for us as we think about what are we going to write about? What are we going to read about? How are we going to talk about things? And what does our society look like right now? So here's my top tip for the literacy piece. Whether you're pulling a group of one, or a group of 3 kids, or you're one-on-one, or you have an entire class, write with your students. Write with your students and use that text for everything else. for mentor text for phonics, for mentor text for sight word recognition, for oral language practice. See, when you write with your students and you're using their ideas, it's my English, but their ideas, what they're interested in, they're still the authors. They're still the authors. I'm just the scribe. I'm just the language person, but I can differentiate so well because I can tell my brand new student who comes in February, your job is to listen and repeat, and every day you'll know more. But we're going to let you have a chance to talk about this before we write. You can use any language and to talk to everybody and add to this text, and you'll understand it because you're one of the authors of it. This is just what we were saying before, and Dr. Marshall, that was such a great segue. She brought up language experience approach. After you do some of these things, co-create some text with the students. So many of our Seidlitz resources, look at your beautiful new book there, Valentina. And there's Dr. Yzquierdo's book and Motivating ELLs. When I went over the content and language objectives, I was pulling from Motivating ELLs. And in Boosting Achievement, we absolutely go over how do you do language experience approach. If you don't have any of these books, click on this link in your slides, and I have a whole podcast and a post that shows you how to do it. Basically, you're going to talk about something. You're going to brainstorm with students. You're going to let them speak in any language, but we want it to be a compelling topic. And so if it's a topic they're interested in, and, language experience approach comes from the young ones that they would take them to a farm. And so then they have a common experience and they can write about the farm, the 4-year-olds and 5-year-olds. But older students, they have background, no blank slates, remember? So they can all talk about what it's like to be in 6th grade, or about the pandemic, or about anything that teenagers talk about, or something that happened this morning, or a video that you play, a 2 or 3 minute video. Just make sure everybody understands what we're asking them to talk about so you can brainstorm some things with them. What do I like about school? Something I like about school is. So we're going to get that sentence out of everybody's mouth several times. I'm going to write the brainstorm, but then I'm going to reframe their statements 1 sentence at a time. I'm going to record it just like I did with the content objective. Wait, listen, stop copying for a second. Listen to me. We said blah, blah, blah. Everybody say that with me. Now write that down. I have a video at this link of me doing it with students. So I know I'm going through it quickly, but you could watch that video. But you want to record in front of them the sentences. And this is my thing. I choral read every time for oral language practice and just one more opportunity to track the print, to see the print. Sentence by sentence. This is not a fast thing. So look, now I've got a mentor text that isn't a baby book, that is about something that honors them and their thinking. So you could do phonics with that, whatever your phonics lesson is. I like a little 5-minute phonics lesson, not at the beginning of the school year. I want to get to know my students. I want them in a low stress place. I want to start getting some formative assessments and formal assessments of what phonics they know. They think they know none. And at the beginning, they may know none, but we want to do some formative assessments often because they're gaining them quickly. They know this PH in phonics because of iPhone. They'll see that a lot. There's just things you can do. You can do your phonics lessons. You can learn sight words with mentor text that everybody can read. And this also launches students into original writing. Somebody said earlier, what about the kids that are coming throughout the year? Yeah, they're coming all year long, but that's okay because I get the brand new student and I tell them, you're just in charge of listening, copying, repeating, and adding to the conversation. You'll get a chance to negotiate meaning always, but you have to start right now, today. And so my high kids, I'm putting academic language. I'm not dumbing the language down. I can annotate it like I did the objectives to make sure they can all understand it. So, and remember, it's their words. So they should. See, they can talk. They don't need a common language. They don't need to have a common language to be able to talk about things they care about. We've got technology for that, and they're just kids. So kids talk about what they find a way. They do. So you could watch that video on my blog and see how we do it step by step. But we're honoring their voice. We're honoring what they know, and they know things. And we're honoring what they want to know. You could write about what they want to know about a subject. So we were going to watch this video. I want to see if we have 3 minutes. We have 3 minutes. I know a lot of you guys have already seen this video, but it's important. It's just 3 minutes. And it's important so that I can model how we're doing this in a remote environment. So I'm going to optimize this. I know you've seen this before. This is a boy, Emmanuel, who was in my class 4 years ago. I'm just going to ask you what you noticed. So now we can look at this video through how would you write about this? So we're going to watch it, and then I'm going to ask you what you noticed and ask you to put that in the chat.
I was born in the Congo. The artifacts you found, where are they now?
Why are you looking in Africa?
Why are you looking in Africa? And he said
My name is Emmanuel. I want to be a doctor someday. Why did you be an archaeologist? My name is Emmanuel. I want to be a doctor someday. Why did you behave? I want to be a doctor someday. Why did you become a archaeologist?
Very good. Hey, Emmanuel, do you remember when Dr. Babalola came?
Yes.
Did you like his visit?
Yes.
Yes, and you have been talking ever since he came. What did you ask Dr. Babalola?
I asked him, my name is Emmanuel. I want to be a doctor someday. Why did you become an archaeologist?
Wow.
And he said, I will become an archaeologist. When I'm a little, I don't like to be an archaeologist. When I be a big, when I'm in college, I learn about archaeologists, and now I be archaeologist.
Did you like that?
Yes.
What did he bring and show us?
He showed us a stone. And the stone have a glass.
Yes.
And he showed us There is something they will put something, a flower thing.
Yes, it's like a flower pot, but it was what they cooked the glass in, right? Okay, so if you'll take a moment just to finish this sentence frame, I noticed, and you can tell kids, that sounds like a T, right? I noticed. So every time somebody were to share something, you don't have to put I noticed in the chat, but if I called on you to read yours, I would ask you to at least repeat the frame, I noticed. And then however you want to say it. Some of them say it in Spanish, the rest of it, or some of them say it in Arabic, but we figure out what they want to say. We absolutely can do that. So let's look. Jennifer's saying, I noticed persistence and success. I noticed he persevered, he didn't give up. I noticed he was excited to learn. I noticed the growth. There's so much you guys are noticing. Thank you. I'm going to show you something just real quick. Here's how I would do this and how I have been doing it in professional development. So I just took some of the chat, and I can take the chat and copy and paste what you're saying, right? We can use a PowerPoint in a Zoom to not just as an output, but also as an input. So I can look at this and see what Deirdre said. Deirdre said she noticed multiple opportunities for practice with your modeling. So I could even fix this up right here if the English wasn't correct. But this is an opportunity. We can all look at the chat, but we can also cut and paste the chat. We can download the chat, use it the next day. We could use the flip grid. We just need them to be able to say things to us, right? We need their voice. If I'm going to write with all 200 of you, I'm going to, you're not writing usually with 200. I was usually writing with about 36 kids, but I've also done it one-on-one. You just want the brainstorm first, and then you want to start putting sentences to that. One of the really key things is that students know why we're doing this. They need to know that half of everything is a little bitty sight word. Half of everything are these high frequency words too that come up over and over again, like are and we and of and much and how and what. And if you read with me every day, you'll see more and more sight words. Yes? Did somebody just say something? Okay, here's an example of one we did yesterday in professional development. They put their ideas in the chat. Something we learned about plate tectonics is, because see, we can do this with content. And they came up with one-word answers, subduction, they moved themselves, the plates, but I did this one sentence at a time. And they copied from their home or wherever they're sitting, just like when we did it on chart paper. But we're doing it in the Zoom now. Or half the kids are in the Zoom, half the kids are at home. I would just tell you to go to the links I'm going to give you, because I'm going to give you links that give you more information about balanced literacy. This is what Anna and I put together in the book to help secondary and upper elementary teachers get a little bit more of an understanding about what balanced literacy is. We cannot ignore phonics, like Dr. Marshall said. We don't need to start with phonics. We don't need to focus on phonics. These are older learners. I just need to make sure that they are gaining the phonetics. How are you finding out who your students are and what they have and what they know? And so I have some assessments you could use that you could print out at these blog posts that I'm giving you. And whole language is stuff we get a lot of practice on. Context clues, like Dr. Yzquierdo was talking about, what could it be? We want to do both. And now we have mentor text that we can help them work on their decoding, but we're writing about the Great Gatsby. They can all do the Great Gatsby because I can tell them about the story. I can show them a little clip. We can talk about the characters. We can talk about the characterization. We can write about it. And they can be working on grade level standards, but we can write about it in text that they can understand. So when you do this, when you co-create text, either virtually or on a big piece of paper, what you're doing, I read aloud to them. Then they read it with me, each sentence. Then I'm going to have them read it to somebody else. Same thing for writing. I'm taking their sentences, but I'm telling them, you know what? I don't need to worry about the editing yet, because that's the end of the writing process. But I want to use I'm thinking aloud when I'm taking their words and writing them. But we're writing together. We're sharing a pen. And we can do a lot with these mentor texts and shared writing. And sharing the writing. And then it's the springboard to students independently writing. My kids who go faster, they can start using sentence frames. They don't have to write the whole thing with us. But my kids who are newer, just stay with me in the I do, we do part more. So you'll recognize this. This is how you roll out balanced literacy. So when you co-create text, this is the research from 1970. It's been around for 50 years. I wish I would have known it sooner. But the materials are learner generated. Hall tells us that the reading, writing, listening, it's all involved. And this is personalized, it's communicative, it's creative. And here's what Krashen says about anybody learning to acquire another language. He says it's all about reading. It's all about reading, but the reading has to be at a complexity level that is comprehensible. It can't be too complex. Well, it's not. They help me write it. They all understand the gist. It's not too complex. They're not trying to figure it out. It's about language at this point. And it's got to be interesting to the reader. It's all interesting because they're the authors. So I just need to share this with you because look when it came in yesterday, November 11, Jessica Cannon, because I was just in Irving and I shared this strategy in a full day training that I did with them. Oh no, it was, Saturday trainings, 2 half-day Saturday trainings. She wrote me, hey there, Carol, thank you for your work and your, look here. I wanted to share the 3 texts my students created today. It was our first time and based on their reaction, it will not be the last. Due to COVID, I'm typing up the text as a class that the students share, and then I'm writing it on a chart paper to display for her in the room kids. The kids had a true blast. One kid pounded his chest as we read, Coralie read his sentence. Another student wiggled in his chair when we read his, and another student who hardly ever volunteered thrust his hand in the air and said, me, miss, when we wanted to read his sentence. I'm sorry, I'm getting emotional. She said, I only wrote the topic sentence and I added the transitions to help them with the wording, and the rest is all them. Pride is not a strong enough word. Thank you for this strategy. Here, she's letting me share what they wrote. Just for a second, I'll just show you. You know what I'm blocking out? Their names. I wish I would remember to say this to people, but the kindergarten teachers told me if you use their names, they know each other. So they'll remember Emmanuel said, Francis said, and that helps with their phonetics when they're going back and reading, and because they know how to say their friends' names. So I just blocked out the names, but this is impressive. It is impressive, and I'm so grateful to teachers that come back and share with me. So don't think that you have to be synchronous for all this stuff. Don't think you have to do it all synced up together. Look at Emily Francis back in 2017 with my class asynchronously as a guest speaker, and they get very comfortable with the Flipgrid. They can cover their camera if they need to, but they get comfortable with it. And so definitely follow Emily. That is linked here. She was a student that came and she had some interruption in education. She had a 6th grade education. She came into high school. Now she's on the teaching channel. She was a keynote speaker at SIOP this year. She's phenomenal. She's phenomenal. Your kids want to read that story. And she has a short blog post you could track. Chunk, talk, chunk, talk, chunk, talk. That's a big recommendation for reading. But language experience approach is reading and writing. It's reading and writing. I want to make sure that we're clear on what SLIFE means. Limited is restricted in the amount of. Interruption means a break in the continuity. None of these, neither definition is about cognitive ability. It's a lack of opportunity. It's just a lack of opportunity. They can catch up and they can pass up, kids born here, if they don't give up. So all of these on this slide for you are different links to how we inspire curiosity and creativity. See, shoot for growing leaders. Set your sights on growing leaders, and gaps grow quick, they close much more quickly. So you can do that. I have some ideas here with Kahoot and other things that we do, how to review the objectives, low stress opportunities like the chat and the Flipgrid and the breakout rooms. And if you don't have that, other ways to help kids feel safe. Tracking print, choral reading, and co-creating text. These are my biggest tips for supporting SLIFE. And they link right to webinars and things. And if you have to read things they don't want to read, they can do that. Like all kids. Chunk, talk, chunk, talk, chunk, talk. Explain what we're reading, track the print. They can do it. Just a quick update on Emmanuel, because and then we'll take a couple of questions, but I found this in December of 2019. I was never his teacher again. I only got to have him for those 6 months, and then everybody was mainstream. And Emmanuel, he came with no literacy in his native language, none. And you saw him struggling through those words. But a few years later, they're writing about him in December in the local paper, because with our Family Point, which is our local outreach center that we are very, Coach Brandon, he took the kids on the track team when they didn't have the grades to be on the track team at the school. Who are your community partners to engage the kids and help them feel important? But he says 4 years later, you could not tell that English is his second language. They came in #1 in the United States, over 1,500 other runners. He's a sophomore now. His coaches, his teachers are all phenomenal, because we're just teaching him not to give up. It's not that he didn't fail classes. It's not that he doesn't fail STAR tests. They just don't give up. They do it. And every day you can read a little bit more. Every day you can write a little bit more. But your teachers taught you at grade level. So you don't, when you do learn to read and write by it proficiently on your own, you didn't miss the content. I did see this just on September 9th, that he's going to be the face of Stratford High School track team, and people in Houston know Stratford High School, super competitive. And this came yesterday. Okay. This came yesterday across my Facebook feed. That Coach Brandon told me that he came in #1 regionally. He's going on to state, and he lost a shoe in the first mile. Look at that. And he still won. Are you kidding me? Like I said, grit and growth mindset. And they told me to quit saying these kids might need a technical degree. They might need a technical program. If he wants to be a doctor, Francisco Jimenez became a doctor. He was SLIFE. Look at Emily. I'm going to be a doctor. I took 6 years to get out of high school. We can't judge what's going on in high school of where people are going to end up. It's up to him. It's up to him what he wants to do. And this kid's got scholarships lined up. So I just want to tell you, there are kids in this picture, and they're presenting at a regional conference here. And a lot of you have met them, but there are kids here that were separated at the border. There are kids here that were captured by the cartel. There are kids here that have missed years of education, and they're successful. They're finding success. They're catching up and they're passing up. Kids who aren't as motivated. And we just need to help them find that and be there to flood them with print so that they can keep reading. So I'm going to take a few questions. If anybody has any questions, I think we might have just a minute for like 1 or 2. Am I right, Valentina and Anna?
We do. We have about 7 minutes. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry that I'm so dark, everyone. The sun is setting in Houston and I haven't turned a lamp on yet. So we're going to get there. Carol, I have a couple of questions for you. First of all, let me get to my little sticky note. Okay. What about students that don't want to share their experiences, perhaps because their previous experiences are painful? So how do you motivate them?
Good point. And I had that. Like, if you read the introduction to Boosting Achievement, we started circle time, and the things they were sharing, I just decided I'm not cut out for this. I mean, this is too hard. So, the first thing that we wrote about, it's not that we don't open a space to share. I shared about Day of the Dead first and my culture. You open a space. You don't make anybody share anything, and they don't have to be the spokesperson for their culture either. The first thing we wrote about that everybody was super engaged was that Nabil fell out of a tree. And a lot of kids saw it and they were laughing about it. And I could draw a picture of a tree and he could explain it, even though they had all different languages and they were all laughing. So we wrote about that. You don't have to write about these profound things. We write about, if you look in the book too, or on my blog and search Hersan or email me, I can show you. Hersan, there are videos on that Padlet. The Padlet that I shared with you guys, and I'll put it in the chat right now. There are videos that you could show that are super inspiring, and then you can all write about that. I just open a space. You don't have to, they don't have to share about their cultures or their experiences. They can share about what they want to share about. So Padlet.com/CarolSalva1/rapidlit. And also that same thing, there's a different Padlet, Success for SLIFE. There are videos on there. Emily's story, read Emily's story, write about that. You know, I understand, we allow them to share. Nobody's made to share, but I totally understand that. That's why the projects are choice projects. If you go to the Rapid Literacy Padlet, you're going to see projects that are done outside of class time. We don't ever use class time. And it's because they're so compelling that they can't not do them. So they spend hours on them. But go check them out. They get to choose autonomy. They get to choose what they write about. And it might be your favorite songs and what they say about you and different things like that. Any other questions you wanted me to address? That's such a great question.
Really good one. There's one more that was a really good one. With many teachers that are conditioned to their own teaching methods, how can other stakeholders promote cultural awareness and diversity while also breaking the tunnel vision of many educators? That's a good one.
Could you say it again?
Definitely. There's a lot to unpack there. So with teachers that are conditioned to their own methods, how can stakeholders promote cultural awareness and diversity while also breaking the tunnel vision of many educators?
I would invite people to put ideas in the chat, because I know there are a lot of people in here that have a background in this. And we feel like everybody's asking us to be, today, every presenter asked us to be advocates. And so we want to know, how can we be the best advocates that we can be? And sometimes I totally understand. I loved what Dr. Yzquierdo said. Hey, I'm a content teacher and I'm already overloaded and I can't, right now, I feel like we're all in a high stress place. Like we're trying to make it low stress for the kids so they can learn. We're all in a high stress place. So telling somebody you must, is, we're just not going to get very far in that. So we have, Anna and I wrote about the benefits of having international students in your classroom. How, as a parent, you should be glad if your student is having to struggle through learning other cultures and working with other kids, because universities and employers are looking for that now. And going over the objectives and honoring kids, there's research behind the achievement, just the flat out achievement of the class when we do things that help these students. So from a cultural perspective, there are simulations and things that we can do, but I would be patient with our colleagues and show them bite-sized things like a QSSSA. Let me put that in the chat, QSSSA. Copy that, put that into into Google, click images, and you will see 10 years of ideas of how teachers are using it. And what it does is it allows everybody to have a win and everybody to have a voice. And so when you show those kind of things to content teachers, they realize that everybody's engaged now, the whole class, not just my language learners. And that is, I feel like I'm kind of talking in circles, but I feel like we need to appeal to content teachers with not just, they're your kids too. You need, it's, why should a math teacher want to write in math? Well, because research shows that all your kids are going to score better on STAR if you let them reflect about the math and writing a little bit. Absolutely. And so those kind of things.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. I have one more question for you. There's no better person in the world to answer this one. No pressure, Brittany. I noticed that a lot of reading specialists in her school district, they don't understand the need to explicitly teach phonics to older newcomer emergent readers, especially those coming from a Romance language background. They don't just pick it up by osmosis because they're in the 3rd, 4th, or 5th grade. Are there trainings or RTI or reading specialists available on how to teach this population?
Well, we offer the rapid literacy training, and like I said, it's a 2-day. It's a 2-day workshop, but we can do it in 6 hours. We just cut out some of the experiences, and also we're doing these things now over multiple days, because teachers, they may want Saturday mornings, or they may want 1 hour after school. So if we can do that, we do that. yeah, I'm working with many school districts right now where we're chunking it over several days so teachers can try things. And the rapid literacy training does have, they bring literacy specialists, they bring content teachers. We can tailor it to whatever your population is and what you think you need. But it is like what I showed you today, but with more experiences. And it's just sort of helping. And so the tricky thing about phonics is that they come with so much more than a 5-year-old that it would be a misstep, in my opinion, to start with phonics. But you have to realize that we cannot ignore it. So, I mean, and you have to make room for it. But what I found is that if I do a lot of assessments and show kids growth, like with nonsense words and things like that, they, by Christmas, I don't need to do the whole alphabet. So many of them already have the blends and things because of the reading we've done together, but I can't leave that to chance. So I do more phonics lessons in the second semester and just bite-sized ones. So that's why there's so much controversy with older students about how much phonics. Well, it depends on your class. I also wanted to point you, this is the Boosting Achievement ESL podcast page on my blog. And I'll put that in the chat. But there was a guy who came on, Jordan Mayer, and he is right here in episode 68. And he teaches kids in Canada. And he gave us so many resources and ideas around figuring out where's the right starting point for English learners. So there's usually an audio podcast. If there's a video, I will include that. But he gave us some resources we could use. And he just tells the story of his students. You know, we link to other resources by Larry Ferlazzo and other leaders in the field. So of course, I would say we'd love to help you with that because that's what we're doing. That's what the rapid literacy training is. How do we do both? And how do we look at these kids uniquely? Because they are unique. And let me, a lot of it has to do with partnering with the kids because they're not 5 years old. And there's a lot that once they understand what's happening and what's the difference between decoding and analysis, and why do I need to practice both every day, and reading anything makes me a better reader. You know, they have to have the metacognitive awareness of that. So, you know, how do we train them in that? But that maybe Jordan's episode would be of interest to you.
Good. Wonderful. Thank you so very much, Carol. Everybody loved your presentation. You're always so motivating and inspiring. And it was just a wonderful burst of energy as well that we needed.
You guys are so wonderful. I can't believe you've been here since 12:30 and you're still all full of energy.
Yay, we have 2 more hours to go.
Thank you.
You're so welcome. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Valentina, unless you have anything else, we're going to go ahead and go take a 12-minute break. We have about a 12-minute break. And then our next session is coming right up at 5:30 Central Time.
I'm going to go over to Twitter and look at the Seidlitz SLIFE hashtag.
Yes, that's
so
right.
I just put it in the chat. I'll be over there.
All right. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks again. Thank you all.
See you all soon.
Thank you, Carol. Up next, we
I don't have to add it to my calendar. You didn't have to add a passcode, right? Like none of that.
Hi, someone is not muted. I'm not sure who it is. Is it Annie or Suzanna? Up next, we have Suzanna McNamara and Annie. Ladies, if you're on with us, which I can see that you are, can you go ahead and unmute yourselves and turn your cameras on so I can just make sure that you're cued in?
Did I fix my light, Valentina?
Yes, lighting looks good. I can see Annie is there, but and Suzanna as well.
Annie definitely was here. She just checked in with her camera, but then it went back off. So I know Annie's with us.
Lady Suzanna cannot get on.
I can see her as a
I do too, but she doesn't have the screen.
Oh, okay. So it may be hidden at the bottom of your computer.
On Zoom all day today.
Wait, Susanna, she's talking to me now. So she's saying it may be hidden at the bottom of your computer.
At the bottom of your computer, at the bar, if you can.
So it's showing that I'm in?
Yes, it shows that it's been showing that you're in for the whole time, but could it be hidden?
It's like never let me in. Like I don't.
But is there probably a little tab at the bottom by the bar?
Okay. If she looks at.
I quit Zoom. Like.
Okay, try to get into Zoom again. You're in Zoom. You're in because your name is there, Susanna.
How is that possible? That is like. I don't see a window anywhere. And I just keep getting this panel. I just keep getting the same email, panelists for Seidlitz, over and over again.
Valentina.
Susanna or Annie, can you ask her to make sure she has shut down Zoom anywhere on her computer? It sounds like she has it open somewhere and it's hidden.
Okay, so shut down Zoom anywhere on your computer, Susanna.
I did. I quit Zoom. I don't see it anywhere. Like I don't.
When you look at your panel at the bottom, is there a little dot under Zoom?
No.
Does she have a Mac?
She's on a Mac.
Okay. Tell her at the top of her Mac screen to look for a little video camera icon.
Okay.
No, it's not there. I quit Zoom. It's not there. I quit my tabs that were Zoom. How could I be on Zoom right now? This is freaking me out. Is it on my phone? Like,
reboot your computer.
Yes, reboot's the magic fix. That's what we're hearing.
Yep.
Did we already mention that? I think maybe if she came in with a participant registrant link.
I don't think she.
No.
I think she's just having trouble getting in whatsoever. Like, I think.
You're joining us. It's 5:30. We're going to get started with our next session very, very soon. You can take this time to, I was going to say grab more coffee, but who's going to have coffee right now, Valentina? I don't know. Some people who aren't affected by caffeine. It's also 2020. That's right, Harvey. That's absolutely correct. Thank you all so much. We appreciate it. Decaf coffee. I'm with you. I'm a decaf person too right now. If you haven't at this point, let us know where you're joining us from. That would be wonderful. Go ahead and type in the chat where you are, what you're doing. Brooklyn, Maryland, Massachusetts, the Bronx. Evo, are you still here? Yvonne Santiago, she's from the Bronx. She'll love the shout out. Annapolis, Vegas, Manhattan, San Francisco, all these amazing places I wish we could travel to. Florida. A lot of Maryland today. Connecticut, Alaska. Wonderful. Valentina, there's a note in there about people admiring your flawless skin in the chat.
Oh, mine?
Yours.
My goodness.
Thank you.
That's so sweet. Thank you so much. That's really sweet.
From Staten Island. Shout out to all the New Yorkers. There's a lot of New Yorkers on today. So if you are a teacher of SLIFE students, we would love to know, where are the majority of your SLIFE students from? Depending on what part of the country you teach in, that answer would vary. So it'd be interesting to see where you're finding a lot of your students. Honduras, El Salvador, a lot of Central America, Guatemala, Africa, Honduras, Ethiopia, Yemen, Eritrea, the Congo, Puerto Rico, Mexico, Yemen and Egypt, South America, Guatemala again. We're reading them out because some people are responding just to us as panelists. From Rwanda, from the Congo, Venezuela, Myanmar, Honduras, El Salvador, a lot of Central America, Ghana, Dominican Republic, Iraq. No problem, we got you. Jill, your students are from all over. Okay. So Annie, we're seeing that. Let me respond.
Annie, if you can hear me, I would suggest to have Suzanna come back on as a participant if she was a participant before, and I can upgrade her to a panelist that way.
Okay, I'm going to try that. I don't think she was a participant before.
It's just interesting because I see her name there. You know, you see it too.
We see it and we hear her.
I think she's on the phone with Annie. I'm not sure. It's so weird though.
Yes, she's on the phone with me.
Okay. You know, these tech things.
It's funny, just like
we did a run through and it was all fine on my Zoom. I'm so sorry.
You're okay.
That's the thing. Helaine also did a run through and she had a similar problem. So I'm thinking that Suzanna has a Zoom open still.
Where she has to because her name is there.
And she just can't find it. And we can't go in her computer and find it for her. Wish we could.
So I'll take a quick reminder, if you're sending us messages and you want everybody to see them, go ahead and send those to all panelists and attendees.
Okay, let me check and see if she's in a different way.
And then everybody else, if you are watching at home, take a second if you would and let us know, what was the best thing that you've heard today? What was an aha moment or something that really stood out to you that you want to share with our participants? Pam's plant. Yes, Pam's plant is getting a lot of feedback. The original plant.
Yeah, that was really a good analogy, a good story. Love it.
Rebecca's going to try co-created text. That's wonderful. The garden analogy. Build up a new song. If so, for those of you that missed the keynote, remember, we are streaming live on YouTube, and after the day is done, you're going to get access to both that YouTube live stream as well as any materials that the presenters share with us. So you'll be able to go back in, see the presentations, get their links, and you'll be able to hear about Pam's plant. The original soil. You're seeing some of your colleagues type it in. This is the gardening analogy.
Yes, Stephanie, on YouTube. We're live streaming on YouTube all day. And once we finish the conference, then we'll have the link accessible to all of you for replay. And we'll have timestamps. So in case you want to see a certain, session over again, you'll know exactly where to fast forward to. Oh, yes. We will have, we will leave it up on YouTube for the foreseeable future.
The lenses, definitely. That was another piece that stood out to people. I agree with that. You're welcome, Suzanne. That's very kind of you. We'll have one last final session that begins at 6:30. That's Orly Klapholz and Sarah Digby. And several questions that have come up in the chat today, Orly and Sarah are going to be addressing them. So if you still have a lingering question, we have a feeling it'll be answered. Nancy, is that my couch and pillows that you're liking? Because it's fake if it's mine. Virtual background, not my real one. Yes, it's absolutely, see, it's virtual, not real. Okay, so looks like, so she's not coming in. We're having some trouble, Valentina. It's not working out for her.
So sorry, she is not getting in.
Yes.
I wish we could kick out this Suzanna that's in here.
So I have tried to do that,
okay.
But if I kick her out, it says that she cannot come back in.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So that is an option.
But we lose her, perhaps.
But we lose her, and we run the risk of not allowing her back in this session at all. Like, she may not be able to come back
in.
Her choice.
Yeah. Do you see John's suggestion there?
We're having a lot of suggestions. A lot of people are suggesting a FaceTime, that she FaceTimes with one of us and we show it on our Macs. Register under a different email.
I mean, I can resend her the panelist. Let me see. That's worth a try. The only thing is, if she already has it up, like we know it's somewhere up. I just am hesitant about that it will work.
She's going to try it with a different email. Valentina, does
Okay, if she gets in as a participant with a different email, I can upgrade her to a panelist.
Okay, that's what she's going to try now.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll wait for that and then we can go from there.
Before you kick her out.
Yeah. Kick her out. And Heather is recommending that she shuts down everything, closes out everything and rejoins. But I think we did ask her to do that, didn't we? We asked her to shut down.
So she's now in as a participant.
Okay. Okay. Let me see if I can find her.
Okay.
Okay. I think I found her. Promote to panelist.
You guys are heroes.
Teamwork.
Okay.
Okay.
All the support.
Okay. So now I have two Suzanna McNamara's up at the top.
So the Suzanna Marie 12 is out.
So I don't know which one. So, oh.
Go ahead and unmute Susanna so we can hear you.
I can't hear you.
I like to make a grand dramatic entrance.
So glad
you guys.
it's the one you've been waiting for, everyone.
Yeah.
We are so excited to see you, and thank you all for waiting patiently. You know, technology is very interesting and we don't always have all the answers, but we can be persistent and patient and determined, and we make it through together, right?
Yes, we appreciate your calm, Anna and Valentina.
Yeah.
Oh, it's hard.
That's something that Anna and I both pride ourselves on. Calm during the storm. We're so excited to have Annie Smith and Suzanna McNamara with us sharing during our SLIFE conference today. And I'm going to introduce these two lovely ladies and then I'm going to let them share with you all. And Annie Smith and Suzanna McNamara have worked with adolescent SLIFE students for over 20 years in New York with their roots in the Bronx. They've worked with teachers and administrators and SLIFE adolescent students, so we're delighted to have them share with us today during this brief time, but you know, any time is better than no time. They were part of a small team that developed a specialized curriculum for SLIFE funded by the New York State, and they've gone on to co-found the SLIFE Equity Project to partner with educators across the United States to provide equitable educational opportunities for underschooled immigrant adolescents. And we are so glad that you two are here with us, and we're excited to see what you have to share. So I'm going to let you take it over.
Okay, let's hope. Y'all see my screen? Great. Okay, that's perfect. Thank you all for your patience and your support. We really feel like we're part of community here. We're thrilled to be here tonight in conversation with all of you. It's been a long time coming for us. In many ways, this conference is a milestone. First, because it's devoted to a group of educators like us who have made SLIFE the focus of their work. And we are so buoyed to have comrades across the country. And then we want to thank also Orly for inviting us and Seidlitz for hosting us. And then secondly, this is the official launch of our nonprofit, the SLIFE Equity Project, which we've envisioned for more than 2 years and is now officially in the world. And we're glad to be launching it with all of you. It couldn't be more appropriate. Sorry. Okay, so we're going to start with the student because that's who we are. we begin with an asset lens, with a belief that SLIFE can bring their experiences and their language and their voices and participate meaningfully in classrooms and in our schools and in our communities, and we're better for it. But in order to participate and to bring ourselves, anyone, neuroscience tells us that we have to feel safe and we have to have a sense of belonging. Thank you all for that tonight. So SLIFE can't bring their strengths if they don't have environments that host them, that are fertile ground. And our work, as Helaine, Marshall, and Andrea De Capo explained it, is to support schools and teachers to create the kind of environments that bridge the learning paradigms and knowledge that SLIFE bring, and the learning paradigms and kinds of knowledge that are valued in our schools. So they bring rich resources. I think we all know that, but when they arrive in classrooms, they face triple the work. And the reference to that, I think you all know, is Deborah Short and Shannon Fitzsimmons' work titled Double the Work. And this was so important because it helped to shift programming and instructions for ELs so that English learners in secondary schools not only, to acknowledge that they're not only learning English, but are simultaneously learning new academic content through a language they're just beginning to understand. And Michelle was speaking to that earlier. I popped into her session. But I think what's qualitative, we all know what's qualitatively different for SLIFE is it's at least triple the work. They bring pragmatic experience, but need not only build the new concepts at grade level, but all of the foundational concepts that come underneath that, right? They need to build knowledge of academic concepts like photosynthesis, features of civilizations that are assumed in secondary school, but they also need to build the foundational concepts underneath that as well. So the task for us as teachers, as well as for students, is complex. In some cases, they have not learned to read well enough in home language to use text as a resource to learn new knowledge. And even in cases where they've learned to read, comprehension looks different. It emphasizes memorization. So they're facing at least triple the work. So our work as educators is to strategically support their understanding and their access to content and language that builds their identities as meaningfully participating students. And that really is the essence of what is important to us, and why we're here today to talk, sort of given their needs, the question then becomes, why the sentence, right? We know that learning is about taking up and owning new knowledge, and it involves processing ideas. And writing and reading and thinking are the three tasks of idea formation. So for us in many secondary classrooms, the writing focuses on the discourse level, that 5-paragraph essay. And then we also give attention to sort of the word level, but there's little attention paid to the sentence level. And so over the last year, we've become increasingly interested in the power of the sentence. And sort of, as Joan Didion says, as Joan Didion knows, as we write, we form ideas, right? So we're taking that little seed and looking at the power of the sentence, which we first got introduced to through Judith Hochman's work, but really started to explore it with teachers and students as a result of the work of our colleague Joanna Yip and her partner Nell Pinero's work, which really highlighted its potential for ELs. So the sentence really is the building block of writing and thinking, and expressing those complex thoughts that involve putting ideas together using a range of syntactic forms and transition words really led us to target work that develops students' writing and also support students to synthesize and communicate ideas about content, right? So this is the kernel of the sentence, to think critically, to strengthen reading comprehension, because when you're focused on the form, the syntactic form of a sentence, then when you come to reading it, you're understanding the role of those words and phrases in a different way, to develop oral language and to build word recognition and fluency. So it packs a punch. So before we jump into the work that we are going to share with you today around sentences, we want to step back for a minute and make clear that this work happens in a larger context. And it applies to all Ls, but for SLIFE, these principles are really a lifesaver, right? Without them, without structuring your instruction and content in these ways, SLIFE are not going to have access. So we start with engaging high leverage content and draw on students' backgrounds. We honor all language identities and leverage students' full language repertoire. We design all learning for high challenge and high support. Right? So it's not about simplifying content for SLIFE so that they can have access. We integrate content thinking, language, and literacy into a rich thematic unit that's engaging, that starts with something that honors their background. We reduce the cognitive load by keeping only one learning band new. So if the content is new, the language and academic thinking skills are familiar. And we work across those domains. So the tasks that we're designing move across those domains. And we really responded to Honigsfeld's emphasis on interaction, right? How important that is, and sometimes missing when we're designing tasks. And of course, explicitly teach sentence structures in content, in context, and provide daily practice so that we're moving as quickly as possible from the simple, which we'll show today, to the more compound and complex of sentences. So we're going to start by examining the difference between controlled and generative language production, then present several generative sentence level activities, and then briefly talk about how the generative approach strengthens knowledge building and critical thinking in a way that some other approaches don't do as from so many angles. So I'm going to pass this over to Suzanna, and she's going to continue. Great. And unmute yourself, Suzanna.
It's not a good tech night for me. I'm afraid to touch anything on my screen right now or on my computer. Thank you, Annie, and thank you so much, Anna and Valentina, for helping me troubleshoot and actually get here. So hi, everybody. So I'm going to pick up where Annie left off, and we're going to move into the sentence work, but I first want to set some context. We're all about context for the sentence work, because we're always working in content. We're never working in a vacuum. So kids are never doing sort of workbook isolated exercises. The sentence work is always anchored in the content. So the purpose of the sentence work is to support students to process and express the content ideas. So let's imagine the following scenario in a secondary social studies classroom. So we come from a high school context. So let's imagine this is a middle or high school. And let's imagine this is a heterogeneous class with a range of Ls, including SLIFE, the units on ancient civilizations, specifically around Mesopotamia. And the rich essential question is, how did farming change the way that people lived? So even though that essential question is framed with sort of more tier 1 everyday language, there's really rich concepts that undergird that. So in order to learn this content, in order to be able to answer this question, kids really have to understand the concepts of movement, settlement, innovation, right? So content really matters. And so these big, high leverage, super strong cognitive hooks will become the hooks that students will hang new information on as they move through their education. And also, just to mention, of course, the major academic thinking skill behind a unit like this is around cause and effect. So we're going to move into the text just to, again, give you the context. So let's imagine that they're going to move into this text on Mesopotamia. And let's imagine that before reading the text, students are doing lots of things that I'm sure you're already doing with your Ls, which is building schema and language around the big ideas, using lots of rich images and videos and eliciting prior knowledge and building important background. And so along with those big ideas, they're also going to be building concrete tier 1 language like move, river, food, eat, live, farm, new, make, water. And so reading is always about sense making around understanding how the details relate to these bigger ideas. So we're not going to bring you through the text by reading it. I just want to highlight that the first chunk, this would be the first chunk of text that kids would be reading, ideally with a teacher, with some audio input, ideally audio recording input as well. So the first chunk of text is around movement and settlement. So the relationship between rivers, fertile soil, growing food to sustain populations. And then they'd be moving into a chunk around innovation. So this one on innovation has to do with a new idea. How do we improve farming to help grow more food for our growing population? So again, I'm not going to read the text to you, but you can skim it. And we just wanted to highlight for you, as Annie mentioned before, we're not trying to water down the curriculum. Of course, we want kids to have access and engagement in the text and the curriculum, but really we're amplifying, for anybody who knows Ida Welke's work, there's a lot of talk around amplifying instead of simplifying, and really blowing up the input and making it comprehensible to support meaning making. So kids are just processing small digestible chunks. So the first chunk was its own piece of content, and now the innovation chunk is its own piece of content. It's a paragraph. And so there's text features like a heading. We have a guiding question underneath. There's images. Students would be labeling these images. There's a sentence starter at the bottom. And we also want to highlight, notice that these are not simple, detached sentences that we often see in early readers. Notice that I just highlighted some of the transition words. So having some compound and complex sentences in there actually supports comprehension. So when you cut off those transitions, you're actually chopping the sentences and you're separating. Kids can't see the relationships as easily. So we just wanted to highlight that as part of the way we're really scaffolding to support their idea of this higher level content. So common approaches to sentence production. So we're assuming that many of you out there are already using the tried and true sentence scaffolds that we all learn. So sentence frames, highly controlled, one-word answer, heavy scaffold. And the great thing about it is it allows kids at even the lowest levels of proficiency to produce full sentences and to kind of feel successful as English speakers and writers. And then the sentence starters, these are not in fact typos in case you're thinking that, are a little bit less controlled. So kids have a little bit more freedom with the language that they're using. So the sentence starter might be the Mesopotamians, blah, blah, blah. And we're expecting kids to finish that sentence. And so often we get things like the Mesopotamians, farmers, or the Mesopotamians, they grow crops. Not wrong. Inaccurate in terms of form, but we always communicate meaning first. So they're meaningful sentences. But we wanted to push further. And when we started kind of getting into the sentence work and learning more about it, as Annie explained, we really, we support sentence frames and starters and we use them all the time, but we also acknowledge their limits. So here is how we're approaching simple sentence structure with SLIFE and other newcomers too who can benefit, so that kids can be more generative in their sentence production using sort of three basic parts of the sentence. So I'm just going to show you, we've color coded the three basic parts, and we'll get into what those three parts are. So in terms of teaching sentence structure, how are we doing this for SLIFE, right? Many of us have learned grammar in our classrooms in a formal way, and we knew that traditional grammar was not the way to go. So if we were to take the traditional approach and be teaching subject predicate or subject verb object, these terms are abstract for kids who don't have this level of metalinguistic awareness or formal kind of grammar in their home context. So why would we use these terms? However, it's super beneficial to be able to name these chunks because word order matters in English, and SVO is like the foundational sentence. And lots of kids are coming from languages that maybe don't have a subject. So it's important for us to mark that in English. So we took a more functional approach. And a couple of years ago, I don't know if anyone knows about the organization LESLA. We went to, it's an organization that's mostly supporting adult SLIFE and language and literacy learners. And we saw a woman present, and she had this functional approach where she had this great little chart, which was sentences were broken into who/what, do, and then another what. So we kind of liked that idea. We tweaked it a little bit and started calling it who or who, what, do, more information, because that's basically what that chunk is at the end. We don't care if it's an object or a preposition, who cares? It's just more information, and you don't always even need it. So we also have been playing around with this. Maybe we're calling it person, place, thing, action is, because everybody forgets the verb to be, and more information. So it doesn't really matter what you're calling these parts, as long as you're being explicit and consistent and they're sort of functional words and phrases that kids are familiar with. So this structure, we really believe helps them understand the concept of a sentence with labels that they understand, like who or action. So with this generative structure, we really believe that this results in language agency and ownership and the development of metalinguistic awareness, at least a foundation as they're building towards more complex sentences. Okay, so we really want to get to the actual sentence work. So I'm going to try to be a little bit more speedy. So now let's think about, okay, now that just a reminder of what the text looked like, this chunk of innovation text, what could the sentence level work look like once they have read and discussed this? They've worked in home language, they work with a teacher, they've been discussing, they've been retelling. So students would probably be doing some set of word sorts after the text, like categorizing words based on how they connect conceptually, but we're going to skip that part and just go right into the sentences. So we're going to present to you 3 sentence tasks that move in a sort of logical sequence, going from simpler to more complex in terms of sentence structure, and also moving from more recognition into more production. And we're not suggesting that you do these in this kind of order lockstep. We just wanted to present a range to you so you can see what the possibilities are. And just a note in this online world we're in, that we're showing you the online version, but it's way more fun the in-person version because you've got papers and sorting and partners and pictures and labeling. So it's not as dynamic on a slide, but that's what we're all dealing with right now. So we're gonna go with it and embrace it. So the first task we're going to look at is what we're calling task 1 and the innovation sentence scramble. And we're just saying innovation because that's the chunk of the text, and we want to remind kids that that is what we're talking about. So we have never met a student who doesn't love a sentence scramble. And in fact, we've never met an adult who doesn't love a sentence scramble because we use them in PD also, and it's fun for adults as well. And why is it, right? So in the scramble, partners are working together to make meaningful sentences using the words and phrases that you as a teacher are providing. That's the beauty. It's all about recognition, no pressure to come up with your own words from your head, low stakes, no erasing. You don't have to rip up your paper. You don't have to start over, and it's fun. So partners read the words and the phrases together, and then they start moving them around. Right? They start moving them around, negotiating what makes sense. So this is like the pile. This slide represents the pile of kind of cards that they would get. And so what they might wind up with is sentences that look like this. So you'll note, you might be noting already, well, where's the capitals and where's the periods? If you wanted to scaffold further, you could add capitals and you could add periods, but that is such a, kids are often then sorting sentences based on the conventions, which is strategic and that's clever, But if you want to pull those conventions away, then kids really have to focus only on the meaning. So this is what it might look like when kids are done. And then you would want to teach kids to check for things like, okay, are the things in the first column a person, a place, or a thing? What is it, right? How about the action? Is that an action in the middle, or do you have the is or are? So a lot of times the verbs get lost in the shuffle, and verbs carry so much of the meaning in so many content areas. So if you're not calling attention to it explicitly, they can kind of get missed. So partners would then read the sentences to each other, and when they're sure that they agree, and of course there's the language of negotiation that's also going on, like hopefully it's like, no, not like, no, you're stupid, that's wrong, but hopefully you're also working on the language of negotiation, like I disagree, the word goes here. So partners read aloud, and then the next step would be for them to copy, practicing some foundational literacy skills, their sentences onto paper with the conventions, capitals, periods, word spacing, and then reading them back. So that redundancy of language and literacy in this one task is incredibly powerful. So, yep, okay, so that's task one, that's the scramble. There's a lot of potential with the scramble. So now let's move on to something that is a little bit more generative. So this is what we're calling task 2, and we're calling this the innovation talk label write. So the reason this is more generative is because there's less provided to the student. So in a nutshell, you would use a picture from the content, and you have to make sure that you're choosing a picture that has enough going on, where there's enough verbs that can be inferred from the picture. So the two partners would talk about the picture first. They would just talk about what they see, and then they would generate 2 lists. Because it's hard to label online, we just put the kind of make the lists. So lists of person, place, thing, list of actions. And students might be listing words that are sort of irrelevant, like mountain, but then they're probably going to see they might not be able to make a sentence out of that, or is it really relevant to this idea of innovation? So partners then, they can either talk through the sentences they want to write, or they can kind of split up after they've generated their lists, write their own sentences and compare them. So you also might be thinking, ooh, this structure looks super limited and it's forcing kids to work in a box. If you have kids who have already internalized and they're pretty fluid with this structure, then you remove it and they just have open lines to write on, like most kids are writing on. So I did not, okay, so these are some of the words that they might generate from the pictures. And I didn't actually create sentences from there, but you could imagine there's a variety of possibilities. Picture, I just want to say too, this is Annie and I didn't plan this, but it's just coming up, that pictures are also a really great way to start working with claim and evidence, right? Like there could be some claim about the picture and kids could be choosing from strips that actually support that claim. Just an aside. Okay, so we've saved the best for last. The pièce de résistance. And we're giving Joanna Yip a shout out. I think Annie already gave her a shout out, and I think she's out there in the audience because she really kind of blew this up for us and put it in our face. And I actually just saw it in a class today in the school I'm working in, and it was very exciting. So the exciting thing about because, but, so is that you're beginning with a single clause, even though I'm calling it a sentence because it's basically the same structure. It could be a simple sentence on its own. So Annie and I decided on the sentence, Mesopotamians needed more water. That could be a sentence on its own, or it could be a clause in a compound or complex sentence. So you begin with a clause, and you have already taught the transitions, let's say in a close to home, maybe out of the content way first. So because, as showing reason, but to show contrast, so to show effect. And I saw a teacher today say, I want to go to the party, but, and she uses this kind of dramatic arrow of going back in the other direction. So using gestures in your body to kind of amplify the meaning of the transitions is also helpful. So you're keeping the first, so because to show reason, but to show contrast, so to show effect. So you keep the first part the same. And the power of that is that it forces the student to focus on the transition and the kind of relationship it's establishing. So you can't see that as clearly as if you have all different first sentences. So again, with this one, you could start with a sort, because conceptually, this is pretty complicated. So you could provide the sentences as I did, and so that they're recognizing rather than generating. So even though we're amping up the activity, when we get to that new activity or task, we're still starting with recognition. So when you ratchet up the complexity of the task, you always start with recognition. That's just like a great rule of thumb for learners in general, I would say. So, so the partners then need to, again, negotiate and move those second sentences around to create meaningful sentences that make sense. And just to note, when Annie and I were doing this, we struggled to decide what that first sentence was going to be. So sometimes what ends up happening is you realize if you can't come up with a but second sentence, maybe your content and the text you designed was not complex enough, and you might want to go back and revise that a little bit. So that was like an aha for us. It helps teachers kind of check the rigor of their content. So yeah, so these are the choices that students might have in the recognition part. And then maybe you did this yourself in your head, and if you could check your answers. So these would be sentences that make sense. So this is just to say that the simple sentence work in the beginning, we've seen kids incredibly engaged in SLIFE classrooms with this, and we have even seen them, not just, some teachers use color coding and some teachers use annotating. You just want to be consistent. Some kids have started annotating they underline their who, they do a squiggle line under the do to represent action, a circle around more information, and they start annotating their own writing. And it's incredible to see how much metalinguistic awareness that builds when kids are not just using it to sort of express ideas this way, but to analyze their own work. Like you might have a verb that's missing, or, oh, I don't have this. So there's a lot of potential. So, you know, the ultimate goal is getting to the compound and complex sentences as fast as you can, and combining clauses with transitions allows you to express those more complex ideas. And those complex ideas are the hallmark of high level content and rigor. And again, in the ELA class I was in today, it was really electric to see how much language and thinking and engagement and like debate was going on with kids around around the book, Hidden Figures. It wasn't a SLIFE class, but there were a lot of newcomers in there. So this is what we mean by meaningful participation, and the intentional explicit sentence level work is really very much what empowers students with the linguistic tools they need to produce that higher academic oral and written discourse at some point. These are the building blocks. These are the stepping stones to strong writing. Annie, do you want to wrap it up?
Sure, advanced one. But I think you said it so well, actually. That was a really nice bow there at the end. Sort of as a wrap up, we just wanted to sort of highlight, the question is, how is this possible? And I think first and foremost, how is this powerful, not possible? Suzanna showed you how it's possible. I think first and foremost, it's because it's generative. Students have a syntactic framework and it's transferable. They're the owners of their own ideas in ways that are not the case, and not that there's not a space for this, but is not the case with frames and starters. They don't pack the same kind of punch, and they don't allow for the same they don't foreground opportunities for negotiating meaning in the same way. And they don't support students, right, to think critically in quite the same ways. So we're really at the beginning of exploring this with teachers, but we, like Suzanna said earlier, it's electric. We're really feeling the potential for this as it builds towards more, like Suzanna said, discourse level work. So we have, I guess we still, in spite of our starting late, have a few minutes to answer questions if there are any questions out there.
Ladies, it looks like a couple of questions just popped up. One is, do you have access to a website that our viewers can reach out to?
Sure. So we do. We have just been scrambling to put the final touches on it. There are a couple more edits, but we will, in our last slide, or we shared it with you, just so you know, I wouldn't look at it until the middle of next week, just to be safe. But we shared it with you, Valentina, and it may be up tomorrow. But our last slide, Suzanna has it, I think.
Okay.
There, yeah. Yeah, there we go. Do you see it? Oops, that's not the last slide.
There you go. But you have the notes version up, Suzanna, not the.
Yeah, we can't see it right now.
Can you
okay. Well, we're not able to see the slide right now, Suzanna.
Share the wrong way.
And so another question is, do you have a book about your strategies?
We don't have a book.
Maybe you should start thinking about that then. It's like there's a need for it. People are really loving the strategies you shared. Someone wanted to know, was there a reason why you were referring to glue words, conjunctions as transitions?
Do you want to answer that, Annie, or do you want
I need to answer that?
I'll answer. I did just put the SLIFE-equity.org in the chat. I can't, it's new for us, so I can't really say it, but it's in the chat. I just put it there. So we know that there's a whole range of very grammatically specific terms, conjunctions or cohesive ties or connectors or signal words. And we just landed on the just kind of one name for the kind of word that is some sort of connector or signaling some kind of relationship, and put them all in one bucket, even though we know that's not maybe grammatically accurate. Again, we're just trying to simplify and call it something functional, which is a transition is a change. We could call them, I've called them connectors in the past, or signal
a relationship. I see Helaine is saying she's got a glue system, so Helaine will be in touch.
Oh, I want to know about that.
Great.
Yes, Helaine.
Wonderful. Thank you for sharing that. That sounds great. And I just re-chatted out the website link. So for those of you who are interested in checking that out, I know that many of you want to learn more about the organization. So powerful. Thank you, ladies, for sharing. This has been amazing. And I know you've inspired a lot of us to think outside of the box and really focus in on our students' needs. We are going to go ahead and transition into our final presentation for the day. So we have about 11 minutes until our 6:30 presentation with Orly and Sarah. Go ahead and grab your cup of coffee, cocoa, whatever you drink at 6:30. I don't know what you drink this late in the evening. It's 6:30 Central Standard Time. For those of you that are not in Central Standard Time, it may be later or it might be earlier. And we'll see you all back in about 10 to 11 minutes.
You're in for a treat.
Thank you, ladies, so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello there, my friend.
Oh, hi. Long time no see. These last 8 minutes.
I know.
Yes. Orly and Sarah, if you're with us, you can go ahead and unmute yourselves. Show us your beautiful faces. That was like that quick. Hi, Sarah.
You're waiting.
We're waiting into when can we go? Okay. Yeah, look, check 6:27.
That's the button, like, all right.
You're here. Okay. We're going to let you ladies share your screen. Sarah, you can join our earring club. Look at that.
Oh, let me see Sarah's earrings.
This is, I kid you not, the first time I've put on earrings since the pandemic began.
Wow. Here, a Seidlitz webinar.
I had to go
to wear your best.
I had to go find them. Thank you. I do find they are a nice touch.
Yes.
Yeah, if you're joining us, Valentina and I have been hosting our Seidlitz webinar since the beginning of the pandemic. And that was one of the things that we had to look forward to was every single webinar, we would share our earrings with each other because it's the only piece of anything that we're wearing during this pandemic. So here we are.
I mean, we wear other things. It's just
I'm wearing professional clothes. I'm wearing yoga pants below.
I hear you.
I don't even wear pants.
I also hear. What are pants?
What are pants? I love oh my God.
So hi. So are we're set to go?
Well, we're going to get started in about 2 minutes and Anna will introduce you ladies.
Yes. Yes. But if you're joining us, this is your last reminder from us that go ahead and switch your chat to panelists and attendees if it's something that you want all of our presenters, panelists, speakers, participants to read. If it's something inappropriate, then don't do that. That's all. Oh, it's been a long day, but we're so excited that you guys are the icing on the cake, the last to go.
Well, seriously, kudos to you guys for manning it all day.
Oh, thank you. Bronx. We have a lot of, are you seeing the Bronx colleagues' messages, Orly?
Some of them, yeah. Oh, wait, no, I'm not seeing. Wait, let me go.
They're very important.
Oh, hey, the Bronx. That's where Orly and I met.
Also, Sarah, you've got a message. Former Becca mentor.
Who? Megan! Oh my God. Oh, so I mentored Megan in Honduras because she'll see it's mentioned in there, Megan. You'll see it. Hi. Oh, that made me so happy. Oh, Megan's awesome. Megan is great.
This is so fun.
It's a fantastic mentor.
Fun. Oh, I love your accents. Michelle Yzquierdo, of all people, with her Southern accent, loves your accents. It's too perfect. Too perfect. Okay, it is 6:30. Ladies, are you ready?
We're ready.
Ready? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and introduce you. So for those of us that are watching at home that might not know who you are, Orly Klapholz founded Multilinguals Forward, there we go, in 2019 to provide schools with the tools to create equitable educational experiences for students with limited or interrupted formal education that's grounded in best practices and research. She's worked as a classroom teacher and a special ed coordinator working with SLIFE and newcomers. Orly holds a master's degree from Hunter College in special education and coursework in second language acquisition from Fordham University. Sarah, if you don't know Sarah, is an experienced educator and curriculum designer specializing in newcomer, SLIFE, and native language foundational skills instruction. Sarah has a master's from Columbia University in international education development and has worked for over 10 years in the education industry, including 6 years as a teacher in places such as Honduras, an immigrant shelter in South Texas, and a public school for newcomers in the Bronx. You've been all over, Sarah. She currently works as a senior instructional designer for English language learners at Houghton Mifflin Harcourt. And we are so excited to hear what you ladies have in store for us. So when you're ready, you can take it away.
Awesome. All right. Thank you, Anna. And thank you,
Great,
everyone.
thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you to everyone who's been here all day. It's been a day, but a really awesome day learning from everyone. And we're excited to talk to you all about supporting SLIFE using foundational skills in both native language and English. Sarah and I actually met. I just want to give a little bit of quick background on how we met and how this all came together for the two of us. We met teaching together at a school called Ellis, which is in the Bronx in New York. And the high school for exclusively for newcomers. And we were teaching together, and Sarah was doing primarily native language. I was teaching English, and I took essentially a sabbatical to teach in a school for kids with language-based learning disabilities. And I was trained in specialized curriculum there, and then I called up the principal from that school and said, I have an idea about a pilot program. And Sarah and I had continued to be in touch. And we created a program then to teach SLIFE during the summer. And then those same students, I also taught in the ELA classroom during the year. Go ahead, Sarah.
Yes. Great. So yeah, so Orly and I had a really great time working together at Ellis. And as she mentioned, I was doing native language instruction at the time. And so native language instruction, Spanish literacy development. And so I was working with students who were primarily from Dominican Republic or Central America, who had either never been to school or had only been to school for a few years and had little or no native language in their Spanish language literacy. And so I was teaching them how to read and write in Spanish, even though they were ages anywhere from 15 up to 21, 22. So I was doing Ellis at this intervention level. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that, and kind of also part of my master's thesis, which involved, it was a longitudinal research project that I did while I was at Columbia to assess the native language reading skills of newcomers, and specifically of SLIFE, and especially those SLIFE who came in without any reading ability. So I'll explain that on the next slide. So we can go to the next slide. So so this is this graph. I'll explain what it is. Initial reading fluency ranges. So what I did was I did an initial part of the work I did was outside of just working with SLIFE, was with any newcomers who teachers had suspected. They wanted to know more about their reading levels in Spanish and what their native language literacy levels were, so that they could better guide interventions or instruction in the classroom. They were then sent to me for a Spanish language assessment. And so this was an assessment that looked at phonemic segmentation, it looked at oral reading passages, it looked at comprehension. And so yes, this is just one metric. This is just oral reading fluency. It's by no means the whole picture of what literacy is, but this was one graph where I looked, and these are ranges. So these are the data points on how students did on, I think there were like 3 things with phonemic segmentation, no, up to 4, and then there were 3 reading passages. So I wanted to show just the full range. So this is a graph of, I assessed 76 students, and these were where their ranges fell. So these were kids all at the high school level, and the kids who were in blue were kids who were designated as SLIFE. And the metrics, the grade level metrics, were taken from the Spanish DIBELS, it's called theday, and it was taken from their grade level ranges for oral reading fluency. So that's how I got those measurements. And so, but what you can see is that even, what was interesting was that, yes, the kids who were pre-literate, who really could not even get past naming letters or reading 2 or 3 phoneme words, they were SLIFE. Those 3 down there were SLIFE. And then you also have SLIFE kind of throughout the spectrum as well, which is interesting. And also you have kids who maybe had continuous schooling in their home countries, and they're newcomers, and they're still arriving with levels of Spanish and native language literacy that were alarming when we're trying to get them to read 12th grade level text in English, and they're clocking in at like 2nd or 3rd grade levels, at least in fluency in this one metric in Spanish. So it just kind of shows this picture of yes, SLIFE and in particular have a really can have this really high need, and at the same time newcomers as well, there's great value in for those who need more instruction in Spanish, and building on the Spanish literacy that they're bringing in, because it will help them transfer these skills to their English literacy. So these kids down at the bottom, that you see. So then as part of this research project and my work at Alice, what I did, and you can go to the next graph, Orly. Okay, great. I tracked 4 students over the course of 4 years. So student A, B, C, and D. And you're going to see student C, his name is Angel. We talk about him throughout this presentation. This was the product. So these were kids who came in pre-literate. They were not able to read or write in Spanish when they walked through the door. Student B is a dashed red line because he had special need. He actually Orly, as our special education coordinator, got him an IEP. He identified special needs. So kind of shows kind of what I was theorizing as like the baseline level of growth that could happen in native language Spanish literacy over the course of, this is months at the bottom. So I did individual interventions with these kids, and I taught them how to read and write in Spanish. And then I tracked, and again, this is just one metric, but I tracked their oral reading fluency development along with many others. This is just what I'm showcasing in this presentation. See, like, if you give kids what they need, if you meet them where they're at, so they need to learn to read and write in Spanish. And so let's carve out some time in the school day, each day, where they're getting an hour of instruction, and they've got the age appropriate and level appropriate materials. What happens? And this was what happened. And it kind of shows, there are only 4 case studies, because, as you know, these are a very, very specific group of SLIFE. You don't have tons of them coming through your door all at the same time, but it does show you that growth and explosive growth can happen. And in 15 months, they were reading at 2nd, almost 3rd grade levels. That's 3 years of growth in a little over a year. And I was teaching bare bones phonics, and in Spanish, phonics is much different than English phonics. It is a phonetic language, but they were able to achieve growth, and then that growth then translated into their content classes, which they were in for the rest of the day. They were really only with me for 1 period a day, where then they could continue to engage in their classes, and whether that was on a socio-emotional level, feeling more confident because they're learning in one class and having positive experiences in one class, or by being able to make connections between letters that have sound symbol transfer from Spanish to English. So anyways, this was the culmination of a much larger research project that I did, and it just kind of shows that when you give these kids what they need in their language at their level, like really great growth can happen. And that's what this shows. So then Spanish, so here's kid C, student C, his name was Angel, and like we're going to talk about him throughout this presentation. So Angel's writing development, so he came in, he met me on January 12th, 2016, when I gave him an initial assessment, and part of that initial assessment involved some open-ended questions. So one of the questions was, in Spanish, this reads, what do you want to be when you grow up? And he wrote, I want to graduate. Or it literally translates to I want to be graduated. And he was from Honduras, and he had been in school as a kid, but he only had like 2 or 3 years of schooling, and he was 17 by the time, he was actually 17 when he got to the US, he was 18 by the time he saw me. So he had retained some knowledge of some letters and some sounds, but there wasn't a coherent message being relayed. So he was, as you saw, one of my students. So this was his this was where he started in terms of his writing. And then what you'll see by March, here is how he was writing. So he was writing about Honduras and what he liked, some fact. This was for a social studies project for his social studies capstone. And he was writing about we were making a book about his country. And this was what he was able to contribute in his native language. And then by the following year, 2017, same month of the next year, this was the 2nd page of a 2-page letter he had written I was doing a guest lecture at Columbia on and he was featured in it, and he wanted to write a long letter to the students in the class. And so he did, all in Spanish. So the growth, just in the writing, you can see not only in the reading, but also in the writing, just how quickly, you would never have guessed a year before that this student was struggling to write words in his own language. And so it's really neat to watch what can happen. And so that's, you know, in the Spanish side, that's what I was doing at Ellis.
And I'm going to take over and talk about the reading and writing fundamentals, specifically in English. And Sarah and I really wanted to make clear that these students were part of a pilot program that was created for them in the summer. These were all SLIFE students. They had been in classes at Ellis for some of them a year, some of them longer than a year, and were not making progress in their content classes. And so I had taken a sabbatical from Ellis, and then I came back and I approached the principal and I said, I have kind of a crazy idea. Want to let me run with it? And she said, sure. So then I said the same thing to Sarah, and I was like, come on aboard. And so I worked with students on English phonics, and I'm going to explain the program. And then Sarah and I worked together on then kind of English, and then Sarah added the native language as well for some of the students after that class itself. But I want to add that we believe that these students also obviously need content that is age and grade appropriate, that this is not instead of that, this is in addition to that. And after we piloted this program and saw the success of the program, we infused it into the content classes in which I taught many of the students English. So we taught them in the summer and then continued teaching them during the school year. So I wanted to first point out, Emily Hanford is actually a journalist. She wrote this. The idea about reading and the science of reading and what is reading has really exploded recently because of Emily Hanford's journalism. And even though she isn't specific to our multilingual students, a lot of what she says is something that's really important to us, because what I found even in my degree for special education, that no one was really talking about reading itself, and I had to go out and find it. And that was definitely true, especially in my coursework for second language acquisition. We talked about acquiring language, but we didn't really talk about reading itself. This program called Preventing Academic Failure, I learned about when I then was teaching in that school for children with language-based learning disabilities. And the reason why this program is so great is because it is research-based, it is scientifically proven, it is step-by-step skill progression. And what I thought about when I approached the principal to teach this program to our students, to our SLIFE, was that it incorporated all of the elements that we needed in terms of language acquisition and reading. So it was doing everything together. And it was obvious that, well, we don't necessarily need to start from the first lesson because the students were already coming in with some knowledge, but that if we kind of ran a quick assessment to have an idea of what they had already, then we could kind of carve out exactly which skills we needed to teach and which skills we needed to focus on, both from a phonics perspective and from a reading fluency, accuracy, comprehension perspective. So that everyone who's watching knows these assessments are free. They are available online for free. I actually will provide their website when I finish. So we used their assessments to know what they already had gained in terms of English language. This is from the English side at this point, what their phonemic awareness, their phonics abilities. And then as you can see in the middle picture where it says the PAF test of single word reading, that's really an essential assessment because it allows us to really break down which skills needed more support versus which skills was clear that students already had and we could move forward with. So in terms of teaching the basics, I'm gonna show you a quick video. This is that same student, Angel, and this is one of the things that we did during the day to work on specifically phonics and sound to the actual letters. I'm just going to play, but just because of time, I'm going to go to the next slide. But we worked on specifically, sorry, the flashcards, also available actually for free online on their website. Just making sure to kind of pound those letters, pound the sounds so that it really hit home for the kids. And we found that that helped tremendously. And it was something also we actually incorporated into the regular classroom, even though not all students needed it, but it kind of became a fun game, even in the high school setting, to just kind of quickly go through the letters, go through the sounds, to make that available for all students. The next video that you're going to see is part of the writing aspect of the program itself. So the students are listening and they are then writing what they're hearing. They're dictating from what the teacher is then saying.
Woo! He runs to the fun. He runs to the fun. He runs.
Apple kiss.
He. Start over.
He runs.
Start here. He.
Well.
Hold on. Runs to the fun.
So you can see from that video that student, that Mamadou, his native language is Wolof, and he had been in the school for a year and was not really making progress. And he was in the pilot program, and he also stayed with us after school, after the program had finished, and we worked with him for extra time as well. And you can even see how he fixes that first letter. He says capital or uppercase, right? And he fixes the he, the H to the uppercase. And that was something, that's like a very specific skill in order to help students be able to recognize certain symbols within text to be able to understand the text. And that was something he didn't know before coming into the classroom. And for him to be able to cognitively be able to fix that for himself was a huge leap for him and was really incredible to watch. This student here that I'm about to show you this video actually was a student who had already been in the school for 3 years. She came to us with an IEP, and beforehand, no phonics, no reading foundations had really been provided to her before. And so we really pushed and said she needed to be in this pilot program, this pilot class. What you're about to watch, before this class, she was still not reading the words that you're about to watch her read.
And she was struggling.
Sorry, one second there. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. I'm ad-libbing. She was someone who I worked with on a semi-regular basis for Spanish literacy, because she struggled greatly with Spanish literacy as well. And not for lack of trying, of course not. I mean, she worked very, very hard. It was, these things just came very challenging. They were very challenging for her. And so that summer, it was really beautiful to watch her have these successes in English. It was a really wonderful thing to watch. Oh.
Sorry, 1 second. Here we go. Okay.
No. Very good. No. Very good. Had, que no abras los dientes. Very good, jam, otra vez.
So I just wanted to point out again, this student and why this was a huge success for this student who had been here for 3 years already and who was not making this kind of progress, and then started in this system. And one of the reasons really the system works so well, this type of program, it doesn't have to be this specific PAF. But the reason why this type of program does work is because it is systematic. It means that, as you can, if you couldn't tell from the words, right, it's using certain sounds, right? So you don't have random sounds that are thrown in that would be too difficult for a student to read at this point if they don't have that knowledge of the sounds, if they don't have the knowledge of the blends yet. So this is really teaching that to them systematically. When these students were then also in our content classes, they were reading, or they were given words that were not within this system itself. But having this basis allowed them to then build into the content and allowed them to recognize sounds within what they were working with in their actual content classes. This is an example of how we also adapted the program. The program itself is not made specifically for multilinguals. So one of the things that Sarah actually did, Sarah really took, you know, the stories, that came with it and put in pictures to it in order to make it more accessible to our students. And we know how important those pictures are to our students in order to help them. And again, you can kind of see from here, from these stories themselves, right? Dot is Dan and Jan's mom. So you're looking at the same sounds, right? It's getting them to practice their phonics. The program itself has them practicing phonemic awareness. And what's very cool specifically about this program, and again, these types of programs and why we piloted in this way is because we were able to work with the students on the word level, on the sound phonemic awareness letter and sound level, the phonics level, again, putting the sounds with the actual word, letters themselves, and then actually for them to then read the words, for them to listen, they speak it, they have to read it out loud as well, and then also reading comprehension. So it puts all of those things together into one system, one class, that really allowed for tremendous growth over a very short period of time.
So this slide is about so you might be thinking, well, you know, a question I get often is, well, how did you manage to do this in, you know, in your school, or what, you know, my school doesn't have a whole separate classroom. You know, what school has like a whole separate classroom that's just available to have 1 or 2 kids in. The top row are, so the year that Orly and I did this pilot program, we actually weren't in our building because, fun fact, a year before our building had exploded over the summer, and we weren't allowed to be in it while they were repairing it. We were allowed to be in it for the whole school year for some reason. I don't know why, but then that summer they said, nope, everyone out. Summer school's happening in another school at the opposite end of the Bronx. So we weren't even in our own school. We were at this very far away school that was not ours. We weren't allowed to keep anything there overnight. It was a dizzying maze trying to like find what classroom, like it was a mess. So you see Orly in one classroom because we started there, and then we were then eventually put into a computer lab in like the way back of the school that was very small, but it was the only room with AC. So we claimed it as ours. And we didn't have technology. You see Orly with her laptop. We had like a little table, and we just carried, like I had this big bag of stuff I would just carry to and from each day. And we just had these little spaces we moved from, and we just decided what essential things we wanted. And we just made that spot, whether it was a random classroom or a random computer lab or a random table. That day we made it our classroom. So that was the summer program. And when I was teaching at Alice and I was doing the Spanish phonics and the Spanish literacy, I was put, so the first picture you see at the bottom left was the back annex of an office. So it was that's about as big as it was. And so I just taped up some posters and was like, all right, that's it. And then the second picture is a lot bigger than it looks because it's on panoramic mode. This is a tiny clock in the back of a guidance that nobody, like the hottest grossest, tiniest closet, but I was just so happy for the kids that I was working with to have a designated space where because previously we'd been at a table or in the back corner of a classroom where they felt self-conscious. And so to be able to just close the door and have our own space, no matter where it was great. And so we could put up things on the wall that they might have felt embarrassed about having elsewhere, but that they needed to have up to learn what they need, the sounds, or having a word wall, or having just whatever they needed, we could make it their space. And so just right now, during the era of COVID, we are all teaching in less than ideal environments in so many ways. And it really is about, like, what we intended to show by this slide was we were able to do this work and get these results in less than ideal environments. No, we weren't doing remote learning, but at the same time, we weren't in big, nice, cushy classrooms with all the technology we needed and all the curriculum we wanted. We didn't even have curriculum that was made for these kids. We had to make it ourselves. I created every single thing you see in that picture. I didn't have anything to teach these kids how to read in Spanish because I didn't have a budget, and I had to figure it out. And like from what I could figure out from what was freely available, and what I could learn from books. And so it speaks to, how good the curriculum is, how good the environment is, not the room, I guess is what we're trying to say. The environment is the material, the curriculum you have, and the teachers who are delivering it. And you can achieve really great things in places that you might otherwise, like when we walked into the computer lab, we were like, oh, how's everyone going to fit in here? Where are we going to do that? Like, and it got done and we figured it out, and it was a beautiful, wonderful program that ended up happening. And so just a note of like, try not to let those types of limitations discourage you if possible. And then try to, one thing I wrote about in a curriculum guide that I authored was like, maybe inside of schools, when we're all back in our buildings, like trying to reimagine, or what these spaces could be for kids. So think of a closet in a way you might not ever have thought of one before, or think, how can we creatively use spaces that can help cater to these kids' needs? Because really awesome things can happen. They can really just blow you away with what they're able to do. So this is what it looked like and where it happened, and it was not quote unquote pretty. It was not ideal.
Yeah, and I want to add to that. Thank you, Sarah. Like, that's really very much what we wanted to show on this slide, is that we know that teachers are overwhelmed, students are overwhelmed, and we want to show that it's possible to make sure that this population is still supported, even in these unprecedented times, even while we're not really sure, are we in school one day, out of school the other day, and that how important it is really to support these students no matter what the environment is, and that it is possible to do that, and it is possible to see tremendous growth no matter what the environment is. We want to show you these two videos to show how we paired the English and Spanish. Sarah, I'll let you explain.
Okay, so this is Angel. By the way, all these names have been changed to protect the students' identities, and those little circles were supposed to appear over their faces, and somehow they're not, but fine. So here's Angel. Here he is reading. So this was, again, a story from PAF, and I took it and I put it, it was a story about Nat and a cat, and I put it into, I found some free thing online where I could put it into like a comic form. So I could put some pictures to help with comprehension so that Angel could understand what he was reading. And Angel remembers a student who had arrived. So this was July 2016. So he'd arrived 7 months prior to Ellis, not able to read or write in Spanish. So just keep that in mind. So here he was in July reading in English. I'll let you play.
No, 1 second. No. 1 second, sorry.
A cat on a map. A cat sat on a map. The cat is not. Not on the map. Not sat on Jan's lap.
So you can hear he's applying things that we had worked really hard in Spanish to learn, like expression, the exclamation marks. Orly did a great job explaining what the apostrophe S meant, and you can hear him really kind of decoding the word, carrying it out. And so he had gotten some of these foundations in Spanish for just expression or reading fluency and was already applying them to English. And I was especially proud because the J, there's not sound symbol transfer in Spanish and English with the J. It makes a completely different sound. And he was great at just, because he'd had that, by this point, he was reading at about a second grade level in Spanish, I think. So he'd had some pretty steady foundation, even though he was still within his first year of learning to read in Spanish. But his Spanish foundation was strong enough that we decided with Angel, we had to make a decision. Like, do we throw him in the English phonics class or not? Is it too soon? Does he still need more Spanish foundations? Is he going to get confused? Because he was 18 by this point, and he was 18. And so we decided, you know what, we're going to have high expectations, of course, as we do for our students. So let's put him in there and let's see what happens. And he just completely blew us out of the water. And so there he is reading, as you can see, and that was one of his very first readings in English, like reading a little story in English. And then at the end after we would finish our English class, Angel would stay after with me and we would read in Spanish. And so you're gonna here he is reading Green Eggs and Ham, but the Spanish version of it with me. And you'll hear me telling to him, like pointing out the differences, like, oh, good job with this letter, because just 10 minutes ago you were reading this in English and it made a different sound. So you'll be able to hear his Spanish reading abilities here as
No me gusta nada. Juan Ramón. No me gusta nada. Los huevos verdes con jamón.
Excelente trabajo aquí con esa letra, porque tú sabes que en inglés hace diferentes sonidos y aquí tú lo estás pronunciando muy bien. Jamón, muy bien, ok, sigue.
¿Te gustaría aquí?
So anyways, there's this kind of the English and Spanish foundational skills just kind of really paired together for this student in particular. And we were able to continue we were able to continue building on his Spanish growth, continuing to practice reading in Spanish. We didn't just start learning, we really wanted to send the message of, look, once you start learning in English, it doesn't mean you forget your native language. Absolutely not. In fact, we're going to keep building on your native language. And I stress this always from day one with kids like Angel and every kid who I worked with was the better. And I say Spanish because that's the only other language I grew up fluent in. So if I spoke Arabic or Bengali, which I wish I did, but this would be true. Yeah, the better your Spanish, the better you can read in Spanish, the better that ability is going to transfer to English. So day one, these kids knew, they had extra motivation to get their Spanish literacy up because they were so eager to start learning to do this stuff in English. And so Angel was very, very aware that the better he was in Spanish, it was going to help him in English. So when I said, all right, time to read in Spanish, he was ready, he was excited because he was starting to already see the benefits it was having and how much more easy English was coming to him. And Angel had been in school at Ellis for 4 or 5 months before I got there. I was also on a short sabbatical when that first semester of that year. So I met him in January of 2016. He had matriculated in September of 2015. So there was a whole gap, a whole semester where he was in school in all his content classes and he still arrived to me, as you had seen. And then Orly and I were able to start getting him interventions and work with him include his content classes, you can see what the result was.
So some of you, many of you, maybe all of you are wondering like, okay, obviously English, we see the English phonics, we see the native language phonics. How does that translate then into content and content that is age and grade appropriate? So this is where you will see, this is how Angel started in the summer in 2016, writing about cats, hats, maps, caps, right? You see, it's, again, the same sound. And this is where we started. We knew that it was, what?
I said, sorry, I interrupted you.
That's okay.
I said, I think this was like day 2.
Yes, yeah. We knew we wanted to continue some of this. There wasn't going to be a English phonics class available to him during the school year, but we knew that we wanted to somehow infuse some of it into the classes, the content classes, which I was actually teaching. I continued to teach him during the school year. And we also knew how important, obviously, it was to give him access to content that was age and grade appropriate. So if you see, right, then this was part of my class, my ELA class. We were talking about indirect characterization and character traits specifically. So you see, you can see his writing, you can see how he is combining the native language with the English that he had developed, okay? And this isn't that much later, right? This is now October. But what's really cool is to see where he was then in March. So again, you're not talking about that much time. This is his essay on Romeo and Juliet. I actually spoke about this at the Seidlitz conference in Texas, teaching Shakespeare specifically to SLIFE and making it available to them. And you can actually see here, I don't know how well you can all see it and read it, but I'll just read to you, right? He is able to make claims. If you look in the second paragraph over here, right, he says, young love influences the decisions of Romeo. For example, Romeo goes to the party, and then he gives us a quote, right? In Act 1, Scene 4, and he gives this whole quote. And then he explains his quote so beautifully. If you jump down, he says, this is important because it shows that love is strong and influences Romeo because he go to the party, right? So you can see how important those foundational skills were in order to help him get to this point. So we didn't say, oh, fine, we're only going to give you foundational skills. We're only going to put you in a phonics class. We're saying we recognize that there are some skills here that are going to help you with your reading, with your fluency, with your accuracy, that will impact your reading comprehension, that will impact your ability to write and to access curriculum, which we're going to differentiate for you and we're going to make it accessible for you. But we wanted to be able to show you that this type of growth, he's not the only one, that all of those students from that pilot class, based on anecdotals from teachers, grew tremendously, and from actually state tests and graduation rates. We were able to see that based on those classes, that class itself, and then taking some of the class and putting it into the content area classes, while again, making sure that the students are getting what is appropriate for their age and grade. It had tremendous impact in their ability to function in their content classes. And this is just one example of that. And we wanted to show you, like I think many teachers, Sarah and I both speak to many teachers who often feel defeated sometimes when students come to them, specifically students who are pre-literate, and it can feel very overwhelming. And what we want to show you is that they come with so much knowledge and so much ability, and that making sure that they really get the skills, that they get the content, that they get all of those things that we can make accessible and available to them, like we can see them fly. And that's really what we want to be able to do. We want to give them the things that they need. We don't want to say, oh, well, you don't really need that, or like that doesn't really seem like it. I have time for that, or doesn't make sense. We need to figure out ways. We need to be creative and innovative with our time, with our ability to be able to give the students everything that they need, because otherwise we aren't doing justice to them. So that's what we really wanted to show you. And we are happy to take questions.
Wait, one second. Orly, will you go back?
Sorry, go ahead, Sarah. Yeah.
No. You did such a beautiful job explaining everything. Will you go back pre-slide to the October example? Are you able to get back to it?
Which one?
The October example where he was writing about
October, yeah, right here.
This one. So so that was July. So then October. So what I loved about this was, so I've seen, like, in addition to doing individual interventions, I also pushed into a lot of classrooms at Ellis. So I saw what was expected of a student from any background who had continuous schooling and was starting out learning in English at their new school. And at around the second or third month of being in school, this is kind of what you would expect of a student who'd had continuous schooling, that they're using some English that they're comprehending, but it's a mix of their native language and English, but and you're kind of able to you know, figure out what they're saying. And what was just so neat was, so a year before, Angel had been sitting in his class, just like his teachers just told me they just felt heartbroken, like we don't know how to help him, like we don't have tools for him. And that was when I was temporarily away from the school. And 1 year before, in 2015, when he had just gotten there. And so interventions started at the start of 2016 in January. And then he starts learning English in July. He had oral English. He had developed oral English while being at the school, but he had learned to read and write in English starting in July. And then he was able to, by October, look pretty much like a student we would have expected who had just arrived in August of that year, with continuous formal schooling, using their native language. And on that, and so that was like, this was just kind of a really just cool thing to be seeing him produce by that point. Because it, you know, so quickly he was able to just start looking like the rest of his peers who hadn't been out of school for the last 9 years of their life. And that was really neat.
And we are happy to take questions.
Yeah, now questions.
And there's our information.
Wonderful. Thank you, ladies, so much. This was so informative. I can't wait for you guys to get to see the chat and see the feedback that people have been leaving you. I'm going to ask about 2 questions. We have about time for 2, and then we'll wrap it up. This was a really good one. So one challenge that my students who are just beginning their literacy journey have is shame and low frustration tolerance around their lack of literacy skills. Do you have advice for helping students who are pre-literate develop the confidence to even start to engage with native language phonics instruction?
That is an excellent question. So with all the kids I worked with, this was from day one, the first priority. So and I'm sure the person who asked this is already doing a great job of this, the relationship building is key. Like that's where you have to start there. It has to be this trusting relationship. I made so many games for them. So we would play like reading Jenga. So we pull out a brick and it would have like a word written on it, and we'd each have to read it, and the kid would read me the word, then I would have to write it, and then I would read the word, and the kid would have to read it, and we would stack the blocks until the tower fell. Or we would I made a whole bingo mat that I then like laminated that we could like write the words on. Like I made it fun. I made it into games. Like so much of my classroom, like yes, we read passages, but I figured, look, if I'm bored playing games and then it's silly and we're laughing, and the best way to deal with shame is to laugh. And so if they make a mistake while they're reading a word, but it's in a fun setting, then like, you know, there is going to be shame, and kids are also going to be like, well, look, you can write and read much better and I can't, and that makes me feel bad. And you know, I would always remind them. I actually brought in one time, I'd found it when I'd gone back to my parents' house, like an old thing I'd written in kindergarten, practicing my letters. And I was like, look, I started somewhere. We all have to start somewhere. And so, you know, just having those really open, vulnerable, honest conversations with them, and to let them know that it's a safe space. Mm-hmm. And like above all else, like if I felt like they weren't comfortable with me yet, we didn't really start doing the learning. Like I just spent a lot of time, we would instead talk about goals. Why is it important to read and write? What do you hope to get? And just kind of build that relationship before diving straight into things. And I would always make a joke, I don't bite, you know, and just lighten the mood. It's a challenge, and it's an ongoing process. But literacy centers and games that I just made out of stuff I found was really helpful.
And I want to just add to that, what I found very useful there were many languages that I didn't speak. And what I found to be very helpful, similar to what Sarah was saying about like creating a relationship with them, is I would basically try and read in another language and they would laugh at me for like not being able to read, basically. I'm like, why don't you show me how to read in your language, you know? And showing them, especially from the English side, you know, that when you're learning a new language, right? Like most of us aren't just, you know, we're not just fluent in any language. And for the teacher, really echoing what Sarah said, being willing to be vulnerable as the teacher towards the student and showing them that, you know, we're all people and we all, you know, like Sarah said, we all start from somewhere is very helpful.
Great. That's so funny. It's 100% what I did in my classroom. I was a high school teacher and I taught French to Spanish speakers. And so I would, not being a Spanish speaker, that's 100% what I do. Hey, let me try your language and see how we do. And then we can learn from each other. And I always found that I was able to build a lot of bridges taking that approach. So I'm really happy that you mentioned that. Speaking of, we do have a translanguaging question. So Jill mentioned that the writing was a little bit too small for her to see on Romeo and Juliet. Does it include translanguaging? And would that be part of the ongoing strategy for literacy and academic development to include that ongoing translanguaging?
So on the sheet that was shown, yes, at the bottom you see Angel is writing some of his stuff in Spanish. So we never discouraged native language use. He would be provided with scaffolds and supports in English, and we would encourage English, but we never, ever, ever discouraged Spanish, especially because he was still learning to write in Spanish. And so it really was, we were really trying to develop both at the same time. And so, yes, absolutely. Translanguaging was a strategy that was like vitally important.
Right.
And I'll also add, it happens to be on that, like that Romeo and Juliet, on the actual essay, he actually didn't include, I think, any Spanish. I think he wrote, you can see he wrote the full thing in English. Mm-hmm. And one of the things we didn't include because it's not really pertinent to this particular presentation is he also presented, because the school itself works with capstones and they do large presentation, every student does large presentation and they're supposed to present in English. And I remember, you know, once he had gotten kind of that foundation and he was like, oh, I can do this. Like he was like, it was like nothing was going to stop him. Like he was like, I will practice this English presentation. I will write this essay in English, no matter how long it takes me, because he could see once we gave him those foundations, once we gave him more of what it was clear he needed. And he was like, oh, I got this. And then he really was able to say, like, I'm going to write this whole thing in English. Like, I don't care how long it takes me because I'm going to do it because I can do it. And I think that part, we never, like Sarah said, discouraged, obviously, the native language. But I think for many of the students, it became this kind of like, this is my English class and I can clearly do it. So I'm going to make it happen because, like, I can do this.
Definitely. So regarding that assignment, was it the same assignment that someone in a mainstream class was completing, or was it a differentiated assignment?
Everyone did that.
Everyone got the same assignment within the actual text itself. Like I taught that Shakespeare class. SLIFE were given text, for example, that had more pictures, and it was differentiated. But the actual assignments themselves, everyone was given the same expectation within the assignment. Obviously, different students who came in at different times during the year, there were different expectations in that sense, but in general, they were given the same assignment.
Wonderful. Good. Okay. How do you help SLIFE see the relevancy of the foundational level work? So phonics and word work. What do you think?
So for my part, for the Spanish part, and then let Orly answer for the English part, I, like, as I mentioned, the kids would come and they would be like, well, Miss, I want to learn in English. I want to learn. They were so really wanted to learn in English because they were in the US. And so I had to break the bad news to them. Like, look, first we got to start, with Spanish first. And I would explain, look, you're going to see the more you, and I would just visually show them, the more you increase your Spanish, the more you increase your English. And so a lot of times it was like a means to an end, not a lot, on some days it was a means to an end. And on other days, they were really excited to celebrate their language. And so, but keeping, when they would really just want to accelerate and fly through and just start reading those books and those passages in order to keep them focused on those, the word level or the letter sound level that they were needing, it was it started with just like day one. I said, I'm Miss Sarah, I'm here because the better your Spanish is, the better your English is going to be. And so that was constantly reinforced until they hopefully had it in their heads.
I love that message. That's so, so, so strong and powerful. That's wonderful. The last question I'm going to ask, Orly, are your adapted materials, are they available? Because we're having some questions about that.
Yes, they are available. Can everyone see my information up there? Yeah, on the slide. Okay. Feel free to reach out to me. They are available. I'm happy to be in touch with anyone about those materials. Yeah, so if you just email me, my email's right there. I'm happy to talk to you about it. Some of the PAF adaptable materials the reason those aren't available is because it's actually a copyright issue. But the Shakespeare, like the content with some of the phonics that we did within the Shakespeare unit itself, since that's not copyrighted, then that's available. So anyone is welcome to contact me about that.
Wonderful. Good. Actually, there is one more question, but this might be a more personal one. What did you use to visually show them Spanish reading increases English reading? And can you share that visual?
Mm.
Probably not, right?
Oh,
I see Sarah thinking.
Oh, I mean, I would just like, sorry, I would just like use my hands. I would be like, the more, just like I did right now, I would be like, the more your Spanish grows, the more your English grows. So I used my hands to visually show them. We would sometimes like track on, you know what we would do sometimes? I did this with student A, the very first student, because he had never been to school in the Dominican Republic. So we needed to work on basic numeracy. So we were working on counting to 10, counting to 20. So we actually did some graphing, and he would color in. So we had a stack of flashcards of high frequency, like 2 and 3 letter words that he would read. And so he would color in a bar chart each day of how, like, and we would time how fast he would read it. And so he would color in, or like, he tracked his own Spanish. He saw he was getting faster and faster as the weeks went by. And so that was one way he visually saw his Spanish progress, which was really cool. It was cool for me too. It was like, hey, that's one less data point I have to take. He's taking it himself. And I'll just jot it down. But in general, it was just my hands, showing with my hands.
I love that. So empowering to bring the learning back onto them. And so they saw that success on their own. That's so wonderful. Okay, friends.
Yeah, then it would be like, yeah, it was good.
Yeah. I think that Michelle Yzquierdo just typed into the chat, my heart and mind is full. I think that's such a wonderful note to end on. Orly, do you have any last words for our participants, our faithful people that are still with us?
Yes, first of all, I just want to say that it really, the phrase, it takes a village. It takes a village, not just, well, first of all, it takes a village to teach in general, right? To support our students, it really takes a village. It takes a village to pull this all off. Anna and Valentina for monitoring this all day, to the whole Seidlitz team, to John Seidlitz for being like, yeah, let's do this, right? Like, let's get all these people together. Let's figure this out. To all the presenters for being willing to present and for making yourselves available, even, all throughout the day. And to all the participants who came in and out during the day, who've been here the whole day, and to everyone who's going to watch later, just a huge thank you, because we know that the only way that we really are going to support these kids, especially in these unprecedented times, is really relying on our village and relying on our community. And so I'm very thankful to all of you for being able to make this possible. So really, thank you so much.
It's our pleasure. It's been so wonderful being with all of you fantastic educators today. Once more, finally, we'll let you know that you will be getting the materials for everybody's presentations, as well as seeing the recordings later on. As Valentina had mentioned in the chat, it'll be in the next 24 to 48 hours, however long it takes us to process all that fantastic information. You will get certificates if you followed the link that's been dropped in the chat. And we just want to thank you for your time and your dedication to your students. I think that we all agree that this conference could not have happened at a more pivotal and opportune time. And it's really a joy to be with all of you and to be educators at this time for so many reasons. So with that, I will be signing off. Valentina, do you have any last words for us? No.
Thank you all. And it's been a great day learning from all of these EL leaders and leaders in SLIFE education. So thanks, everyone. Thanks for everyone who participated with us today.
Thank you. Have a good night, everyone.